Mobile infrastructure is crumbling this evening as the NintenByte Podcast continues its unprecedented rise. In cities across the globe, fans are rioting. The Pentagon has issued a statement describing the NintenByte Podcast network as a pixel-based prophecy. Some say the rise was foretold, others say it's just a really good podcast. We're talking twisted nipples, milk, and a sock puppet who doesn't talk.
It's dangerous to go alone. Watch this.
Welcome to the NintenByte Podcast, bitch.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen, you're watching the greatest Nintendo podcast ever! Yeah!
Is that a Joy-Con in your pants, or are you just happy to see us?
Shut up! Now feel the power. Everyone, do you feel that?
Oh my god, I feel it!
I feel it too, GameBird. What is it? It's the power of our podcast.
I feel it!
This is rad, NintenByte.
So rad.
Power. Now bask in their glory.
I'm Nintendo Prime. Oh baby.
I'm ThunderStash.
I'm GameBird Classic.
NintenByte rules.
Let's rock.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the NintenByte Podcast, bitch. How you guys doing, everyone? We got a killer show for you guys today. Season 3, episode 27. Dude, that intro's great every time, guys. But now the 27th time that intro's been played, and it's the best. The greatest podcast. Like I know on the intro it says the greatest podcast ever. It's really the greatest podcast intro ever. We're probably like the worst Nintendo podcast in the world. So, you know, we balance it out by being about the intro because we know how bad the show is. That being said, how you guys doing? You might notice we are missing one of our core members, ThunderStash. Guys, he's been taken out by a thunderstorm. Is what it is. He may or may not be here at some point tonight. Now, we have a really long show. Chances are he'll show up at some point. I just hope he shows up while Reece is here. We have no idea because he doesn't control it either. He is currently trying to get his internet back on. So, look, we all know Stash. We know his determination. He'll probably be here at some point. If he's not, I actually might have some serious concerns. I might have to call him because I'm really worried if you can't get on because I'm going to start worrying, crap, did your house collapse or something? Is something going on? So that being said, guys, obviously the show must go on. And we still have 4 of us here because we have a special guest. Back on the show for the second time, and after tonight, it might be the last time. It depends how crazy this gets. We got Reece Reilly, a.k.a. KiwiTalkz.
Hey, it's good to be back. And that intro is hilarious. Hilarious.
It's great.
It's turned perfectly.
Yeah, I know. And then what was it? The 1 week that we had Andre from Game Explain on, like when it cut to us, his jaw was like on the floor. I'm like, I know you run a really family-friendly channel. This is not this channel. This channel,
I feel like
you from the very beginning. You better be a teenager or older because where this is going, you don't know.
I feel like the intro's pretty family friendly, right?
Could be worse.
Yeah. You know,
One curse word.
I'm always asking my children, is that a Joy-Con in your pants? Or are you just happy to see me?
There is a worse edit. There is a worse edit that exists.
I'm sure there was an edit with your butt that your wife made you remove that I'm like, I never saw that edit. I don't know. The pelvic thrust apparently got too hardcore too. I didn't see that edit either. I don't know, man. I think it all flies. It all should have stayed in. After all, we got to leave in the creaminess on the on the vlog from when we went. So just saying. Anyways, welcome to the show, guys. Happy to have you back, Kiwi Talkz. Always happy to have you here. Second time ever. We didn't get to ask you a lot of questions last time because that topic was towards the end. Well, it's going to be our first one today. So we'll make sure we get those questions in and maybe circle back to it if we're past the topic when Stash shows up, because I'm sure he's got questions too. But I know we'll be talking a lot about Metroid and everything. I know GameBird Classic. All he's got is questions about Metroid. That's all he's on his mind right now. That game's out in like 2 weeks. Like, it's hard not to think about this game that we've been waiting 19 years for. Like, duh, of course it's on our minds. Especially after those previews last week. People
Indeed.
were talking about it, but not for the reasons that people want us to be talking about Metroid. But we'll probably talk about that as well. Guarantee we'll get into some Mackenzie action today and other NPCs. Beyond all of that is actually one of our topics this week is talking about Metroid Prime 4, which kind of merges into the first topic a little bit. So I'm sure it'll all kind of just meld together. And then we'll be talking about the Game Awards, guys. You have all the nominees up for this year's Jeff Keighley Award show. So we'll talk about that and maybe a little bit about our plans. We can't really go too much over plans without Stash being here, but I know what day he would like us to do our betting special on this year, which he is the defending champion of. So we'll maybe get into that a little bit. And then there's a dealer's choice, which I have no idea what it is because I don't know who the dealer is. That said, let's get right to the topic choices. And who wants to take this first topic? Because it's pretty simple. It's an interview topic. So we'll all be asking questions. So who wants it? Anyone?
No pressure.
Don't everyone
I'll
fight
take
over
it.
it. All right.
Yeah, I'll take it.
It's like, don't everyone
My
fight over
topic is
it. Once.
interview questions for Kiwi. That's my topic.
Yeah, don't fight over it.
It's a pretty yeah.
Everyone.
Don't everyone jump at once for this. Eric, what one do you want, man?
I mean, since I did a little bit of research, and I guess I can do the dealer's choice.
All right, you're taking the dealer's choice.
Yeah.
That's what I like. Well, that means I'll basically take the last two topics until Stash shows up, and he could take one of them if he wants, or not. We'll go with the flow. We'll make it happen. Let's go ahead then and get to. Wait, we didn't finish introducing everyone. Eric,
Yeah,
how you doing, man?
Good.
So I'm so used to hanging out with
right.
the boys, and I'm like,
Yeah,
hey,
right.
you need to introduce them.
you're right. They should know who we are by now.
Yeah, you're the
And also
sock
says on
puppet.
the screen.
Yeah, you're the Spice Lord / sock puppet. I'm Nintendo Prime, who apparently I'm doing shots for $20. I didn't realize I had that turned on.
Fair
So,
enough.
Sure. Any $20 super chats? I guess that's a thing tonight. That was not. Was that from last week?
Yes. I think it
Okay.
was.
Why didn't I change that? Okay.
don't know.
Well,
You still can.
nope. I'm
Nope.
already committed now. I
Okay.
guess it was already on screen. And then GameBird.
What's up, dude? I keep tripping out. Kiwi, you missed it right before you joined the call or the stream. I was working today. I work remote from home, and I felt a little tickle on my elbow, thinking like a fly or something landed on my elbow. I look down and there's a friggin' mouse just like chilling on my elbow. So naturally, I launch up. Oh, it flies off. I keep feeling like I have little tickles on me because this happened like maybe 3 hours ago. My office, my workspace this is an add-on, this room, so it's not fully like insulated. So I'm sure there's a little crack in a corner that it came in through. But if you guys see a mouse in the background, please let me know because I was not down with that. But
Dude,
yeah,
if-
happy to be here. All
You see
things
the mouse
considered.
crawling on your chair, about to get up on your shoulder, and like none of us say anything. Just
Just
wait.
walks up his
Just wait.
mic.
I want to see the reaction. I want to see the reaction when he notices.
It's a good friend right there.
It's a good friend. It's all about the reaction.
that is
Very
like
happy to be here.
friend.
Yes, we're trying to entertain the audience at the same time.
You really expect your best friend to like say something?
No. Look,
it's gonna be freaking hilarious happening.
And now I
Absolutely
know
not.
how to prank him next
Yeah,
time. I
right.
need to get a fake mouse.
Right?
Wait, we gotta do it really
It just-
good.
Oh, yeah.
That's what it looks.
was
and
just a-
feels.
It was just the last thing that you'd expect.
Oh yeah.
You know?
No. I
Like,
like I,
You
like I
expect,
told you.
at,
100%.
you expect at worst, like maybe it's a spider. You know,
Yeah. Right.
You hope it's a fly or a gnat. Maybe it's a spider. But yeah, it was a
Right.
friggin' mouse.
Yeah.
Anyway,
It's another- I mean,
how's everyone
Could
doing?
be a snake.
I'm not afraid of mice, but that would have scared the hell
Yeah,
out
it
of
was
me.
just
because
alarming.
the unexpected. Yeah.
Alrighty then. Well, now that we have the great mousecapade is on in GameBird's house, guys. Now everyone's going to be staring because since it's full camera width, you can see his floor back there. Everyone's going to be staring to see if that mouse tries to play some Mortal Kombat in the show.
Right.
Let's go ahead and dive in. Obviously, we know who's taking topic one. That is GameBird. So, man, what are we doing?
Yeah. So, Reece, you're the man with the knowledge, whether it's Metroid Prime or other things gaming related. So I guess we'll just go around. I think we've all prepared some questions. I know Nate requested ThunderStash submit some and kind of pick your brain. I'm sure not everything we'll have answers for, but I think ultimately it's going to be fun just to get some perspective outside of someone who's just, a gamer like us who doesn't have too many deep inside info. And we enjoy a lot of healthy and fun speculation here, but I guess I could start it off and we could all jump around. We don't have to stay on focus with my questions to start. I definitely, all the questions I have are Metroid related.
I'm so surprised.
Yeah, right?
Like, oh my God.
Really? Metroid?
Yeah. And today was a crazy work day, so I did not prepare my questions in any particular order. So we're going to be all over the place with these, at least on my end. But I'll start with one that I feel feels like the most present. Obviously, there was a big event where a bunch of media got to go hands-on for, I believe, over an hour, a couple hours maybe, on Prime 4. And there was a lot of really good feedback, except there was one glaring, I guess, I don't know that I would call it an issue, but at least for a lot of the people who played the game, one glaring issue that really hampered the experience and put a lot of fear in the media's minds. And obviously I'm talking Miles McKenzie, an NPC who's a little bit awkward and quite chatty. And you got a lot of complaints about, people saying, I want my Metroid Prime to feel isolated and lonely like it's always felt. Now, me personally, I'm hoping that Metroid Prime 4 Beyond is primarily sold to people who are playing Metroid Prime for the first time, because that means that they're reaching a bigger and broader audience. Obviously, all the primers are going to be there day one. We already know that. So I'm hoping that the majority of people who are playing this game have no notion of like, I prefer my Prime games to be super isolated. And I also think it's important for this series to evolve to reach a wider audience. And personally, obviously, I haven't gone hands-on with the game at all, but I do believe that adding, a little bit more substance, a little bit more story, more personality, raising the stakes in a way is one good way to evolve the series. But I'm being a little long-winded here. My question is, I was hearing that after the preview event that the team at Retro was asking a lot of the media what they thought about Miles McKenzie. And I thought that was interesting to hear that, because it seemed like they might already feel like this could be a divisive piece of the game. And if they're asking everyone what their thoughts on that, does that mean, I mean, we're only a couple weeks away. I imagine that there isn't anything that they could change or adjust, but I was just curious if you knew anything about this, because it sounds like they knew this was going to be divisive.
Yeah, a few things. Was it Retro or was it Nintendo of America that were asking?
Or maybe it was Nintendo of America.
Yeah, because that's a
I may have
different thing.
Sure.
Yeah. A few different things. So if they were to change something, the only thing I would think they could change is lessen maybe the amount that Miles chimes in during gameplay. Yeah, right. That would be the only thing. But there's probably been huge amounts of playtesting before it even got to this point. Sure. And something to think about, which is actually something I've been thinking about in hindsight, is when all the critics went to preview this game, we did not have the overview trailer. We did not have all the information that's on the Japanese website.
Sure.
And they literally dropped the overview trailer, if I recall, like 30 minutes before their preview came out.
Mhm.
So in a way, what they were saying about the game was somewhat redundant. It was out of date, right? Because they were basing
Sure.
their entire view of the game based on everything up until that point. So there was no further context from the overview trailer and everything as
Right.
well, which is something to keep in mind. My thinking is this with the whole Miles thing is it's gone from annoying to so over the top that it's hilarious because the meltdown is just absolutely insane.
It's
Um,
wild.
yeah,
I
it's
was shocked to see how strong. Like I understand, man. Like, yeah, I prefer the isolated feeling of Metroid Prime 1, but people are talking about it like it's just like devastating for this game. Like, oh, this just ruins the experience. And it's what, like the Miles was like a 15-minute mission,
yeah, 15, 20
and then
minutes.
you go your separate ways.
Yeah, like unfortunately, there is a group of people, whether it's gaming, whether it's film, whether it's comics, that if they develop an emotional attachment to an IP, sometimes as a result of that, they can have part of their identity attached to that IP. So when
Sure.
somebody criticizes it, or if a company deviates from what they perceive that IP to be, they view it as a cardinal sin, and then it actually triggers their fight or flight response. And so they're no longer able to act rationally, and they're getting super emotional and the adrenaline's rushing through them. And I think that's just part of the problem with this whole Miles thing because it was so left field and I think no one was expecting it. That's partly it. I also think some of this is just actually trolls and grifters. I mean, we saw
Sure.
with the Nintendo Switch 2 announcement with the pricing, right? People having a meltdown. Guess what? It's still sold out, right? You saw the same thing with
Yeah.
Pokemon ZA. You've even seen like criticisms of Mario Kart World. So I think this is just some sort of doom posting to an extent as well.
I agree with that. I think I was more surprised by some of the like bigger media perception of this preview event. Some of the stuff that I heard from like Nintendo Life or IGN. I know it was very doom and gloom based on that one thing, and it sounded like everything else was fantastic. So it was so weird to have that one piece be the most prominent takeaway from the experience. And the other part is like obvious. I mean, it's been a long time since we've had a Prime game. You want the series to evolve. Like I said earlier, you want to
100%.
broaden. This is a series we desperately want to sell well. We need to widen the market of consumers who are going to be picking this up and playing it. I mean, we had Breath of the Wild completely reinvent the wheel when it came to Zelda and threw away a lot of the core staples that people have come to know and love. Traditional dungeons, more focused storytelling. A lot of stuff was gone from that game, and you had a more isolated and empty experience, but it was met with glowing praise. And you also had something similar with like God of War kind of reinvented itself in 2018, and you have a chatty sidekick with your son in that game. It's just weird to me that this one just had such backlash, especially knowing like, hey guys, we really want this to sell. Like we could barely crack 3 million with Dread, which is the best-selling Metroid game in the series. This is the most expensive entry. Maybe we should have a little bit more story. Maybe we should have a little bit more world building and character development outside of Samus. But I don't know. I just found that this one really interesting. But I also was pretty interested in the questioning, like knowing that it might be divisive and asking immediately after, what do you guys think of Miles? Did you like it? Did you not like it? And you alluded to kind of what I thought maybe could be a change, as when you're running through the world and the character's kind of yapping in the background. What's that? Don't forget to check that out. Maybe they flip that off or something and it's just in the cutscenes. But
yeah, I mean, I partially agree with them on the fact that it is like a tonal whiplash
sure.
in the gameplay. Like you're right at the beginning, there's the atmosphere, everything's there, and then you're walking through the world, and then you get this character. You've got the sensational music that's there, and then you've got this character in the background that's being slightly annoying. But in regards to the cutscenes, I thought they were absolutely fine. Yes, there's some cheesy dialogue, but all Nintendo games have cheesy dialogue. Like Donkey Kong Bonanza, Breath of the Wild, even they had some cheesy dialogue. So I don't think it's that big of a deal. But I do think some of these critics that were saying this stuff, as I said before, they have an emotional attachment to Metroid, right? And one of them, Logan from IGN, and look, I don't know the guy. Maybe he's a nice dude. I have no idea. But when I was watching his preview, it was like he was reliving a traumatic experience, and he was actually aggravating himself as he was talking about it. Like he was getting more angry about it as he was talking about it.
It was
like
a
a self-fulfilling
reaction.
Yeah, like almost like he's the self-fulfilling cycle of aggravation. So it was really weird to watch, and there's a few others as well. So I don't think it's a big deal. What I think has happened over the years, because you got to remember, like Nintendo actually has access to a lot of data now that they didn't before, right? They can see when someone's playing a game. They can see when they drop out, the percentage of completion and things like that. Like with the Wii, with the Wii U, the Metroid Prime trilogy was available on there. So they would have been able to see people playing, like in terms of the stats and the data. And even with Metroid Prime Remastered, they could probably see where people drop off and what causes people to drop off. So that may have played a part in their decision making as to, do we include this guy? Do we not include this guy? Like, I think with tutorials are actually very hard to do. They actually are. There aren't many games that I would say have like awesome, like knock it out of the park tutorials. Like Breath of the Wild is one. Resident Evil 4 is one, but then there's like some that are terrible. Like I think Wind Waker, Twilight Princess, Skyward Sword all have terrible tutorials. They go on forever. So what I'm thinking with this is it's just a way to try and ease new players into a Metroid game. That's all it is. I mean, because it's clearly evident from the 4 trailers, from the overview trailer, from the footage on the Japanese website, that isolation is still very much there, right? It's not going to be 24/7 like the original Metroid Prime, but it is still there, and it's still there prominently. It's just that I
feel like it would be the majority still. That's the vibe that I got. That like you're gonna run into these characters, you're gonna have their missions. Maybe maybe there's something akin to like the codec and Metal Gear Solid where they're communicating with you and stuff and giving story updates. But I imagine the majority of the game you don't have a sidekick tagging along with you.
Like I don't actually think it's a big deal. I think there's some rigid Metroid fans, unfortunately, that just have this hard-headed view that if every game is not like Super Metroid or Metroid Prime, then it's trash. It's like if it's not full isolation, then it's trash. It's like this isn't a Metroid game. Which of course, like since Metroid Fusion, there's been an NPC. I think the last time a game had no NPCs at all was Zero Mission. No, Samus Returns was probably, but even then, like the Metroid, and that was a remake, right? And same with Zero Mission remake. But Fusion, Dread, Prime 2, Prime 3, Other M, Federation Force, all have NPCs to some degree. But I think the main issue for people was just being caught off guard and not knowing how to deal with it. Because the thing also is Nintendo kept Miles hidden for quite a long time. But then there's a part of me that wonders if this was intentional. Like they knew this would piss people off, so like they did it deliberately to kind of I suppose market it or bring more awareness to it, right? Because they timed it with the preview and the overview trailer pretty much almost overlap.
It's very odd. Which kind of brings me to my next question. I don't know if you want me to hop around or if you want me to just knock out my Prime questions.
However you want to handle it.
Are you guys cool if we just get through Prime and then each person could do their own? Stay focused. Cool.
I just want to note, I love Miles McKenzie. I think it's one of my favorite things they've done to Metroid in a long time. I'm just throwing it out there. I know it's controversial for some people, but apparently I'm not alone. I put up a post on X being like, "Hey, I got your back, buddy." And
I actually don't mind
1,000 likes on that post.
I don't mind him. There's a couple of lines that are probably a bit like, but I think overall, especially in the cutscenes, I like the dynamic he has with
great.
Samus.
Yeah, I love the
Yeah,
I think a lot of it's just they're just trying to appeal to a larger audience because let's just be honest.
As they should.
Reece has brought it up himself. This is probably a $100 million plus budget game. One of the most expensive games Nintendo's ever made. A few million in sales ain't gonna cut it. They gotta
100%.
find a way to expand Metroid beyond what it's been. Like it has its core audience. So did Zelda, and they had to make a drastic change to try to appeal to more people, and it worked. And so they're making a drastic change here with the connected Hyrule Field like desert, and yes, more NPC interactions. Because maybe part of the problem with the series, and I stress saying it's a problem, but something maybe holding it back is maybe there just aren't 10 million people that like to play games where they feel isolated the entire time.
Part of it, but I think also is obviously the budget is a big part of it, right? It's actually not sustainable to keep making these games at the scale you're making them without reaching a wider demographic. And the other thing is Nintendo are expanding into film. If they want to make a movie out of Metroid, you can't make a movie with Samus being the only character for 2 hours. Like
who barely talk.
Yeah, as a little side note, so back in 2013-14, I actually wrote a movie script for a Metroid film. And as I was writing it, I realized how hard it would be to make a Metroid film. And like I couldn't figure out a way to make Samus the main character and it not be boring. You actually have to have additional characters. So I think that might play a part in this as well, in terms of them wanting to expand into film, because everybody wants them to make a Metroid film. But yeah.
That literally, we've bled into two of my questions. I actually have one. I'll just knock this one out since we're talking about it right now. One of my questions was, do you know if there's been rumblings or even from anyone on the Metroid team with interest in Nintendo's branching out into entertainment, but possibly pushing Metroid into movies, a show, or even the theme park? Where we're seeing potential for Zelda coming to Universal Studios. Are you aware of any sort of push for Metroid to bleed outside of just the games and into a little bit more of the entertainment side?
No, I haven't heard anything. And I'd be very, very surprised if they would do it, because if I was in their shoes, from a business standpoint, from a financial standpoint, it doesn't really make sense when you've got way bigger IP. I think you'd probably see an Animal Crossing film before a Metroid film.
Sure.
Yeah. And I'm not an Animal Crossing guy at all.
I'm wondering if even merch at the theme parks would be something that helps kind of brand awareness, but maybe again, that's not viable considering.
Maybe. I mean, Nintendo will obviously have a hell of a lot of data, so they'd be able to see whether it would be viable or not. The other thing as well is Metroid is just not popular in Japan. And they're patriots of Japan, man. So if it's not doing well there,
do we think the motorcycle will change that?
100%. The motorcycle, I can tell you right now, was made for Japan, because Japan loves motorcycles.
That's awesome.
Yeah. And I'm pretty sure it's a Tanabe idea, because his favorite film is Mad Max.
So say it felt like a Tanabe idea because of Mad Max. I'm like, this is
So the motorcycle and the Federation are Tanabe's idea.
That's rad.
Yeah.
Awesome. All right. One of them that I was curious about, you talk about the press event as well as that kind of overview trailer overlapping. I found the marketing for this game to be very interesting, starting with the lack of. I mean, I've complained about it on the podcast for like a few months.
I love
now.
it how you're PC about it and you're saying it's interesting. Yeah.
Yes, interesting. If I
interestingly
use
bad,
it's a nice way of saying bad. If someone goes, "Oh, how's your food?" Or "How was that candy?" I say, "It's interesting." It's bad.
It means he hates it. He hates it.
I hate it. The marketing's been interesting for this game, and I know that Nintendo has a certain marketing cycle. I know they generally do the big push within 30 days before launch. That way they don't overlap with other games. But I always found Metroid Prime 4, given obviously its cost to make, its budget being so high, as well as the fact that like this is a game series that's so niche and really needs the sales. I thought that they'd push a little bit harder. I thought for sure we'd be getting some sort of focus direct that really answers the question, what is Metroid? Because I know most people have never played a Metroid game before, and most people will look at those trailers that we've seen in previous directs and think that, oh, this is just a first person shooter, but it doesn't look very good because it looks way slower than Halo and it looks slower than Call of Duty. I don't know what this is. This just looks like a not very good first person shooter. So I found it. I'd been crossing my fingers. I'm convinced we're not getting one. We're 2 weeks away. I highly doubt it. I think the
You're not getting
overview
a direct
trailer.
man.
Yeah. I think the overview trailer was the first thing where it was like, oh crap, like this was a hype trailer. This is what I've been wanting. But I also feel like they haven't been as loud as they've needed to be for this game. And I'm just curious your thoughts on kind of the marketing plan, if they're doing enough, because I really do feel like this is make or break for Prime, at least. Maybe not Metroid as a whole. I think Dread sold well enough, but I'm very nervous about this game that I want to succeed so badly.
Yeah, I mean, I've been wondering about the marketing. I've been very vocal online about how it sucks. And I got a lot of backlash about it. But yeah,
That's
I
why
mean,
we use the word interesting.
yeah. But I actually wonder, because with the marketing, especially for the first 3 trailers, they didn't seem like a traditional Nintendo trailer. I almost wonder if they were outsourced to some sort of third party to do the trailer, because it didn't feel like a traditional Nintendo trailer. And often, besides from the very first one, which was at the end of a direct, they were kind of just like chucked in there. I thought the 4th trailer was decent, and I thought the overview trailer was decent. So I think they've redeemed themselves somewhat. But I think part of the problem with the marketing as well is because this just hasn't had a very good development cycle. And there's been issues internally to get it done. And I don't want people to take that like, oh my God, it was a disaster. I'm just like, these are just things that pop up in game development from time to time, especially with something as big in terms of its scope. And maybe Nintendo is worried about the budget of this thing, that they don't want to put too much money into the marketing.
That's what I was curious. Like, we've already spent so much on the game.
Oh yeah,
It's not like it's not gonna be like a Mario or a Zelda or an Animal Crossing. Maybe we kind of just cut our losses and just do a nice overview trailer and a couple direct trailers.
Yeah. Also, you say you're worried about like the Prime series ending. I'm not necessarily too worried about that. So I did an interview maybe last year, I think it was, with Brian Walker. He was the producer on Metroid Prime 2 and 3. And there's actually a clip on my YouTube page. I don't know if you want to play it or not. But it's basically, yeah. So if you just type in, Nate, why Nintendo makes Metroid despite bad sales, maybe put Kiwi in there or something, and it'll more than likely come up. Because it's probably better that it just comes from the horse's mouth. I mean, I can say it too, but it's only like 2 minutes as well.
Yeah, we can play this. Yeah.
Because it pretty much explains why not to be worried. Unless this game completely bombs, I still think there'll be a Prime 5.
Okay, and real quick before you play it, I do have a question about Prime 5. We did have some rumors circulating online about Prime 5 already being in development. I found that a little bit hard to believe when we heard about it, but I am curious if you've heard anything at least about interest to jump right into it. I'm curious if this has been an exhausting endeavor for Retro and they're kind of looking to move on to something else, or if you've heard great interest in what comes next from the series.
Yeah, so that's a two-part question. So I can tell you Retro are currently very burned out right now. They are very burned out. With that being said, what usually happens with developers when they're burned out is they leave that studio and go to another one. Nobody is going to do that right now because of the way the industry is, and Retro Studios is probably one of the safest places to work in all of the United States because Nintendo do not lay people off.
Yeah.
So even though they're burned out, they'll probably take a wee breather and then go from there. These rumors about Metroid Prime 5 being a thing, it's absolute rubbish, man. I think it was Nash Weedle. And like, if you knew how game development works, it's absolute rubbish. Like, you don't work on the second game when your first game is not even finished. It's just not how this stuff works.
The only thing there could be maybe is like, the only thing I can think of is if like there was a conversation that we are going to make Prime 5. Like it's greenlit, but isn't started.
Well, not necessarily. I mean, they could have ideas for Prime 5.
Yeah.
And
like, I don't think back in 2023, right when Tears of the Kingdom came out, Aonuma and Fujibayashi talked about how like we have ideas for the next Zelda, but they hadn't even started it yet.
Yeah. And also, like, it's not like you finish a game and then you just move into the next game. They'd have to create a pitch that they have to present to Nintendo, right?
Yeah.
And then Nintendo has to greenlight it, and then they go from there. And also, this is supposed to be Tanabe-san's last game before he retires. So,
know that.
So the shadow producer of Tanabe is Reece Tabata. So it's more than likely if he retires, and the only person who knows this for certain is him, right? And you see this with creative people all the time. They're like, I'm retiring, and then they get the bug, and then they're like, actually, I don't want to retire.
Yeah, they step away for a month, and they're like, you know what?
Yes, but at this stage, he is retiring. So that would essentially mean that Reece Tabata has to transition into his role. And that takes a bit of time. And then you've got a pitch on top of that. So it's not going to be like, yeah, Prime 4 is finished. Sweet, let's go straight into Prime 5. It doesn't work like that. There may be a Prime 5. Retro might be burned out and they're like, we're done. Can we work on another IP for a while? It's entirely possible. But it also depends on how well Metroid Prime 4 sells as well. Like if it sells 1 million units, maybe there won't be a Prime 5, at least not anytime soon. If it sells 10 million, yeah, you better believe they'll be
they're going to
And my personal theory is that because people have been asking, where's Metroid Prime 2 remastered? Where's Metroid Prime 3 remastered? I think if a Metroid Prime 2 remastered was to happen, it would happen after Prime 4 is completely done. Because usually what happens is after a project is done, like engineers and designers, they'll start prototyping things to work out what their next project is. Right. Usually it results in the artists having a lot of downtime. That's why quite a few companies have DLC just to give artists something to do. So if the designers and engineers are prototyping things, the artists would be able to maybe concept up or start working on texture maps for a probable Metroid Prime 2. And then if a Metroid Prime 5 is to happen, once it's fully greenlit, then maybe the bulk of the work they outsource to someone else. That's my thinking. Right. Yeah. I know you didn't ask me that question, but I thought I'd just chuck that.
Right. No, this is great info. And I got to say, I hope that this is something that Retro gets to revisit and that they're passionate about revisiting again. I would absolutely love to see what Metroid Prime could look like, not without the constraints of Switch 1, the limitations of Switch 1. Because just looking at what we've seen, and I know we're seeing footage from the Switch 2 edition, but still just looking at this and be like, this is a Switch 1 game. This is wild. I could only imagine with the use of Switch 2, what they'd be able to put together for us. I've got four.
I'll just quickly, I'll just say something to that. So what usually happens when Retro's working on a game is Nintendo's overseeing it, right? And they have a lot of oversight on the design. Like they're super anal about the design, right? So designers will end up having to stay late. They're very meticulous about that aspect of game development. When it comes to the art, Nintendo largely let Retro do whatever they want because they have huge respect for the artists at Retro. The only time they ever give, well, not always, but most of the time they give, I suppose, info, or they want the artists to do something in particular, it's in regards to their legacy characters, like the character art, right? So they would have been like hounding the artists or whoever the artist was that was working on Samus and being like, she has to move like this armor has to be like this. It was the same with like DK, Dixie, Diddy, with Donkey Kong as well. But yeah, anyway, that's some edit info for you.
I love it. Hell yeah. And I've got 4 more questions, but before I jump into my last 4 questions, let's play that clip since it's on topic with kind of Prime 5 and at least the question regarding my concerns.
Yeah.
Yeah, you want to introduce this clip, Kiwi, so people know?
Yeah. Okay, so last year I did a whole bunch of 20th anniversary interviews with devs who worked on Metroid Prime 2. So this one was with the producer on Metroid Prime 2. And we talked about a lot of different things in the interview. Sales did come up, marketing came up. And basically in this clip, I asked him exactly that in regards to should we be worried about Metroid games in the future since they seem to be stagnating in terms of sales. And this is what he had to say. It's great stuff.
All right.
Fair to say that it's a bit worrisome in terms of the sales.
Hold on. That's on my end. See where the audio's coming out here. Aha, that's why. Okay, should come out there. All right, let's try this again. Rewind.
Restart.
Would it be?
I'm gonna have to refresh the whole thing. Try that.
Would it be?
Nope, still not working. Why is the audio not working at all?
I can hear it fine.
Yeah, I can hear it.
You can hear it. It's just me.
Can the chat hear it? Ask the chat if they can hear it.
All right, if you guys can hear it, we'll just play it. I don't have to hear it. It's fine. I've already watched it, so. Or I can just listen on my phone. well, it's playing.
Yeah, they can hear. They can all hear. So
cool.
Just play it, Nate. Yeah.
Would it be fair to say that it's a bit worrisome in terms of the sales of the franchise? Because obviously costs are increasing, but the franchise tends to just still be selling at the same level. I think Dread sold 3 million, so that's good, but I don't know what the budget was.
Probably one of my most influential mentors over the course of my career was Ben Gordon at EA. And when I was part of a mentorship program and got to talk to him a lot, learned a huge amount from him. He's just a fantastic individual. But he was also able to get me in as a fly on the wall into a lot of really high-powered board meetings and director conversations. And I quickly started to understand that even if you can't dominate a space, even if your product is not topping the charts, it's important that you still occupy a space. Even in chess terms, a pawn at e4 is still going to affect the middle. It's just a pawn, but it still has a presence. And so that presence, even if you can't dominate the middle, that pawn, that occupation is still valuable from a corporate standpoint. And that's when we start talking about the high level considerations of stock pricing and so forth. So it's having a presence is often just as important as dominating a space with chart toppers.
Right. So even though Metroid doesn't sell on the level of, say, Zelda or Smash Brothers, it's still important to Nintendo, primarily because of what it represents in the genre. And I suppose it represents a different audience, maybe a mature audience, more so than some of the other stuff.
Yeah, it represents a very high quality standard within a more mature audience.
There you go.
That's awesome.
So that pretty much explains it. And that's not just me
clip.
reiterating what he's saying. I mean, you heard it from the man himself.
Yeah.
He was a producer on Prime 2, 3, and he was senior director of development on Donkey Kong Country Returns and Mario Kart 7. So
hell yeah.
This is he does know what he's talking about.
Awesome. So I got one more question about the future, and then my last questions are more present regarding Prime 4.
Sure.
Do you think based off of any of your conversations or knowledge that you have, do you think there's a chance that this could be a title that has DLC down the road? Or do you think it's just going to be Prime 4 is what it is, and then either they're going to work on the next one or it'll be left at that?
I don't think there'll be DLC. No, especially if Tanabe's retiring, because it messes up the entire pipeline.
Sure.
I don't think so. No, I think this is a done for them, considering how long it took as well. Yeah.
Sure.
And they probably just want to work on Switch 2 hardware, to be honest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yep.
Awesome. All right. Last questions for you regarding Prime 4. I'm curious about the scope of this game. Obviously, we do have the biggest open zone we've ever seen in a Prime game with the desert. Are there going to be more open zones like that in Prime 4? And as far as scope, is this game going to be in length much bigger than anything we've seen previously in the Prime series?
I got to be careful how I answer this.
Yeah, answer very carefully.
Or don't. No, I'm just kidding.
Well, I said, I think last time I was on here, right? Because people were panicking about it being open world, but I said it wasn't open world. It's open areas, right?
Yeah.
Do you remember me saying that? Yeah.
Yes.
And so from what you can see from the trailers, I think that's very much what you're seeing. It's not an open world game. It still has the lock and key stuff that's there. What was the second question you were asking me?
The scope as far as like your adventure. Like, is this going to be the biggest adventure that we've ever gone on in the series? Or is it going to be roughly the same?
No, I think it's longer. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I think there's a whole bunch of side stuff. It's
cool.
not the traditional Metroid Prime game, but it kind of is at the same time. You can see that they've taken a lot of influence from Zelda and Ocarina of Time in terms of how the layout of the world is, right? You've got Soul Valley is like the Hyrule field, and then you've got all the different areas. Yeah.
Even the puzzle stuff that we've seen so far seems, like you said, a little bit more of like Zelda. Obviously, there was a little bit of puzzles in the old Prime games, but doesn't feel like to this degree that they're doing now. It seems like they really amped that up to the next level.
Yeah, and I don't actually know how much of that is retro and how much of that is SPD. Tanabe. Don't forget, Tanabe was a producer on Link to the Past.
Right.
So maybe, but yeah, it's clearly obvious that they've taken influence from Zelda. I see quite a bit of stuff from Skyward Sword.
Sure.
In some of the puzzle solving, especially that what is it, the psychic?
Yep, the psychic thing.
Yeah, which is like the beetle from Skyward Sword.
So much. Like,
yeah.
Awesome, good stuff. And then my last question for Prime 4. We've seen some evolutions in this series. Obviously, bigger zones, at least one massive zone compared to anything we've gotten before. New characters with escort missions, which isn't really a thing that you get in Prime games. A new mount with the motorcycle and psychic abilities. These are all evolutions for the series. Is there any special surprises? And so have we seen everything that this game has to offer? Is there more evolutions? Is there a big surprise that's been tucked away that's going to shock everyone when they finally get their hands on Prime 4? You don't have to say what it is, but
I'd make the comparison to The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So you know how there's a lot of stuff hidden? You know, like the depths and stuff?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I'll just say that there's like more to it than meets the eye. So
hell yeah.
Yeah. But they've been doing this a lot lately. Like even with Donkey Kong Bonanza, they did the same thing, right?
Oh yeah.
There's a lot more to that game than like that was shown. So it's Nintendo's style of marketing. But yeah, you'll see. Come release date. You'll see.
Awesome.
So
Kiwi,
close.
that is all my Metroid questions that I wrote down. Thank you so much for answering all those. Super informative, really exciting stuff. And of course, like hearing from you and seeing that little clip that we just put on a moment ago, that Prime still has a future. That there's hope for the series, even if this one doesn't just do gangbusters and 10, 15 million plus, even if it doesn't hit those metrics, that there's still hope for the series makes me really happy, because this is one, you know, I've been critical of the way they've been presenting it, and it's only from the position that I want this game to be as successful as possible. I want as many players to get their hands on this game, first time players. It's nice to have some positivity and excitement.
Yeah, I think that also plays in to what you said in regards to like people overreacting about stuff. I think a lot of Metroid fans are on edge because they don't want the franchise to go on hiatus again.
Yeah.
So that's probably why they're a bit, I suppose, reactionary in regards to this stuff. But you need not worry, okay? As the clip said, and like they look at Metroid a bit different to the other franchises because they know it brings in a different demographic. And once you get people into the ecosystem, they spend money on additional games, which ends up going into Nintendo's pocket, which is all important. And also, even though this game is like $100 million game, they're subsidizing the cost somewhat with Amiibo.
Yeah.
So
probably the coolest Amiibo we've ever seen. Too.
Yeah. Like when I posted about the $100 million budget, I think a lot of people just fixated on that and they didn't look at the stuff I posted underneath the original tweet, right? And obviously all the articles went ham on it, left out a few key points, but I wasn't saying this is $100 million game. Like this is going to be the end of the Prime series if it doesn't sell 5 million. I actually never said that. I was just being open about the realities of the situation. That look, Metroid Prime 1 cost 10 million, Metroid Prime 2 cost 10 million, Metroid Prime 3 cost about 12 million, and now Prime 4 is like 100 million plus, right? So you've just got to be realistic about these things. It actually has to reach a wider demographic. Like if Metroid had been with any other company, if any other publisher had the Metroid IP, it would have been dead years ago, right? They wouldn't even have wasted their time. So I think Metroid fans, you know, you just need to be chill a little bit. You know, Nintendo, they do care. They're doing their best, but you just got to be realistic.
Maybe not post that the game's trash because of one thing you don't like.
Yeah, especially when you haven't seen it. Like when you're talking about story stuff, especially, like I think it's not a good thing to do that because you don't know the full arc of the character. Like you're seeing one isolated bit. Like when it comes to story elements, especially, I do think you need to understand the full arc. I mean, we don't know. I mean, there could be some twist and Miles is like Silex, or Miles like, you know,
that'd be wild.
Betrays Samus, or who knows? Like we don't know.
It's your son.
So, yeah, and this is guesses, by the way. I don't know anything about the story. I
likely story, pal.
Yeah,
that's funny.
Yeah,
cool deal.
It's based on your script. That's why you don't want to say anything.
Nah.
Well, whoever wants to jump in next, again, Kiwi, I really appreciate it. Great stuff from you on Metroid Prime 4, and that's all I got. So,
well, I think we should drag in the Thunder since he hasn't said a word since he's been here. People watching the video version know he's here. The audio version, they just thought ThunderStash has been gone this whole time. He's actually been here, guys, for like 40 minutes. Yeah. Hasn't said anything. Welcome to the show, ThunderStash. Happy to have you here.
Thank you.
The floor is yours.
Good to be here.
What do you want to ask Reece about over here?
Let's see. So I got a little list here.
A little list?
A little
list?
A little list?
40 questions?
I don't know what a little of the stats can be like a novel, so.
No, it's not a lot. Okay,
like, I wrote 30.
I think it was yesterday or the day before. There was a rumor about The Sims. Now, I brought this up on the podcast over a year ago about The Sims coming to Switch 2. And to me, it just makes a lot of sense, of course, to have these Sims portably. We have My Sims. that was released last year. Just kind of as a title to throw on Switch one of those third-party ports to kind of feed the Nintendo Switch. And so to me, it's always made sense. And then the Joy-Con mouse controls were announced. I'm like, yeah, okay, now it makes twice as much sense. And then a rumor came out from the Sims community, and for me, it's a foregone conclusion that we're going to get a Sims title on Switch 2. That rumor that just came out just added a little bit more fuel to the fire. My question is, do you know anything about this?
No, I don't know anything. However, I will say when it comes to EA, I don't expect much. There are a couple of people in upper management that really do not like them. They still hold a grudge over the whole Origins thing. The
launcher?
Yeah, the launcher. Yeah, the Origins launcher, because it was
that nobody likes.
Well, it was supposed to be the default launcher for the Wii U. There was a negotiation that happened and it fell through quite badly, and
that's the partnership.
So
they've had a rocky relationship since. So when it comes to EA third party, they're probably the one you should expect the least to come. I'm not saying that none of their stuff will come, but it's not a situation where all of their stuff would come.
I agree with that.
Yeah,
because it's EA.
Yeah, even if GTA 6 came to Switch 2, I don't even know if Battlefield would still come.
I don't think
really.
It's going to.
Yeah. They're just very stubborn and rigid in their views. And look, I've met people who are in upper management and CEOs and stuff. A lot of these people have real massive egos and a lot of pride, and they will literally commit acts of self-sabotage over their egos because they're so fragile. I wouldn't expect it. It makes sense to me, but I haven't heard anything. But yeah, I would what's the saying? Was it hope? Prepare for the worst, hope for the best, or something?
Yeah.
Something like that.
Hope for the best, plan
I'm
for the
butchering
worst.
the line, but you know what I
was gonna say, because I know about some games from EA that are coming, but the more I think about the games I know about, a lot of them deal with properties that they don't have full control over. So it could be other people telling them you're putting this game on Nintendo rather than them making that decision themselves.
Yep.
So quite interesting.
Let me ask an addendum to that, because obviously we have the buyout with Saudi Arabia, Public Investment Fund, and when that news came out, part of me was like, maybe this will be a good thing, because there's going to be other influences now that could make more sense to where they say, no, you need to do this actually, instead of letting their egos get the best of them. Do you think this is going to play any role in EA making decisions that are better for everyone, including obviously their bottom line?
It's hard to say, man. I think Saudi Arabia are they are a red flag, but they're just they're a wild card in some ways. I just don't really know what they're going to do or what they're capable of and what their intent was to buy out EA. Was it just to keep the money machine going? Do they want to cancel some IP and just focus on a couple of core IP? If so, are they going to go all in on PC and maybe not consoles? It's just hard to know. I don't really have an answer. It also depends on if they replace anybody as well. They might buy it out and keep all the same people there, and they still do the same thing. I'm still skeptical. Skeptical.
My other part too with that is that the whole thing with EA is that's with Saudi Arabia's Public Investment Fund, and of course they're invested in Nintendo as well.
Yeah.
So connect the dots to me. it seems like it's going to get better support because the public investment fund is heavily invested in both.
Well, from a financial standpoint, I agree. It makes perfect sense. But just some of the way these people operate at the upper level.
I know that. I worked in
yeah,
corporate management.
you know, right? Like,
yeah, and I think it depends on how much Saudi Arabia wants to be hands-on or hands-off. Like if they're just buying them because they view them as a money train, because they saw their financials and like, hey, you guys just make bank every year. We'll let you run under Andrew Wilson. Just keep making bank. We're not going to say anything until the money stops. That could be how this relationship works. Or they could be a lot more hands-on. Like that's the thing. Like it's such a wild card because we've seen them have like buy parts of all these different companies like Nintendo, but yet they're pretty hands-off. They're not doing anything. They're just kind of letting we just own this part and we're letting them be. This is one of the first times where they're going to own like the entire thing, basically. So we don't really we don't really know what that's like or what that means. Obviously, for many reasons, a lot of people are going to be skeptical, of course. It'd just be like if Tencent bought them. We'd be equally skeptical over what the hell they're going to do with the company. So, yeah, we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, I wish I had an answer. I don't have an answer yet. It's kind of a watch this space. But I think probably over the next 6 to 12 months, depending on what sort of support Switch 2 gets from EA, which will probably answer your question.
Yeah, I'm just interested. Saudi Arabia is just really, they've grown a lot when it comes to gaming. I've been kind of keeping my eye on them with all these investments as well, because they tend to make some really good investments that you can copy.
They're smart.
Yeah, and
I know a lot of people like to crap on them, but whether you don't like them or not, they are smart.
Yeah, their money, when they invest their money, they make it back.
Yeah,
like
and
they know what they're doing.
Yeah, they got Scrooge McDuck money, man. They're not like Elon Musk where their money is reported. They'll be trillionaires based on oil. I'm telling you right now.
Yeah,
yeah, they're way richer than Elon Musk. It's just not recorded. In Forbes.
Yeah. Just to spit out a few numbers, like I've had kind of this document that I go over with these different countries with gaming, but they're home to 23.5 million gamers, and that represents 63% of their total population.
Wow.
So 63% of their population plays video games. And
is it predominantly online games? Do you know?
Let's see. Let me see what I have here.
It could be mobile too, like phone games.
Yeah, when you say
32% play mobile.
Games.
Yeah, 32. Okay, 30. Yeah, a large chunk of mobile. That's not surprising.
Yeah. So like once you start breaking it down and you work out where these gamers actually are, whether it's mobile or console or PC, whatever, that can probably give you more of a.
But console and PC is going up. It's on the uptrend, and even Saudi women is up to 48% identifying as gamers. So I was like, this is very interesting. Yeah, I'm just keeping my eye on them, and with the EA stuff and Nintendo and just the investments they're making, I'm just hoping they make some more consumer friendly decisions that I think would positively affect their bottom line. But again,
I love your optimism, dude.
Well, at the same time, I know there's only so much you can do, right? Like from our position, it makes sense, but if you got people that are in charge that have
whatever makes them the most money,
Nintendo, then
the decision. If that decision happens to be consumer friendly, sure.
Yeah, I mentioned this in my presentation at the NZGDC when I was talking about Nintendo's game design philosophy. Is Nintendo will sacrifice short-term gains to preserve the longevity of their IP. They think really long-term. A lot of these big publishers like the EAs, the Microsofts, the Ubisofts and stuff, they don't think like that. It's all about like appeasing shareholders and like trying to make as much money as you can within the shortest time frame. And that's why they are who they are and why Nintendo is who they are.
Yeah,
that's a great point. I think it's very noticeable too. I mean, I always think of like the power side of things with hardware. kind of pumping the brakes on that and not pushing their hardware to the maximum like Sony or Microsoft has. And we've seen diminishing returns from the competitors, but Nintendo, they've still got like, we're making jumps. Like the jump from Switch to Switch 2 feels a lot bigger than PS4 Pro to PS5, or even PS5 to PS5 Pro, which is wild. But
yeah, I don't really understand like how they think that's sustainable. I don't even understand what the point is of another PlayStation like PS6.
Yeah,
it's like especially when you consider casual gamers, right? I mean, I like to think of myself as a hardcore casual gamer because I'm not like playing 50 games a year or something like some people are. But most casual gamers, what are they playing? They're playing Fortnite, they're playing Roblox, they're playing Call of Duty, they're playing FIFA, probably GTA. They're playing the same games over and over, right? And you don't need like this amazing, huge leap in graphics. They don't really care about ray tracing, and they don't really care about 120 frames per second and stuff. So I'm like, how are you going to convince all these people to upgrade to something that theoretically they don't actually need, and it's not going to actually change the fundamental experience?
Yeah. And it's a bigger risk too.
Yeah.
It's like a much bigger risk, as we've seen.
Yeah, so I'm curious to see what the competitors do, because we are reaching the point of diminishing returns, and these games are just, especially in the West, it's a big problem, a very big problem, and I worry specifically for the industry in America, because I think for the longest time, America's kind of had the cream of the crop in terms of the talent. Obviously Japan as well, but Japan's kind of off doing its own thing. But what you're starting to see now is you're seeing a lot of talented game developers in places like Europe, China, obviously, parts of East Asia. And when the average salary in America is like $150,000, and you could outsource a lot of that to talented people in Europe or Southeast Asia and pay like the same salary for like 4 people, it kind of undercuts the American game development sector. Like, why would you do it? Like, Rockstar is a perfect example. There are 1,600 people, 1,600 devs in Rockstar Bangalore, India, that are working on GTA 6 right now. Right?
It's so wild, dude.
And if you think about, like, if the average salary is $150,000 in America, you could pay for like 4 Indians to do that, right? And I know in Rockstar in India, they do predominantly QA, art, and animation, right? And then they do like the basic run through, or like the first iteration, and then once it needs to be fine tuned, they send it off to like people in the States and stuff. But that's my concern, is you're going to start seeing the effects of not only AI but a lot of outsourcing. And I think it's going to be a devastating blow to a lot of these AAA studios. Sorry, I have no idea how we digressed there and got onto that. But
talking about games in the industry, man, it happens. You should see some of the tangents that happen during this. So the reason like our episodes have been averaging closer to 5 hours lately. This is why. All the time.
We've legit argued about candy for an hour on the podcast and stuff.
Wow. All my candy's upstairs now.
From like someone like popping a candy, just completely derailing the podcast.
Dude, we had a 20-minute discussion once on RC Cola because of ThunderStash. Like, yeah, it happens. Can you tell we're a group of people who only get together once a week to talk? There's a lot to talk about.
Right?
There is. All right, Stash, you got some more questions?
Yeah. Okay, so recently we've had a lot of games obviously either shadow dropped or announced with short release window. AC Shadows, December 2nd. Red Dead Switch 2, December 2nd. We have System Shock Remake that is still coming here in 2025. And then, of course, Tomb Raider just came out. Do you know of any other shadow drops this year for Switch 2?
Not next year, but I know some next. Not this year, but next year I do.
You know, of some shadow drops or some
next year.
some games that haven't been announced, I guess.
Yep. They'll just be shadow
That's what
drops,
makes them
just
shadow
like this.
drops.
Yep. I'm not going to tell you what they are though, because
Did you know about the Tomb
obviously
Raider one?
I have to keep a good relationship with these guys.
Any big ones?
Well, it depends on what you define as big.
Any AAA ones.
Like for example, I think anything big from like Capcom to me would be a big one. Like the next Okami, obviously that's not going to get shadow drop next year, but like
that's
Onimusha, stuff like that, games like that, those aren't shadow drops. I know those aren't shadow drops, but that caliber is more what I'm getting at.
There is one that I'll mention. And if you know the sort of people that I interview, that will probably give you a little bit of a hint as to what it may be. But I won't say
I'm going to watch every interview he's ever done. Trying to figure it out.
Yeah.
Good luck. There's a lot of interviews, guys. Good luck.
Sorry, I know I'm being vague, but like there's only so much I can say without pissing off like every single developer, not to mention
the point is, guys, multiple shadow drops coming next year to Switch 2. Part of the reason he's out there publicly saying 2026 is going to be a big year for third party on Switch 2. This is part of that.
It is indeed.
Not all of it. Obviously not every game shadow drop, guys. God, come on.
No. It has to make sense. Like they'll be looking at data and then
I think the Tomb Raider shadow drop made a lot of sense this week. That was a good one.
Yeah, I think it was
dropping for $20, $18 for the initial sale. Yeah, guys, everyone figured out it's not the PS4 version. It's $18, 60 FPS. People did all these comps to the PS4 and like it'd be an upscale like on PS5. And guys, outside of the hair, it basically looks identical. What are we doing? These are great games.
Yep.
Even the old versions, they're great games. It's $18. Come on. Good shadow drop.
Very good.
A shout out, by the way. Well, I think it was Aspire who did the port for that.
Yeah.
And I want to make sure we shout out Panic Button. They just announced before the show that they've been the ones behind all of Nintendo's like enhanced like games and stuff. Like they were hired by Nintendo for that. So shout out to Panic Button for making our games better on Switch 2.
Here's another direct question for you. So Shenmue 3 was announced. Obviously, Shenmue 1 and 2 have never been on Nintendo. Those are the better games, of course, as well. You heard anything about Shenmue 1 and 2 coming?
He just injects his opinion as a fact just to lead the question.
I mean, it is. But have you you heard about Shenmue 1 and 2 coming to Switch 2?
I have not. I have not heard anything, unfortunately.
Okay.
Sorry.
Hey, you shot your shot. It was worth it.
That's fine. Okay, the Game Awards. Obviously, Game Awards always full of big announcements. Game Awards is going to obviously it'll have a focus on Expedition 33, the big one.
Just a little.
Would be a great stage to announce that that's in development for Switch 2. Death Stranding 2 will be there. Another great stage to announce Death Stranding Switch 2 edition, the first one. Alan Wake 2. Alan Wake has had obviously a big presence over the years at the Game Awards. Another great stage to announce something about a Switch 2 edition. Baldur's Gate, all these games that have had these big presences at the Game Awards. Curious if you know of any games that will be announced at the Game Awards, not shadow dropped, but announced to be coming to Switch 2 that are significant.
I don't really know about announcements in terms of Game Awards and stuff because I primarily deal with developers. They're not really in charge of that stuff. Yeah, as to when something gets announced. You'll notice like I pretty much never give release dates because developers are like, we don't know. We don't make that decision. So I couldn't tell you. I wouldn't think you'd do that though. like to be on the Game Awards, it costs a lot of money. Like it would probably be more expensive to be on the Game Awards than to be in a Nintendo Direct. That's what I'm thinking. So it might be more viable for them to just announce it on their own, depending on the game, or B, announce it in a Direct.
Yeah, so specifically, like Expedition 33 or, obviously they're going to be up there on the microphone. So it's not going to cost them any money to say.
Are they going to be? You're assuming they're going to
by
win?
the way, this is coming.
They're going to win one of the 12 awards they're up for?
Yeah, by the way, this you can look forward to playing this next year on Switch 2, or obviously Death Stranding. Like these are things that you could, I think, get away with without paying anything out of pocket, and especially with Death Stranding, I'm sure Jeff would be like, "Yeah, no problem. I won't charge you anything."
Yeah, I don't think Kojima
my
gets
boy.
charged for anything he does there.
I don't think so either.
I don't think he's charged for anything.
He might receive money.
I don't think Kojima-san would do that. Just knowing Japanese culture and like the respect that Japanese tend to have for each other, I don't think they would do a fast one. He would do a fast one like that and announce Death Stranding 2 while he's on stage.
Yeah. You know what? He's going to be mad. He's going to be mad at the Game Awards because they discluded Kirby Air Riders, and he's really good friends with Sakurai. They go to dinners together. He's going to protest. I ain't making no Nintendo announcements here. You left my boy's game out of the awards. I'm just playing.
All right, I have 2 more questions.
Okay.
I'm not going to ask you anything Xbox because, I don't have any questions. I know it. Feel like I know what's going to happen there. PlayStation though, PlayStation's more. I think that's more interesting about any of their IP. Do you know of any other IP that are going to be coming to Switch 2? Obviously, outside of the show, MLB The Show.
Do I know of other games that are coming to Switch 2?
Yeah, any PlayStation
from
IP
Sony,
outside
is that
of
what
the
you're
show.
asking? Oh, outside of. No comment.
Okay, cool. Got it. Thank you. And then the last one. This question's for Nate because Nate's gonna forget to ask you.
Let me just move on. I love it.
Nate's gonna forget to ask you this one. But he claims to know this.
Oh God.
It's not the ending of Ocarina of Time, is it?
No, it's a game that's been in development for 17 years, and he believes it's still in active development. That's Beyond Good and Evil 2. And I just want to know, as a
great
joke,
question,
if you know anything about it.
He just wants to destroy me quick on my source.
Oh my
Well,
God.
you know what? Hey, Kiwi might know something.
The way I view Beyond Good and Evil 2 is the same thing I view with like Half-Life 3. Like I've heard so many different things over so long that it's just gotten to the point that it just feels like noise to me. So like I've heard, yes, it's still in development, but what does that actually mean? That doesn't necessarily mean it's in development. It just means like oh, we kind of have this idea. Like with Half-Life 3, I've known about that game for ages. Like it started
for half a lifetime, huh?
Well, I can't remember when exactly they started working on it, but basically because like Valve, for example, has a flat structure, they don't have a hierarchical structure, so people can just do whatever they want, right? So like they can start a project and then they have to try and convince the rest of the team to get on board with their project. And I know for like Half-Life 3, they started it, then they stopped it, then they started it again, then stopped it. Started it again and stopped it. So it's been going on for so long that I'm just like, unless I see a trailer, I have no idea. And it's similar with Beyond Good and Evil. Like it's just kind of gone on so long that I'm just kind of like, it's just noise. Yeah.
That's where I'm at.
I mean, that official announcement, to be honest, felt like just noise. It looked nothing like a Beyond Good and Evil game. They were like advertising like, oh, you can pay to develop the game too on our portal.
Yeah, I mean, the amount of money they've poured into that by now, they'll never make that back, man. Like, and they're
Oh,
not
yeah.
Valve. They're not sitting on the infinite money glitch. So like, it's
No, they're sitting down there. We might be sold. We had to pause our stock glitch.
exactly. So like, who knows what's happening with that game? Honestly, the minute I start to get different I suppose intel, I know something's definitely up, and I'm like, maybe this isn't what I think it is. So, and that's the case with that game. I at this point I'm just like, I have no idea. There's just so many
Right.
different stories that I've heard over the years that I'm just kind of like, I'm done. I don't even want to know what's happening with that game anymore.
Stash could not debunk my source. I'm happy. All right.
Yeah.
Oh, I gotta ask because Stash
There's a nice
asked,
track.
such a great question about Beyond Good and Evil. What about any mumblings or murmurs of Star Citizen coming to Switch 2? Or
No,
coming
I
at
haven't
all?
heard anything. Sorry. Yeah, absolutely nothing.
Shut down.
Yeah, shut down. Sorry, bro.
I got one more. This is just one from the chat. Michael J. He loves Kingdom Come on Switch, and I personally I could answer it for him. I think it's coming to Switch too. But have you heard anything about Kingdom Come Deliverance coming to Switch too?
The second one, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, because we have the first.
Yes, but I don't trust the source fully.
Okay.
Cool.
So like I'm a bit
Make a difference.
weary on the source. Yeah. So like I have heard that it's coming, but
think
this
it makes sense.
this person's gotten stuff wrong before. So I wouldn't trust the intel. That's what I'd say.
Is this the same person you have a bet with on GTA 6?
No, man. No. The person with GTA 6, that's an India person, right?
Yeah.
They're connected to Rockstar Bangalore. So all their info tends to revolve around Rockstar for the most part.
Okay. I'm just making sure.
This is a completely different source. Yeah. But the one who's in India, yeah, he's interesting.
Very
chat.
adamant, apparently.
Yeah, he was.
Because
He's
you know,
like, you know what he said? He's like, I'm telling you, Kiwi, 150%, it is coming. It is coming 150%. GTA 6 Switch 2.
is
I'm
he
like-
like? I have to ask, like, is this the most adamant he's been on things he's told you? Because I know you said he's gotten things wrong in the past, right? So it's like, he's not the most trustworthy of sources, but it's like he more adamant about this than anything else he's ever said.
Well, here's the thing. Like, this can deviate.
I know you don't think GTA 6 is coming. To clarify, he's put out there he does not believe GTA 6 is coming to Switch 2 at least anytime soon.
So look, my wife's from India, right? I've been to India multiple times. Love the country, love the people. With that being said, I understand the culture quite well. And the culture is a culture where status plays a huge part in the culture, right? Mm-hmm. So what can sometimes happen as a result of that is people sometimes they exaggerate the truth, or they outright lie to give the perception that they are more important or more successful than what they are, right?
Sure.
And I'm not saying that's always the case, but I'm just saying with the way this guy is regarding GTA 6, like, it's so like over the top that I'm like, no, I'm pretty good at reading the stuff. And I think he's trying to make it seem like he's has some genuine intel on like the biggest game ever. But I'm like, dude, there is literally nobody else that has corroborated what you have said. I'm like, how can that be? If this was true, I would have been able to find some info from somebody. But you're telling me that you somehow gained access to like
watch him be
high
like
level information.
Watch him be like be like in the end when if it gets announced like next year, if he's like, see, I told you, and how did he know? I was directly working on it.
Well, I know what he does for a living, so I know. So I know he doesn't work at Rockstar. That's another thing, right?
Okay, so he's like an outsourced company.
Yeah. So he's like connected to someone who knows someone at Rockstar.
Okay, sure.
So he's like third in the chain. But I will say this: he was the very, very first person that told me about Red Dead Redemption 2 on Switch 2 before I got it confirmed from like 8 developers, right? But the first inkling of it came from him. So and as I've said, he's been right about stuff before, and he's been like, he told me ages ago about like what was it, GTA trilogy coming to Switch?
Sure.
Yeah, he told me about that and stuff.
Yeah,
But,
because they probably handled the port or part of the porting process out there.
well, maybe. I mean, I still don't know how.
I know we know who did the port, and it was a very not a good port.
Yeah, but I don't think Rockstar Bangalore had much involvement with that port though, so I still don't understand how he got that
How we
information.
knew.
Yeah, and
I wonder if
frankly, I don't want to know because it's probably dodgy.
It could also be one of those things where maybe if he did know, like assuming that the information he got was good, maybe it was because maybe in the very early days they had considered using that part of Rockstar to port it before they decided to go elsewhere. Could have been part of a discussion, a high level discussion that, because obviously we don't know who he knows and who they know, and you know how high up the chain that they get the information from.
Like I don't know. I
not
don't
a
know
reliable
who,
source, guys. Just
I don't know who he's connected to exactly.
Yeah.
Like obviously I
But-
know quite a few people in India. My wife's family are quite important in certain states, I guess you could say. Like so they know quite a few different people. But
people
Yeah.
know there.
So but with this guy, I mean, he's just so over the top. And then when he doubled down and he's like, I'm telling you, 100%. I'm just like,
This was awesome.
dude, I was just like,
For his
okay.
sake, I kind of hope it happens, just to make him smile.
Oh, dude, like,
Make his
hey,
day.
hey, there's a part of me that wants to be wrong because, like, I'd love to play GTA 6 on Switch too because it's actually more suited to my lifestyle. Having like a massive, like the PS5 is so big, man, and it's like it takes up so much room. Like my missus doesn't like it. She's like, it takes up too much room. Like, and sometimes I alternate. Sometimes I'm playing on the TV. Sometimes I'm playing in my office. So then I have to move my PS5. Yeah, it's just a pain in the ass. So like having the Switch 2 is actually ideal for my lifestyle. So playing GTA 6 on the Switch 2 would be great. It's fine, you know. But like I try to be realistic about these things, and until somebody else corroborates that GTA 6 Switch 2 is a thing, I'm just not willing to believe this guy. Look, I mean, and I'll happily buy him dinner.
You guys have a dinner bet on this, by the way. So you know his source is like very adamant, but again, not the most trustworthy. Has been right on some stuff, has been wrong on some stuff. Doesn't directly work at Rockstar. That's how this happens. You know.
Yeah. I'll quickly just explain everything to the chat. So basically, I have a bet with a guy in India. I'm supposed to be in India next year, around about June, July. Okay, so if the Switch 2 version of GTA 6 is announced, and by the way, he said day and date. It's the PS5
okay.
Yeah, like this is same.
Wild.
Yeah.
Okay. Same day.
I'm questioning. Yeah, that's wild. That's wild.
Yeah, same day. This isn't a bit like
Well,
it's
that
going to be
delay,
announced.
that delay was for it then.
Yeah.
Confirmed.
So when I get to India, if it hasn't been announced by that date, then he's going to buy me dinner. If it has, and it comes out on the day, you know,
There's no
what's it,
way we get to,
November?
like,
Is it
there's
November?
no way we get to like the June direct, and if it's coming out next year, we don't hear about it. There's no way.
Yeah,
That'd be
Well, that's what I mean.
monumental.
I mean, look, do you think I'm being, realistic about this?
Well, the moment you said day and date, I was like, okay,
Yeah.
that
Yeah,
like ever someday, same day as PC in 2027, 2028, maybe day and date with the other console.
yeah. Because then theoretically, how do you do that bit as well? If it's like, well, it's coming at some point.
The
then
only
how do you do the bit? You just keep moving it until it finally gets announced.
I speculated that the only way that would even be remotely possible, and this comes from Kit and Krista talking about how much Nintendo of America has really tried to court Rockstar over the years and kind of failed to do so, would be that Nintendo has one thing now they used to not have, and that is Shiver Entertainment. And we know what game they ported most recently for Switch 2. if that was offered as an olive branch to be like, hey, we'll pay to port the thing to our system. We have our own team, experts. Let's put them on it. But that would be like the only card I think Nintendo could pull out that might make them go, well, if you're willing to pay for the port and use your own internal team, we have to oversee it and make sure that it works. And because they want to make sure it's gotta be the same game. And there's going to be multiplayer with microtransactions. Like, they got to make sure everything's working internally as well. But it's interesting because that's the only way I can see day and date. And even then, I'm not so sure that Shiver Entertainment has the manpower to try to pull this monumental. They could massively hire. I know they have been hiring, but not to a level that I think they're working on GTA 6. But it's one of those things where the moment you said day and date, I'm like, okay, yeah, I'd be just like you. Someday, yes.
Yeah. And the other thing, just to rebuttal like what you said about Shiver Entertainment, I don't see Rockstar outsourcing it to any company. There is too much of a security risk with that game. Like, dude, I've heard of like fans literally flying drones up to like the office windows to try and get any footage, like pretending to be postmen, like doing all these wild things just to try and get some stuff.
Think
like,
about what doesn't leak about this game.
Yeah, like they got like NASA level security, man. Like Rockstar don't play with this stuff, so they're not going to run the risk of Shiver or some developer at Shiver potentially leaking it or making an error which causes somebody to hack them or something. Like they've learned quite a lot from the first hack, and they're even more vigilant now than they used to be.
And
so
Nintendo doesn't have the greatest track record, especially in the United States, for things not leaking out. Like we've had leaks for Metroid. We've had, granted, we didn't know Shiver was working on the one game, but I think it's just because nobody cared to bother to check.
Yeah. Like it's WWE. Who cares?
Yeah.
Like,
and
I mean that in the most respectful way.
Yeah, no one was bothering to be like, hey, who's working on this port that hasn't been announced yet? For no one, but if it was a bigger game like GTA, like, if anybody caught wind that knows people that working on it at Shiver, it's probably going to get out.
Yeah. Like Rockstar just do what they want to do, man. And I just, even if Nintendo was to throw them a whole bunch of money, I don't think there is any amount of money they could possibly throw at Rockstar where they'd be like, yep, because they make so much money from GTA Online anyway that it doesn't.
Money.
They don't need Nintendo. They just don't. They'll. Yeah, I mean,
Krista have said where Kit and Chris is like, we've tried courting them while we were there, and nothing we did worked. I'm like, yeah, because they don't need anybody. There's nothing Nintendo can offer that's going to be like, yeah, we could just do that ourselves if we really wanted to. We just don't want to.
Yeah. Like, especially when, Nintendo is very powerful at the moment. They're way more powerful than they used to be.
Yeah. Market leading kind of power.
Yeah. But even so, man, I like GTA 5 sold 200 million units without Nintendo at all. So,
but you can also imagine, hey, could that have been 230 million?
I know, but that's the thing. Rockstar do a lot of weird stuff, man. Like where you would think they would port stuff just to make additional money, and then they just don't do it, right?
Yeah.
Like GTA 4. Like
we should note, however, that more of Rockstar stuff has been coming to Nintendo than we're accustomed to. Obviously, with the trilogy, we had Red Dead Redemption 1, new update coming. Really excited for that. They decided to give us that free update to Switch 2. And then obviously we know Red Dead Redemption 2. You're not the only person to say this. Date that hates been saying it as well. Lots of people have heard things about Red Dead Redemption 2. I heard things years ago. Kind of figured it was going to be on Switch 2 because they tried on Switch 1 and it never got fully greenlit. But they did try. It was really neat for me to find out from some of my friends that they actually did try to put it on Switch 1. That said, the fact that they even tried to put it on Switch 1, and this was back when like Red Dead Redemption 2 was like new. Like they tried to put it on Switch 1 back then. But it just didn't. Rockstar's got like certain fidelity and certain things they want to match up, and if they can't make it work, they're just not going to bother. So it never got greenlit for that. Obviously, got moved over to Switch 2 eventually later. What's interesting to me is that also means like, well, they did try. I know for a fact they tried to put Red Dead Redemption 2 closer to when it came out on Switch 1, just didn't work. Now we know based on your sources, Nate the Hate and others, it's coming to Switch 2 probably. I assume at some point next year. Maybe early next year. I know Nate the Hate was under the impression it would be within the launch window. Okay, well, that doesn't look like that's going to be the case because we're getting the Red Dead Redemption 1 update. But then again, if they're doing the 1 update, they probably want that out before they drop 2. So kind of makes some sense if they space out 2 a bit into next year. But it's interesting because that also is like the last game they really put out was 2 until 6 comes out. So it's like maybe they are a bit more chummy with Nintendo than they once were, and maybe do see the forest for the trees of, hey, when we talked about Nintendo back with GTA 5, they weren't shit. Why do we care about what they're doing? The Wii U's tanking, the 3DS is not something we're really that interested in. Hey, late in the Switch 1 life, we started bringing a bunch of games over. Now we're bringing 2 to Switch 2. Switch 2 is selling faster than any console in history. Maybe we want to be part of that rapid growth, get in there in the early days and ride the climb.
Maybe, but I also know that Rockstar have a culture.
Just trying to throw your guy bone.
I just Rockstar have a culture of like they have a certain vision, and they don't like to compromise on that vision. And I think the big issue for Switch 2 is the CPU. Like if they have to remove population density, that might not be something that they're willing to do. There will be a line in the sand that will be.
It comes down to experience with the game, because I know there's been just some developer interviews I've been paying attention to, and you would know more about this. In fact, we have a question that's kind of related to this. I'll put up here from a fan. But obviously, the GPU is much stronger than the CPU relative to each other in the console. And I've heard from some developers that what they've been trying to do is, when they have the dev kits, they're learning that they can offload some of that to the GPU in ways that they didn't realize they could, because they just didn't have to in the other systems.
Exactly.
So it is also possible that with optimization, again, this is a huge thing, industry optimization. It's a big thing behind the scenes, like trying to optimize video games. They're not always even given the time to properly optimize. GTA, I think, will get the time for that, hence all the delays. But it's interesting because there is maybe a way where, they got to lower the population density if they keep it all CPU bound. But if there's a way they could somehow make it more GPU bound and still have it somehow function with whatever online crossplay they have, that's obviously something that they would be exploring. Because I only say this because we obviously know they have dev kits. We're literally getting Switch 2 games from them. So, it's one of those, it just seems like, just to throw your guy a bone, like, hey, they seem to be a bit more friendly with Nintendo heading into Switch 2 now than they ever were in the past. So like, for like their next big game, that's going to be like the best selling game of all time, potentially, if it could somehow beat GTA 5. It's like, what's the one thing that can push you over? Well, what about the one platform you weren't on? And it's portable. People love to play portably. Like, hey, in your testing, like when you're working on the PC version, did you get it working on Steam Deck? Well, okay, then maybe it probably can run on Switch 2.
Maybe. I mean, look, I am not an engineer, so this is way above my knowledge base.
Way above your knowledge.
It
might be as well. I want to throw this. Maybe you might have some general comments on this question. This is from Kooster. He said, after a developer gets a Switch 2 dev kit, what's been more difficult, porting or optimization?
I think it depends on the game. Really, it's really hard to answer. I couldn't give you like some.
It's a big
it's the port or the. It really depends on the game. What's required.
That's what I figured based on your answer. I'm like, if you don't obviously get that deep into the weeds on it, because a lot of it requires direct, like actually making game, understanding all of that fundamentals there. Okay, cool. There was one other question from a fan I wanted to throw out here, if I could find it. Well, I'll ask this one while I'm looking for it. I know you're not going to say anything, but I have to try. What's this big surprise game next year? It's going to make people, the WTF moment.
Oh, right. Yeah. What about
you recently put this out? Tell me you forgot already. This was like yesterday or the day before. Like this was not originally in my line of questions until that tweet went out, and I'm like, okay.
I've actually posted about it before, but for some reason it didn't get the traction like it did. Was it yesterday that I posted it?
Yeah,
the day before. Yeah.
I made it in my news video today. I was like, I don't know what the hell he's talking about, but I have to ask him on the show. It is what it is. I expect zero actual knowledge on what the game is unless you're willing to give anything.
Okay, so no comment.
Okay. Eastern develop.
Look, I can't say anything without it.
Damn it! I was
hoping to get away.
The world.
Yeah, like I just I can't. Like, I've been trying to think of a way of how I could say it, but I can't think of a way without, giving it away. And like,
I tried.
I would be in so much crap.
Yeah.
If I just outright said it, like,
I
reputation
had to
is
try.
destroyed.
I'd be so proud.
Yeah.
Make
You might not get much more developer interviews. We literally reveal
that's it.
information you're not supposed to.
Right.
It's one thing
Takes
to get people excited. It's another thing to say exactly what it is and ruin the reveal.
Yeah.
Kind of like
Takes
last
us.
time. We did get him to mention Fallout was coming, but he wouldn't quite commit to which one it was. But if you pay attention to what he was saying, he had a certain facial expression when he said Fallout 4, and I was like, oh, okay, I'm not going to draw attention to it. Just let it be. Let it be. Let's just see what happens. And then literally vilified. Dude, he shouted out our podcast that he was on when he brought up the Fallout when it was announced. Because he's like, hey, if you guys would have watched some stuff I was on, maybe this wouldn't be a surprise to you.
To be honest, after I said it, I was like, oh my God, this is going to get so much news traction.
And
And then, like, nothing. I was like, that's kind of good in a way.
It's buried in a
What
5-hour show. People aren't digging
that, yeah.
I'm the
Well,
only.
I mean,
the next day, I put it in a video the next day, so it should have been super easy for anyone that wanted to know. You just had to watch my news video the very next day that had the clip, and it was just exactly what you said.
Yeah,
Left
yeah.
it at that, you know.
I have watched your like your news segments quite a few times. So I do appreciate the shout outs. It is always a bit weird when I'm like watching a video about myself.
you,
I'm
yeah.
this is like very narcissistic. I can't do this.
Yeah.
somehow.
Very weird. When I appear in other people's videos, whether it's positive or negative, it just feels so weird.
It does feel weird, right? It's
I'm
like it almost
Yeah,
feels
that's what
like
I do. I shouldn't be in your video. Wait, what?
Yeah. So
You guys are crazy. I watch my videos all day and smile.
well, I mean, like when I'm editing a podcast, like an interview, obviously I'm watching myself back,
Yeah.
and taking like notes of what I did wrong and what I did right and stuff. But then after that, I'm done, man. I don't go back and watch my old interviews because I just cringe. I'm like, nah, I can't do it. Unless there's a specific reason for me to do it.
All right, attack the backlogs in the chat quick. I'll just throw this out. He says, Reece, wink if the WTF game is Crimson Desert. By the way, there's already been rumors on that game coming thanks to GameStop to switch to. And by the way, we asked people in person at PAX West about it coming to Switch 2. I made sure to answer that after they interviewed us and put us up on the throne. I'm like, look, I got one question. Coming to Switch 2? And their response was literally like, oh, so people on Nintendo are interested in this game. As I'm literally sitting there wearing a Switch 2 t-shirt. But the way they said it was like, what do you want us to say? We're not about to confirm this for you, but yeah, okay.
Yeah.
What's that like? What's the term in America? Is it like plead the fifth? Is that what it is?
Yeah, played the fed. Yeah.
It was like very all of us were. It was very obvious that there's like, we want to say something, but we can't.
That's so funny.
I got him right on the spot. Hey, you interviewed us. I thought it was open season to ask a question back. My bad. Anyways,
Kiwi,
one for that.
Kiwi, I got a question from someone in chat asking, have you heard anything about Persona 6? I know it's one that a lot of RPG fans have been like anxiously awaiting some sort of announcement on. I know we are getting that remake of Persona 4 in the near future, and that one's going to be coming to Switch too, which is awesome. But what about Persona 6? Have you heard any mumblings or murmurings about that one? Feels like
my
ages
sources
now.
don't really stretch that far.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
And this,
I'm planning on doing. I'll do the announcement here. Okay. I haven't announced this officially yet. So next year, I've been dealing with it behind the scenes. It's very hard to make happen, but the plan is to do Japanese interviews next year.
Oh, rad! Hell yeah.
Interviewing Japanese developers. It's very hard to make happen, which is why no one's really attempted it. And I'm finding that out behind the scenes, but it is something that's going on. So hopefully I have more to share.
That would be nice.
Yeah. Because I think one of the biggest problems is that you have all these legends in the Japanese side of the industry and they don't get their time to shine, right? Like these people are in their 60s, 70s, like the Miyamotos, the Onumas, the Sakurais, the Kojimas, like they don't really do long form interviews, and it would be a shame if worst case scenario something happened to them, and they never got to share,
whatever
details about the games they've worked on and just things about their life and challenges that they overcame to reach.
Yeah, that's maybe not that's not in the company curated way.
Yeah. So that is the plan. The biggest problem is one, Japanese people, the type of people, you can't just like do this stuff. They like to build up a relationship with someone first.
Mm-hmm.
They're not just going to trust you out the gate. They're like, who the heck's this hobbit from Middle Earth? I'm doing an interview with this guy. So I'm working with some people in Japan to try and get my foot in the door. The second thing is it's going to be very, very costly to do.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to figure out a way to subsidize the cost, because you need to pay for a translator. You need to pay for the dubbing. So look, I'm not trying to earn Scrooge McDuck money here, but it does have to be financially viable in order for it to make sense. But yeah, so that is something I'm doing behind the scenes. Hopefully I'll have more info at a later date.
All right, I got another question from a fan here. Said, anything new on the Black Flag remake, if you've heard anything?
Anything new as in what? When it's coming out? What is he...
I don't know.
I don't know what he means.
For fans, I'm like, I can't expand on it. Other than, there's lots of rumors on this thing, but like...
Well, yeah, it exists. That's all I can say. Like, as I've said before, I don't have access to like release dates. Devs that I know don't make those decisions. So yeah, I can tell you it exists, but that's all I got. Sorry.
Okay. Eric, you had a question, right?
Yeah. And I don't know if you're going to be comfortable sharing, anything.
You'll just say no.
This one.
I know.
I know. I know.
I love how you're being so nice about it.
Yeah, but with your position of being like an insider and a leaker type of thing,
interviewer is probably a better
interviewer.
word.
Yes.
But yes.
Whatever. Yeah.
Yeah.
All of the above.
Yes. All of the above.
Yeah, it seems that way.
With your sources, what's your process on vetting them and things like that? And then if they make your list, what would be something that would all of a sudden just immediately cross them off your list?
That's a very good question, dude. So usually when I get intel, I keep it close to my chest, and usually after they get about 3 or 4 things right in a row, then I'll be like, okay, they're usually pretty trustworthy, because I hear a lot of stuff. A lot of it's just noise.
Sure.
So yeah, it's a matter of them seeing their track record first. So they might come to me and say, I don't know, Majora's Mask remastered comes out next year.
All right, clip it, everybody.
Yeah. And then I'm like, okay, but then I'd keep that entirely to myself. I wouldn't say anything, right? And then if it comes out, I'm like, oh, okay, you got that right, Drew. And then so that's kind of how I build the relationship with it.
Do you keep like a spreadsheet on people so it's like easy to organize and check off?
I probably should, to be honest.
Yeah.
I feel like something that you might want a spreadsheet.
Yeah. But the thing is, like, if anybody was to obtain,
Oh boy,
that's a big problem, right?
Oh, God.
Yeah. Like your guy to India. India man 1. Just very general.
Well, I mean, he's connected to like my wife in some regard, like not directly, but like I kind of know. And I mean, because he's so eccentric,
former
as well.
employee twice removed.
Yeah.
No,
I just call him. I call him Mr. 150%, because when he's saying something is true, he's always like 150%. It is true.
Dude, that's awesome. I love it. The energy behind that is great. It's so good. Literally for his sake, and honestly for Switch 2 owner's sake, I would love for him to be true on that one. Kind of funny.
Yes, man. I'm happy to buy him.
Hey, we did get additional context on at least that source that you're not really buying into, but there is a bet on the line for it. So hey, I don't know if that means much.
We'll find out next July.
Next June,
I said if I win, I'll take a picture of the meal while I'm in India. I'll post it on Twitter too. I won't post him because I got to keep him.
Well, yeah, no doubt.
out of
Yeah,
the shot, but I'll take a post of the dinner.
Like, some people
but
know
I
that
won't-
meeting happened.
Yeah, and because Rockstar has ninjas, I wouldn't post it to Twitter until way after the meeting.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like Thanksgiving time. All right, now it's up.
Yeah.
All right.
But,
You probably don't know anything on this.
well-
I'll let you follow. I just want to make sure I mentioned this before I forgot.
Yeah.
Kid Icarus making a comeback again. You don't have a lot of people on that side. Any noise?
Nothing, man. I haven't heard anything about Kid Icarus. I think that was just like with the Kid Icarus uprising. That was very much Sakurai wanting to do it, and so that's why it became a thing. I do you know how much it sold? I'm not even aware of how much that game sold. Whether it was like a huge success or just a somewhat of a
huge success of what it came back already. Kind of feel like.
Yeah, maybe, but look, Nintendo doesn't have infinite resources.
1.3.
A lot of people ask
13.
1.37.
Yeah.
Oh, that's well. I mean, I suppose that's okay. The budget wouldn't have been that high, so it's fine. But well, like Nintendo just doesn't have infinite resources. And I know a lot of Nintendo gamers are like, why don't we have this game and why don't we have that game? But like, they're running a business here. You know, I don't think you're going to see F-Zero. I don't think it makes financial sense for them to ever make one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Some context behind what I'm about to share.
Okay.
This person is one of my number one supporters on my channel.
Okay.
Essentially, he's dating one of my mods and makes fun of me every single day.
Okay.
Reece, what can you tell us on the Switch 2 port of Henry the Hamster Handler or Henry the Hamster Handler 2? It's Prime's favorite game series. The context here is I hate hamsters and I hate this game with a passion.
He was forced to play it.
One of the worst video games I've ever played in my life.
I haven't even heard of it. What is it?
Yeah, you don't want to hear of it.
Yeah.
I feel bad. I feel like disgraceful bringing this question up with you even on the show. I'm gonna be honest, but only because this person super chatted twice to make sure I shared this thing, and he supports so much, I have to embarrass myself in front of a professional. Thanks for that, Venny. So there you go. Yeah,
Henry the Hamster. Haven't heard of it.
And you'll never hear of it again.
Probably not.
It's not a good game.
There we go.
Developers, not a good game. At least I don't feel like it's a good game. Maybe someone out there likes it. Okay, you wanted to follow up yours?
No, just the second part of it. What with you know, if once somebody's on your list of, you know, we're good, we trust this guy. You know, is there? I mean, have you ever had really anybody do something to kind of fall off the list? All of a sudden, just like, okay, yep, no, I don't trust this guy anymore, type of thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
When a source tells me something and then they specifically ask me to post it on social media, that's a red flag for me. Because I'm like, okay, now it seems like you're trying to get attention. That's usually a red flag.
It's weird because they won't even get attention. You'd get the attention.
Exactly. But well, what it says to me is like they're just trying to, you know, just start a massive conversation or just to
use your reputation.
Yeah. That's a red flag for me. Usually if they get one thing wrong, even if they've had a perfect track record beforehand, usually I'm like, nah. So with the source for Kirby and Smash Brothers, they got that wrong. So regardless of what they say going forward, I'll still listen to what they say, but I would never reveal anything publicly. Yeah.
Okay.
But those are very good questions, man.
Yeah.
Well, then one more follow up to that, and I can help you out with it. Okay. Who's your sources? Wait, where is it? Okay. Sorry.
I don't know if they heard that.
Oh, damn it. I was trying to beep it out for you.
He was trying to ask who your source was, and then he was going to beep it as a joke.
I was like, I totally missed that. I was like, what's going on?
Can you guys even hear the beep?
Yeah, I can hear the beep.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so I was like, who's your sources? And I'll help you out with it.
I see that beep.
Oh, right. Okay.
Someone cue the crickets.
Blocks them.
Yeah. No, I was just making a joke.
So your source, you know,
Kiwi's all. Yeah, I got it. I just didn't think it was funny.
Yeah,
it
right.
might be an Odo at the end.
I'm kidding, Eric.
It would have been great if I actually was like totally with it.
Yeah, yeah.
I should have had a coffee before I came on.
No, all good.
Nah, you're fine. Anyone else have any more questions before we wrap this up?
Yeah, I got one. Do you know the release date for the Witcher 3 Switch 2 edition? The upgrade that we already know is coming.
I love it how you say it. What is my face?
There's a release date.
Well, I don't need that confirmed. That's why I asked if you know the release
So
date.
technically, there's no confirmation that that's even happening.
Yeah, I know, but
It's just that.
figured I'd ask if you know when it's coming.
Just so
guessing
straight.
probably Q1. So.
Dude, he's like this in person too. I'm telling you right now, very forward. Yeah.
But the fact that he says it with such a straight face is what makes it funny. And like the mustache kind of hides the smile that he's actually kind of got underneath. So like you can't quite work out if he's being serious or if it's like a joke. Yeah.
It's intentional.
Smooth.
Thank you.
It's smooth not to answer the question too. All right.
It is.
That's a very smooth way. Just distract us with the stash. All right, cool. Well, we can probably move on to our next topic. Eric, I think it's you're next, right?
Yeah, I can be.
Yeah. We can probably save the Metroid topic for the end since he already talked a lot about Metroid and we haven't.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
I assume you won't be around.
You probably got me for like another 30 or 40 minutes.
Sure.
Yeah. And then you guys can do whatever it is you need to do.
Well, we'll get you in on this next topic. What's up?
Okay, let me share this just so I can. Where the hell am I again? Sorry, I'm not like
a professional.
Yeah, right.
I know. I think we got that when you tried to make the beef joke and hit like 4 wrong buttons.
Yeah, I know. Well, yeah, I don't do it every day.
Well, I tried to make it obvious. See the red button?
Yeah, I know.
The red buttons when you don't want people to hear.
Double checked. I should double checked it.
Yeah. All right, Eric. You.
Yeah, I know. Okay.
Steve, that's comedic timing. All right, here we go.
Okay, so Ubisoft UK has put out a statement saying that people are playing fewer games and new releases are struggling. Ubisoft UK published a publishing arm, having filed a strategic report for the year ending in March 2025, in which they wanted to warn that, I cannot read tonight. Warn that they expect yearly revenue to fall in the current fiscal year ending in March 2026. They attributed this partly to slumping sales of physical game copies. More broadly, the fact that people are fixating on a fistful of mega popular games at the expense of all others, with subscriptions and streaming services like Microsoft Game Pass making us all feel less inclined to buy individual new games. The traditional full game model of selling a $50 to $60 game to a consumer as a one-time purchase continues to be less ubiquitous, with multi-game subscription services, long-running games as a service title, free-to-play games, and cloud streaming offers, all providing new and attractive ways for consumers to access gaming content. So with this, consumers are playing fewer games and playing them for longer as a result. Outside of a few notable exceptions, many games are struggling to stand out and achieve the sales they may have once had. Whilst the marketing is more volatile and more potential for any specific title, less predictable as a result. So my question is with this, is this kind of just a Ubisoft thing, you think, or is this kind of gaming as a whole thing? Are we thinking like, oh gosh, how was I going to frame that question? There's a couple of things in here that I just don't quite understand with what they're saying, like the whole like slumping physical copies of sales. How is, like, you know, if you're selling the same amount of games you're expecting to, but more of them are, you know, digital, isn't that going to be more profit for you? So there's just a couple things in here that just kind of don't make sense. Is this kind of, what are you guys' thoughts? Is this Ubisoft just bitching, or is this an actual like trend in the industry?
It's definitely an industry thing. In terms of the way they've worded it, it is a bit weird. I suppose it depends on if they are saying that they're still selling the same digitally, but physical copies are just completely disappearing. That kind of makes more sense to their argument. But yeah, there's a massive decline happening because and there's been a lot of studies that show that Gen Z, for example, are playing more free-to-play games, or there's just reels that people are watching all the time. Like when what was it? Satya Nadella talked about how we're competing with TikTok and stuff. People actually misinterpreted what he was saying. What he was actually saying is you only have so much time. Time is a precious commodity, right? And everything is vying for your attention constantly. And TikTok or any type of social media absorbs people's time. So he wasn't talking about directly competing with TikTok. He was talking about the loss of time to these social media platforms, and meaning that console gaming is trying to basically get attention, and these reels and social media platforms are stealing attention away from people playing games to play games on their phone or watch reels or whatever. And this is increasingly becoming a problem. And so obviously that is having a ripple effect on the industry. Now, granted, I do feel that like if you're top tier and you're making ridiculously good games, you will not be running into this problem as much. Like, when was the last time Ubisoft released a game that got a 90% on Metacritic plus? I can't remember. Do you guys remember? Because I can't.
I can maybe Google.
So that's what they're talking about. I mean, it's a big problem. Obviously, every day there's more people getting into gaming, but it's not necessarily PC gaming. And also, like, you got to remember that every year the amount of games is just increasing. The amount of games there is to play is increasing and increasing. And so you have so many options. It can actually be overwhelming. I mean, I know heaps of people that buy heaps of games on Steam and then never play them. Just sit there like, oh, it was a deal. It was like I got it for like $12, and then it just sits there. So you've got to be good now. I think it's the same problem in the film industry. It's the same problem in the music industry. You can't just release average stuff anymore. It has to be good, right? Like, no doubt, a whole bunch of people are going to pay to go watch Avatar at the movie theater, right? Because it's like a one of a kind. Whether you like it or hate it is irrelevant. Like it's kind of like a one of a kind sort of movie. So people will go to the theaters to watch it. But your average thriller, people aren't going to go watch it at theaters. They'll just wait until it's on Netflix, or they might not watch it at all. So it's the same problem that's been happening in the music industry and the film industry. And usually what happens is the game industry is kind of third in the chain. The issues that plague those two industries always, for the most part, affects the game industry. It's just usually a bit later. So the game industry is currently in the same plight as the music and the film industry.
Yeah, I looked it up. The last Ubisoft game to receive a Metacritic score of 90 or higher was Rayman Legends.
Oh my god, when was that? Like 2013?
I mean, since 2013. Yep. Since then, other highly rated games like Assassin's Creed apparently was at 90. And Assassin's Creed Brotherhood was at an 89, but to receive a higher than 90 was Rayman Legends.
Yeah. Also, I think with Ubisoft, they're traitors to their own cause. Like they've completely diluted their IP.
Yeah.
You have to make people, you have to starve people in a way to make them hyped for it. The reason why GTA sells like it does is because like there's one game every like 15 years. Even with Zelda, right? They don't release them often, the big 3D ones. If you're releasing like an Assassin's Creed every couple of years, it's impossible to keep up the quality.
It was annual for a little bit, wasn't it? Was it?
Assassin's and they couldn't
annual release for a little bit. Yeah.
And they couldn't sustain it, and the quality dropped dramatically. So then they stopped doing it, right?
That's right.
But once you dilute an IP, it's very hard to get it back on track. Like the MCU, perfect example. They released, they started going for the quantity thing as opposed to the quality thing, and now look at it, right?
Yeah.
They've never been
Now
able to.
And now they've
Can't
pulled
get its
back.
head above water.
Yeah.
They pulled back now on it, and if you pay attention to the MCU, because I've been watching all of it, some of the like brand new stuff is starting to see an uptick in quality again. But again, it's because they pulled back.
Yeah,
they were going so hard,
but this is
it's just not realistic.
Like outside of maybe, I guess you could say Pokemon, which is
Pokemon's kind of annualized a little bit.
Yeah.
Call of Duty's been able to get away with it for 20 plus years. Even like right now, like Black Ops 7, reportedly sales aren't nearly as good as last year. And it's like, okay, yeah, but then they'll release one next year and the sales will bounce right back because there's not a Battlefield 6 coming next year. They don't really have a true military shooter competitor hitting them next year during the holidays. So they'll bounce right back.
There are exceptions to the rule, but usually quality trounces quantity every time. So I think in Ubisoft's game is they've released so much average stuff for ages that consumers are just like, whatever, we don't care.
Yeah.
Also, I think their pricing model is an act of self-sabotage because like a couple of months after they release a game, it's going to be heavily discounted.
Yeah,
So
80%.
why buy it day one? Yeah. Like with Nintendo, for example, as annoying as it is as a consumer, you know they are never going to drop the price. So there's no point waiting for some sale. You might as well just get it day one, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's interesting because this entire topic is due to a Ubisoft employee. And I think Ubisoft is like maybe the last company that I want to hear from about what they think the issues are in the industry in terms of like people playing games. Because while they're struggling, you can point to all these other companies that are doing extremely well, have high player engagement, growing sales. So it's kind of like, you guys fumbled the ball. The whole industry knows you guys have fumbled the ball. It's one reason why you formed this little thing where multiple companies now own interest in different IPs. And now you share revenue because they help share the cost of development. And then obviously there's a reason you delayed your financials. We still don't know what that reason is yet, and put a pause on your stock. So like that's a thing that's been happening as well. Your stock has sunk over like 98% of its value over the last 5 years. So like your company has not been ran very well. That's just a fact. Like an objective fact, look from the outside looking in. Your company hasn't been ran very well. You feel like you're having a dip in consumers. Well, of course you are. But it might not be because the consumers are playing fewer games. It might just be they're not playing your games. But I think there is something to this idea of fewer games. And I don't think it's true overall in terms of like, there's not a wide breadth of games that can be successful. I think there's more people playing games now than ever.
It's oversaturated, the market.
The market's oversaturated with games, absolutely.
Yeah,
but I also think there's more people playing games than ever. So that also means there's more games that are successful than ever. But they might just be successful in their own ways. Like growing up, there was never really like one game that you would just play all the time, period, all year long. Like it just really wasn't a thing. You would always be renting new games or hoping for a new one for Christmas. Like if you played one game all the time for a year, it's because it's the only game you had access to. It's not because it was a choice that I'm only going to play that game, because back then the games weren't forever. There wasn't DLC. There wasn't season passes. There wasn't like new content coming all the time outside of like expansion packs and some PC games, of course. The Sims 4 has been living off of that for a while now. Just new DLC.
The WoW days. Don't forget the Warcraft days.
Yeah, the WoW days, but that started in 2004. I'm all the way back in the 90s. We had EverQuest and RuneScape, but they weren't like super big, especially compared to like what World of Warcraft became in 2004. So I find this all fascinating personally because I look at my own kids' gaming habits, right? Like because I was a kid, I gamed, and now I'm looking at how my kids are gaming, and it's very much like they kind of just play the one game their friends play. And that's kind of it. That doesn't mean they don't sometimes. Like my one son, he'll dabble. Like I know for a fact he's getting Galaxy 1 and 2 for Christmas. Oh, he'll go beat those games. He'll smash it and beat it in a week, and then he's gonna go right back to playing Roblox with his friends. Like,
But also, I was just going to say, if you think about what we did as a kid, what technology was available to us, right? Social
Sure.
media wasn't around.
Yeah.
Right. Like I don't know how old you guys were, but like DVDs weren't even around when I was growing up, right?
VHS, baby.
Yeah, VHS. Like your options in terms of
I had to
how be
manually rewind.
entertained were
Rewind
limited.
was broken on my VCR. I had to literally sit there and go like this and rewind the tape. It was so bad.
Yeah, so but you know the plight, right? Like the amount of entertainment that was available to us was a lot less to now.
Yeah.
And a lot of these kids, you know, they're actually being trained or raised up on social media and all on
Sure.
television and all this stuff vying for their attention. It's no surprise to me that like ADHD is
going
yeah,
Through
yeah.
the roof. Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
like
the
my brother
attention spans are
There's dopamine
so
overload.
limited.
Yeah, like my brother owns a pharmacy and he just says the amount of ADHD medication he's providing to people is just insane. Yeah.
And one of my kids is on it, and it's crazy, like how because I don't think about it because not all my kids are on it, right? It's just one, but then like sometimes we can't get it because they're out because there's so many people on it. I'm like, geez, man, maybe there's something else going on, guys. That's maybe causing the uptick. I don't know. Just saying.
Yeah, and people are glued to their phones more, right? Like, how many times have you been to a restaurant? You look over, and two people are, you know, sitting opposite each other. They're not even talking; they're just on their phone, looking at reels or something. I know I've seen it numerous times.
Happens all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All the time.
You can,
I mean, my kids will do the thing where they'll have I mean, I've seen my middle child with 3 screens: the laptop, the TV, and the phone. Just all 3.
I've done that. I did that in my early 20s.
I don't even have like I don't have the capacity to multitask. Maybe it's just because I'm getting old, or I just didn't grow up like
I've
that.
been watching sports, playing World of Warcraft, and Solitaire on my phone. That was me in like my early 20s.
I've got to just focus on the one thing. But I think, Kiwi, you made a really great point. Like, we were very limited growing up. It was like either you play a video game, you watch a movie, or you play outside. Those were like kind of, at least for me, those were the options. But I do agree that we're oversaturated, and I think that you know, you kind of mentioned earlier about what a casual gamer is today. It is a lot different. It's like the casual gamer, they play Fortnite, maybe they play Minecraft, Roblox, and like one other game. It'll be like those lifelong games. They're not trying multi-genre. Oh, I can't wait to try this new shooter and this new platformer and this new RPG that's coming from this company, and you know, this sequel from a game that we haven't seen for 20 years. It's oh my gosh, I just like went brain dead. I had a point to make that. I also think that there's a weird stigma now with games. Like a 7 is like there's a very negative stigma associated with a game that gets a 7 today. A 7 is supposed to be good, not great, not amazing, not exceptional. But with the cost of gaming, with the cost of consoles, with the cost to buy video games today, I think it's like, if it gets a 7, why am I going to spend full price on something like that when there's tons of great games that I could spend money on?
Yeah, you make a good point. Like I have a rule. You guys are probably going to trip out of this, given what I do. But for the most part, I have a rule because I don't want to be overwhelmed with the amount of games that are out. I just have a rule that if a game is under 85% on Metacritic, I don't play it. Unless there are some exceptions, but for the most part, I just have that rule, because otherwise it's like, oh my God, I'm just going to get overwhelmed. Like, how many games do I play? Like, I've only got so much time.
So,
yeah.
No, I hear you. I will play a very wide variety of games, but I get stressed. The market's oversaturated. There's way too many games, period. Like every month I'm like, dude, there's too many freaking games, which is like, it's a crazy thing to complain about as a gamer. But I'll be honest, I've got games on my, cause I buy mostly physical, and I've only recently started dabbling more with like digital games, but I have games on my shelf that are still shrink wrapped, and it actually really bothers me. And then I think about I need to open up and play this game because I was really excited for it. But there's 30 games on the horizon over the course of the next 2-3 months that I'm really excited for. And it's like, do I make I have to make the choice now. Do I start this one and then decide to skip these next 5 games that I've been really hyped about over the next year? Do I have the funds to buy $10, $70 games over the course of the next 2 months? Like, it's a lot to balance. So I think it's very multifaceted. And I do think, Kiwi, you make a great point about the market being oversaturated. I think you make a great point about casual gamers just having a different mentality in Gen Z, the way they play. Because my kids, I have 3 kids, they all play video games, and they do not play like me. The vast majority of their time is dedicated to Fortnite, Animal Crossing. They'll do Minecraft.
Never ending.
That's really the most of it. And when they do branch out of that comfort zone, like my middle son, he played through Hogwarts Legacy and Spider-Man. You know what he does? When a cinematic comes on, he either skips it or and it kills me, dude. It like literally kills it, because I love a good story in games. So, and as a fan of like JRPGs, it's so painful to watch him hit that skip button. Or if it's not skippable, he gets up and like will go to the fridge or go to the bathroom while it's doing a cinematic. It drives me nuts. I'm like, how do you even care to proceed if you don't even know what's happening? Like, I don't understand. It's boring. Like,
it's all about gameplay.
I just want to play. Yeah, I just want to play. And that's why like Fortnite's so big, but it's really an attention span thing too. Because even with like movies, it's time
Like,
as well.
time is the biggest enemy of everybody, right? Because you've only got so much of it. And like, I mean, if you sleep for 8 hours and then you're going to work for 8 hours, and then by the time you get home, depending on your commute home, then, you know, you've only got a certain amount of time. And so you've got to basically make a decision as to where you're going to allocate that time. I'm like, okay, do I play a game? Do I watch a film? Do I read a book? Like, yeah, or do I watch some reels? You know, because also sometimes, like, if you're tired, you might not always have the mental capacity to actually just play a game, because it actually does require a bit of investment sometimes. Like, it's not like, for the most part, like, you can't just play a game and just completely zone out. You have to be somewhat alert.
Totally.
Whereas with reels, you can just be like,
that's one of the reasons why I'm so over. I am very over 100+ hour games. I'm like, can't we go back to the days where like big AAA titles were like 30-40 hour experiences, like tops?
100%.
Like, dude, where's the not to cut you off, Prime, but like, where's like the big like 12-hour experience that's just like amazing? It trims all the fat, all the bullshit filler, has an incredible story, incredible mechanics, and isn't littered with bugs, and it's a 12-hour 15-hour masterpiece. I would love to see more
Order 1886 or whatever, and then everyone bitched because it was too short.
I don't know if that's why they complained.
I think
it was all
thing
quick time
as well, right? I think like I think it's the combination of time versus money. So like, if you're paying
that is so dumb.
$70 in America. Well, it depends if it's just the way value is perceived by people, right? I guarantee you, like, Metroid 2D is never going to break out. Like, it's not going to do like 8 million or 10 million or something. Primarily because the perceived value of like Metroidvanias, right? Particularly when you've got Hollow Knight and Silk Song that are like half the price, and you get like more
$20.
Yeah, so like, people are a bit hesitant to buy a game that's like a 2D game that's $70. That's only like 9 hours. It's just the way they are. Like, I'm the type of person. I mean, I replay Metroid games, so
sure,
it's viable. But if you're like a one and done type of person, that's a hard sell to someone.
Yeah, it's difficult. I think a lot of it is just, unlike when I was a kid, in today's world, we just have a lot of these never-ending games that are constant dopamine hits. And I'm not even saying I have a problem with these. Fortnite's a big one in our house. My fiance is literally playing it right now. What I left earlier was to give her batteries the Xbox controller so she can keep playing. And I know when I come to bed tonight, she's going to want me to play Fortnite with her as well. And I got nothing wrong with Fortnite. I have a good time with it. They're constantly updating it, constant new content. The Simpsons is right now. SpongeBob is coming later. We're big SpongeBob fans, so they might get a few shekels out of us for SpongeBob. We'll see. But these companies have done a good job of making these games that don't end, but also keep adding new things to keep you engaged. Even when I look at like World of Warcraft today, like it still holds an audience. Dude, they're dropping X packs like every couple of years. It used to be like every 4 years. But they do it more often because they got to keep people's attention longer. Because people aren't, taking 4 years to get through all the content in an X pack anymore.
But what's going to happen when these servers go down and these games are no longer online? Are these people just going to have a mental breakdown? Like, oh my God, I lost like...
you see it online. Dude, when the Fortnite servers are down, you see the bitching online. Everyone gets it doesn't matter that they pre-announced server maintenance for 4 hours, because, hey, to fix shit, they got to take the servers offline. Like, that's how maintenance works. You got
to reboot shit.
Yeah, they got to at least turn it on and off again once.
Yeah, right. I think I just don't... I don't know. The time thing doesn't, for me, and I get it's to each their own. For me, like I'd rather pay full price for a 15-hour, 20-hour like gem or masterpiece than pay full price for a 150-hour piece of shit.
100%.
That's buggy and it's filled bloated with filler content and a completely cliche storyline with two-dimensional characters, and
this is why
they're a dime a dozen.
Yeah, this is why I like The Order over on PlayStation so much. Like, it was a full price AAA game, but it was very short. Or maybe it was on Xbox. I can't remember which platform. I owned them all, so I don't even remember whatever platform it was on. Like, it was very short, and that was like a huge complaint people had. And I'm sitting there, I'm like, yeah, but dude, hour 1 to hour 14, this thing was packed. Like, it was one of the greatest mini story journeys I've ever been on in a video game. That was so worth my money. But I also feel like the reason you're that way, GameBird, is because you care a lot about the story. I get this from you talking about your son and how he skips it and it annoys you. You care about the story. So the story is so enthralling that this little quick 10-hour game has like this thing, it just grips you from the end and just doesn't let you go till it's over. It could feel like it's worth it to you, whereas a lot of other people, it's about the gameplay. As we're seeing, and if the gameplay only gives them 10 hours worth of gameplay and they don't care about the story, they get to the end of the 10 hours and they're like, that's it.
Sure, but it doesn't have to. Like, I wish we'd see more AAA 10 to 20 hour experiences. I really do. But I'm happy with the 30 to 40 hour. It's the 100, 200 hour stuff that's like,
isn't that Nintendo?
No, it's not. Yeah, no, absolutely. And it's one of the reasons why I love them. But there's other games that do it. I mean, look at how fantastic Astrobot was on PS5. That's a AAA platformer that's solely gameplay focused, not story, worth every single penny. And I don't know, I've never understood this time and money comparison when, I mean, I'm in California, so I know that things are a little bit more expensive here, but like going to the movies out here, the average movie is like an hour and 20 minutes, and you're paying $17 a ticket. If you go to Disneyland and spend 7 hours at Disneyland, you're paying $150. So in what world is a game that gives you 20 hours of fun not worth $70, especially if the story or gameplay are exceptional? Why is it more value when it's littered with shitty fetch quests and annoying checkbox and repetitive?
I feel like you're calling out Assassin's Creed specifically right now.
Well, no, Assassin's Creed is definitely a series that's been guilty of it, but let's not kid ourselves. There's tons of games. I mean, one of the things I loved about Breath of the Wild was my map wasn't littered with that crap. So I never felt that sense of being overwhelmed in the game or like stuck having to do a checklist of repetitive activities. I just went where my eyes took me. It's part of the organic game design And yeah, do I think they could have done more to make that game better if maybe they cut the shrine content in half? There's like what, 130 shrines? Maybe if they just did 70 shrines and they built 6 really feature-rich dungeons in the game that are more themed, maybe that would have been better. I think so. But my point is like, I just don't understand the time money comparison. Obviously, you don't want to spend $70 and play something that lasts 30 minutes and be like, what the F was that? Or maybe even 2 hours for that matter. But I don't know. I guess I just view things differently.
A lot of game developers have a lot of data, right? And they can see from platforms like Steam how many people are playing their game, how many people are finishing their game. And most people do not finish a game. So it actually helps reaffirm what you're saying. Like, why make a game 100 hours if only like 40% are getting to the end as well?
Sure.
So yeah.
I also look at this from a parent perspective. So gaming's more expensive than it's ever been, or at least it feels like it. I understand that there was a time in the 90s when like certain N64 games were like $100+. I get it. I lived through it. I know. But you know, consoles are more expensive. The average price of games have obviously gone up. We're at 70, could be at 80. GTA might go for 100. We have no idea. And you know, obviously we have PlayStation 6 and the next Xbox on the horizon. The Steam box coming as well. The Game box coming, where we're already getting warnings. You know, Linus Tech Tips on the WAN show put out there. You know, when they said it's not going to be console like pricing because we can't subsidize it. He's like, well, you know, what about like $500? And then the energy in the room got really dark really quick when he said 500, which means 500 is not even close to what they're going to charge for that. And I'm not laughing at it. I actually want it. It's just, it's going to be more expensive than people expect it to be. And I sit back, you know, we see obviously the $1,000 ROG LIX, obviously $600 for the base model, but the one that all the reviewers got, of course, is the one that runs games even better. It's interesting looking at the way it is today as a parent, because gaming's more expensive than it's ever been. It used to be, and maybe this is what's changed in households. It used to be that you would have one system, and that was for the family. Everyone played that one system. So any game bought, it would be for the whole family. I don't know about you guys. I have 3 children. That ain't how it works anymore. Everyone's got to have their own system, not one shared system. It just doesn't work. Maybe it's because of different lifestyles. Some kids are in sports, some are in music, some are doing whatever, art classes and stuff. Like, it's just different. The schedules don't line up. It's really hard to share the console, especially the portable one. It can move, but it can't move with everyone at once because you don't have your own. It's like, who's going to get it today? Who's going to have it tomorrow? What if the parent wants to play, but some kid left it at school? So in today's world, it's a lot of everyone's got to have their own. And that's fine. I think console makers love that everyone's got to have their own system. Even the ones under the TV. I can't tell you how many people I know that have like multiple PS4s just so they don't have to share it with their kid. Their kid can go play theirs and I can play mine. Now, granted, PS4 is a little bit cheaper to get secondhand these days, but I bring this all up because as a parent, things have gotten more expensive. And I feel like part of what's driven this idea of time and money is parents being like, shit's really expensive. If I can just hand them a tablet and download Roblox and Fortnite for free and they're entertained, that to me seems like a much better investment than buying, say, a Switch 2 for $450 and buying a $70 game in like Donkey Kong that they're going to beat and be done with in less than a month. And then I got to buy them another $70 game. And then I got to buy them another $70 game when I could just literally have them for free.
Nate, do you really think parents are putting that much thought into which games they're buying for their... I know someone like you might, who's like, you make YouTube videos, you cover Nintendo news, you watch the directs and all the presentations. Do you really think the average parent is like, I want to buy a game that's at least gonna have like hundreds of hours of gameplay that way kids are occupied?
I think parents aren't looking at it in that light. They're looking at it in when they bought their kid a game and they played it for a day and then you never see them play it again. That sticks in their mind that they're not going to do that again. They're not going to waste the money. They're going to pay attention to what they're playing, what they're interested in, and they'll rather buy them a V-Bucks card than a brand new game. I kind of feel like parents aren't stupid. We all have budgets. We all have a finite amount of money. Some parents pay zero attention. Obviously, we know this. Parents that'll just hand kids a tablet or a phone and see you in 2 days when I have to feed you again. Fucking ridiculous. With some of the shit I've witnessed from other parents, but I think that just based on the circles I've talked to, of parents that aren't me, didn't even grow up as a gamer, they are paying attention to where their money's going. And if the money feels like it was a waste because their kid's not playing the game more than a day or two or more than a weekend, yeah, they just won't buy. Like if they bought Zelda and their kid played it for a weekend and never touched it again, they're not going to buy the next Zelda game. Not for their kid, anyways.
Not to derail the conversation, but unfortunately, I do have to depart. But this is so interesting. I wish I could stay.
I know. It's hard to get any of our guests to stay. We have a long show. So
yeah. But this has been great, guys. I've thoroughly enjoyed this, even more so than last time. So thanks for inviting me back. I very much appreciate it.
There you go. Go ahead and plug yourself.
Yeah.
Plug.
So next week I am finally doing my review of Donkey Kong Bonanza with the old Donkey Kong Country Returns and Tropical Freeze crew. Well, not really crew. It's only 2 of them. But yeah, I'm recording that next week. And I've got an interview with someone that worked on The Witcher 4 or who is working on The Witcher 4. And those will probably be my last 2 for the end of for this year because I'm off to Australia partway through December. So I've got to do these interviews, edit them, finish Metroid Prime 4 all before I leave. So fun times for me.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't a Switch 2 question for Witcher 4, please.
What's that?
I'm like, I really want Witcher 4 on Switch 2. So I'm like, please slide in a hint, Nintendo, maybe?
Reach out to CD Projekt Red, man.
Yeah.
Kiwi, before you go, can I ask you a quick kind of farewell question? Super quick.
Sure.
Do you have a dream interview? Is there like a holy grail interview that you really want?
Oh, dude. It's really hard to answer.
Sure.
I don't think I have just one.
Okay.
I think the 2 that come to my mind right now are Reggie Fils-Aimé and Todd Howard.
Oof.
Primarily because in my head, I already know exactly what I'd ask them. And there's a lot of stuff I'd want to ask Reggie that he's never been asked before.
That's what I want to see.
Right?
Yeah.
Everyone asks Reggie the same questions.
Yep. Like all the time. He gets asked the same questions. There's a whole bunch of stuff I'd like to ask him about Metroid. Like, how does Nintendo perceive Metroid? Do they view it as the black sheep? Like, how does Japan look at it internally? Metroid. Like, that's just one of the top.
One
example.
Yeah.
Yeah. And there's heaps of other stuff like marketing, for example. When you have a company that's essentially built on FOMO, fear of missing out, for those that don't know, like FOMO is pretty much built into Nintendo anyway. So how do you market something when FOMO is already built into it? Like,
those are great questions.
Like how do you look at the marketing when you know like you don't really need to market Mario? It's going to sell itself anyway, right?
So what you're saying is, when we have the clout to pull Reggie on the podcast, you want on that episode?
Yeah. I have spoken to him before, and this was years ago now. And this was around about the time he was promoting his book, Disrupting the Game.
Yeah.
And he basically told me, and look, I'm not saying this in a bad way. I actually really appreciate the fact that he was honest. But he just said, your platform's not big enough yet.
Yeah.
And look, I actually appreciated that because it's like, okay, I need to work on this. And like, I took it as
man on the time, you know?
Yeah.
And look, you got to prioritize, you know, and it's hard to prioritize.
Fits right in with the topic.
A smaller. Yeah.
100% comes back to the time thing, right? Like he's only got a certain amount of time. He can only appear on certain or so many channels to promote his book. He's going to pick the big ones. So like I had no hard feelings towards him. I did tell some of the people on my YouTube channel and they were quite upset about it, but I was like, don't be upset about it. Like,
it's understandable.
Yeah, see it from his position, his point of view. So that would be a dream one. So hopefully that can happen one day. Todd Howard is another one. There's a lot of stuff I'd like to ask Todd that he's never been asked before. So yeah, and then obviously depending on what happens with these Japanese interviews, obviously Miyamoto, Anuma,
Miyamoto's probably
Tanabe. I'd love
Tanabe.
to speak with Tanabe, man, and
If
find
he's
out.
retiring, that'd be nice.
Well, the thing is, these people are very difficult to access. Like, there's a couple of people I was speaking to in Japan. I was like, how do you reach these people? And they're like, a lot of Japanese developers don't actually want to be found.
Yeah, they are. They're so hard to get a hold of.
It's so hard. Like, you pretty much need someone to introduce you. Otherwise, because they're not on social media.
It's the way they like it.
Yeah. So you really have to build up a portfolio, I think.
Unless you're Hideki Kamiya, then you're all over social media.
You've got to have like the intro when you finally get your first. When you get your first Japanese interview, you've got to have like the intro with you like climbing the mountain peak and excursion through the jungle and stuff.
Yeah,
just to find them.
So he's over there, he's sliding down Mount Fuji trying to get an interview.
Yeah. So we'll see how it goes next year. Hopefully it eventuates. These things take time, and it is a slow process to make it happen. But yeah, hopefully I can do it. It'd be cool to do it. I know a lot of gamers have an appetite for this. There's a lot of game developers that want to understand how the Japanese design games because they don't actually know and they want to know.
Yeah, they barely talk about it.
Yeah, because like, and it was adamant to me like when I did the NZ GDC Nintendo presentation. A lot of people were coming up to me afterwards asking me all these questions about Japanese design. And like there were some things I can answer, and some stuff I'm like, I don't know, man.
Yeah.
And so there's definitely an appetite for the Japanese way of designing games, and I think it could definitely help a lot of Western developers because the road they're going down isn't really working out, is it? So yeah.
Well, I want to make sure we shout out our guest here.
Yeah.
Be sure to go check out his stuff. If you guys don't know, he's very passionate about his interviews. He's working hard to get even more. If you listen to him talk hear about his dream interviews and what he wants to do, dude, just watch his interviews. He asks these people questions that you don't see in any other interviews ever. He does his research. He knows what he's talking about. As he said, some of the games that he hints at in the future, you can sometimes piece together by just paying attention to who he's interviewed. He'll never give away who it is, but it's kind of like he's interviewed a lot of people. So, if you want to do your homework, you can maybe piece something together, but no one ever seems to quite do it. Maybe because it takes a long time to watch a lot of interviews and try to figure out, hey, where do these people work now? What are they doing now? What's this? What's that? Because the industry that we're in, they're constantly moving around. These people don't always stay at one company for 30 years like happens at Nintendo. So we want to go check out his channel. He's got more interviews to come, as he said, 2 more at least for the till the end of the year. He's going to be beating Metroid Prime 4 as well, of course.
Yeah. And I'll just say, hopefully in January, if all goes according to plan, I will do a review of Metroid Prime 4 with the OG Metroid Prime developers.
Ooh, baby.
Cool. I will definitely tune into that.
I loved your Silk Song review you did with the one developer. That was great.
Yeah. I would like to do more of that because it's kind of something that's different, Yeah. And it's something that like you don't really see.
Yeah,
and
it gives their perspective on what Metroid's doing now would be fascinating.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, exactly. So I'm going to try and get the gang back together, as much of them as I can. It is quite difficult because they're scattered everywhere over the United States and Canada, so time zones become a bit of a problem. But hopefully I can get the gang back together sometime in Jan, because they'll need to finish it, of course. And so keep an eye out for that. Keep an eye out for the Donkey Kong Bonanza review. And thanks again, guys.
Yeah.
I will leave you to it to have more debates about time and games and
whatever else.
Yeah. Cool.
Cheers,
all right.
man.
Much love, guys. Much love, chat. See you
Yeah.
later. Bye.
All right.
Yeah. Stash Man, what are your thoughts on the topic with the, people playing fewer games, things like that?
Yeah. When I saw the comment, I automatically knew what he meant. I 100% agree. I saw a lot of people on social media, in fact, the large majority, once again, make fun of Ubisoft, just like they made fun of Microsoft for saying that they're
It's like
competing
the
with
wrong,
TikTok.
it's like the wrong mouth. Like, is that not? I don't think what they're saying is wrong. I just think it's like the wrong place for the message to come from for people to take it serious. You know?
Yeah, I just think people don't understand.
It requires it requires thought.
Yeah, exactly. And so I'm not surprised that people.
We live in a TikTok world. It's Ubisoft. Fuck
Yes.
them. Next.
Yeah, I'm not surprised people took it that way. Yeah, to me, it made total sense without even having to read into it because it's true. They're all playing. It's growing, but they're playing the same games, right? More people are coming in and playing games like Call of Duty and Roblox and all the other bullshit that everyone plays and probably gets brain rot from, just like TikTok. It's the same shit. It's brain rot. You know, people literally unplug. Like, that's what it is. You're unplugging from reality. And at least with gaming, you know, gaming used to get that stigma for being the same thing, but it's not. Like, you are thinking. Sometimes you're critically thinking. You're reading. You're not just sitting there scrolling and going up.
Yeah.
And liking something. I've seen several people do this for several hours, and before you know it, the day's gone. Or they stay in bed all day and do this. So I totally get it. That is the competition, though. Just like what is his name? Satya Nadella over there at Microsoft. It's very true. Your biggest competition is the other forms of entertainment and the cost they come with. TikTok's free. Instagram's free. Michaela sends me stuff all the time on TikTok. I don't see it because I don't go on there. I don't go on any of them. You know, like I literally use a scheduling software to put out all my shorts to different social media because I don't want to go on there.
Sure.
I have zero interest in it. That's where I'm at with that. So totally get it. In my opinion, it's 100% factual, and I read it, I nodded, I moved on. I saw everyone else make fun of it. I nodded and moved on because that's typical. It's typical that they lack.
Yeah, someone to say this and
understanding.
be taken serious. I'm not sure like who would have to say it. It would have to be like Sony or Nintendo or someone that has a huge audience. It's like a Rockstar comes out and says something about it when their games are huge. It coming from Ubisoft is tough because Ubisoft's already shit on so much and they're not doing very well and they've lost a lot of people and there's so many people that'll never touch a Ubisoft game again. It's just the wrong people for the message to come from. It doesn't make it incorrect though. Like,
right.
Yeah. I've witnessed like I said, my own kids, they don't play nearly as many video games as I did. They just don't.
Yeah.
I offer like, hey, I got this game. You want to borrow it? No, I'm good. I'm playing with my friends. I'm like, okay, I get it. Hey, I'm not mad about it. Your life experience is different than mine. Your values are different.
Playing with friends was they had to come over to our house.
Yeah, they had to come over to a house and play on the couch. It wasn't online, but like, hey, that's fine. Like, I appreciate that you're playing with a friend, and I make sure they're actually talking about real friends. Yeah, they are. They're playing with classmates and neighbors, and I'm like, okay, cool. I'm actually not bothered by any of that. That's fine. It wasn't even an option when I was a kid to like play online with Eric across the street. Otherwise, we would have done it all the time. It just really wasn't an option growing up. So,
luckily we live close enough that
we would have gotten in trouble a lot less by sneaking up till 8 a.m. We could just stay in our own house to do it.
Right.
But yeah, so I get it. I think there's some truth to it. I do think there's also some truth that more games are successful than ever before, but I also think that's just because the audience is so much larger.
Percentage of games though, being successful are not as
well. The percentage is lower because there's like 1,000 plus games dropping every day because of indie.
Like, I think exactly. That's why the statement is correct.
Yeah. One thing that hasn't been said though too is, the types of games. Fortnite came out. How many people try to copy Fortnite? Balatro came out. How many games try to copy Balatro? There's not a lot of original ideas coming out, it feels like, as well. Everybody's trying to jump on the latest fad. And it's like, okay, yeah, then that fad gets saturated and you're left with one game kind of king of the hill type of thing.
Yeah, usually the
original.
original.
It's usually original.
Yeah, to be fair, Fortnite wasn't the original battle royale.
Oh, right,
but yeah.
It's
You know,
case.
it's Supermarket Simulator.
Mhm.
It's really popular. I actually understand the appeal of it. It is
Mhm.
kind of cool to run your own supermarket and grow it and restock things. It's actually kind of neat.
Mhm.
And now there's like 1 billion copies
No,
of
it's
it.
not. No, it's not.
Tell me you
Okay.
haven't played.
No, I haven't played it, but I know when I play video games, I generally choose to play games that I can't go out in real life and
Well, I'm
do
going to
it.
tell you right now, I can't go out in real life and make my own grocery store. I'm going to just tell you that right now.
that.
I ain't got the kind of money for that. I don't have the connections. I don't have the suppliers. I don't have the licenses.
Yeah, right.
Dude, cardboard boxes, man. Build a sketchy little hut in the
Yeah.
front of the house.
Oh my
What you buying?
You
You
need
know, your
licenses
trench
for
coat.
that, too.
Yeah, right.
Um,
Technically, your lemonade stand can get taken down because you
Yeah,
don't have the.
technically you can because you don't have the license for it.
Yeah.
They don't actually ever do it. Can you
Oh,
imagine?
there are some places
Can you
that do.
imagine if a cop rolled up to your kids at the bottom of your own driveway and shuts down their lemonade stand
It has
they're,
happened before.
they're too successful?
Yeah.
They're making too much
Yeah,
money.
right.
Like what? We sell it for 10 cents a cup. Fuck the people over there charging $1. And they're like, you come to find out your parents are spending like, $5 per pitcher and the kids only making $1 per pitcher, but they're selling
Right.
a lot.
Yeah, right.
The parents just
Penny
lose-
glass.
just bleed in money because the kids don't have to spend any of it.
Kids have no concept.
Cops
Penny
show up, we
glass.
gotta shut it down.
Yeah,
you're
right.
you're ruining the other businesses running. Sorry, officer. Would you like a dime? I want some free lemonade. Are you bribing an officer, son?
Yeah,
What
right.
the fuck? They're children. Shut the fuck up.
It has happened.
I'm
so.
sure it has. I haven't seen video of it, but I'm sure it's happened somewhere. There's some asshole officer just
No,
scarring a kid for life at a
Yeah.
lemonade stand.
Or there's
Do you
some
imagine if it
asshole
was
neighbor
Shaq?
or something like
Because
that. yeah.
Shaq's like a rent-a-cop. Like
Yeah,
he's
right.
actually he could actually be a cop. Can you imagine it was Shaq rolling up to shut down your lemonade stand? You'd be like, what the
The thing
fuck?
was, he wouldn't.
He wouldn't.
He'd show up and
Dude, no, he'd
smack the person who called it in.
Yeah, dude. He'd sit down and start selling the lemonade for you.
Yeah, right.
And he'd be telling people it's $5 a glass now.
Yeah, right.
No, anyways. Cool. I think we move on to the next
Yeah,
topic because
yeah.
we could talk about this
Oh, yeah,
forever.
no, for sure.
I feel like the next topic we really should touch upon is the Game Awards because it's coming. Literally, next month it's coming.
I haven't
Legit.
even, I'll be honest, I haven't looked at the nominees yet. I've been so busy
okay.
this week.
You're gonna see
So-
them now. We're gonna go through the nominees. You are gonna see who I voted for because I already put my vote in. I will note though that this vote is just my personal vote on who I want to win, who I think should win. It is not who
It's not your
necessarily
competitive
vote.
vote.
Yeah, this is not like we're gonna have a betting special. This is not my competitive vote. This is not, me going out on a limb and being like, this is the one I think will win this category. Although it might line up here and there. Like I think my Game of the Year one you're about to see, because the way their website goes, Game of the Year is first for some reason. You'll see that I voted for Claire Obscure. This is actually a very tough vote. There was coin flips involved. It happened on live stream, so people in the chat can, back me up on this. So there was coin flips involved with this one. So, anyways, the Game of the Year nominees are Claire Expedition 33, Death Stranding 2, Donkey Kong Bonanza, Hades 2, Silk Song, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. Is there any game we think should be on this list that didn't make it? I mean, Stash, you review games for a living, so you could be a number you think should be here.
It's a really solid list, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I mean it is
It
it is a pretty good list, to be fair. No
Yeah.
qual.
I'm fine with it.
It's a good list. Great list.
Yeah,
All these games are
it's
great.
fine.
There's no hate to any of these games. These are all
Yeah,
great. This isn't. Some years there's a
Yeah.
game that you just don't know why that's up for Game
how?
of the Year.
Yeah.
But this time it's like no, these are all
Although-
legit.
Actually, there is one that I'm surprised didn't land on this list. Actually, I've just looked up a list of games that came out this year. I'm surprised Split Fiction isn't here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's up for some other awards, but yeah, it did not make it for Game of the Year, despite them previously that studio has won a Game of the Year.
Mhm.
And
Yeah.
technically, it's higher rated, I think, than DK Bonanza is, and Bonanza's on the list.
It's higher rated than Kingdom Come
Kingdom Come
Deliverance
as
2
well.
as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, remember, these were all decided by media members, and for some reason, they didn't put Split Fiction in. It is what it is.
I can see why
I'm happy for Kingdom Come Deliverance.
2 is here, though.
I'm very happy Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 is there. I feel like that game never gets the recognition it deserves for how good it is. So yeah, obviously I voted for Claire, but yeah, this is a great list. Okay, next category, game direction. So I've always felt weird about game direction and game of the year because it feels very similar. But yet Split Fiction's here. Ghost of Yote, Hades, Death Stranding, Claire Obscure. I always feel like, it's very similar to game of the year, but Split Fiction got in. Any qualms with these? You like these picks? Remember, outstanding creative vision and innovation.
Yeah, I do. I think I do have qualms.
I've had a qualm when I read this because the way I ended up picking the games, like I was like, okay, Hades 2, it's not really creative vision or innovative. It's just more Hades. It's really fucking good.
Yeah. And the same with Ghost of Yote. It's
Like
just and Death Stranding.
Yeah.
They're
All
all
three of
they're
them are like,
they basically just built on what was great about the previous
Yeah.
entries and made it better. I feel like Bonanza belongs on this list because it really reinvented Donkey Kong with a unique game direction. So I feel like that one's a little bit of a miss.
agreed.
There's an indie game that was really amazing this year that I could see being
Blueprints?
on this list called Blueprint. Yep, Blueprints. I forget the board game that it's kind of inspired by. Haunting something, I don't know, some haunted house game, but yeah, I don't know. I feel like Donkey Kong and Blueprints should have been in this one.
I agree.
For sure.
I agree with you on that take. Yeah, I've always felt like some of these categories, some of the games don't make sense. And this is one of the ones where it's like, yeah, these are all really popular games, but like 3 of these games, they didn't really innovate or have like a unique creative vision. They're just repeating what was already successful, which again, nothing wrong with that. But Expedition should be there. Split Fiction, I feel like should be there. Blueprints, I think should be there. DK Bonanza has a pretty strong argument because there's not really another game like DK Bonanza out there. Even just like forget Donkey Kong, like what other game is like it with that full destructive environment? There are some, but nothing to this level. And I'm sure there's other games that could easily make it on here. I think if Mina the Hollower would have came out in time, I feel like that would have been a game great for this list. But it's not. It's now listed for 2030. I gotta love eShop listings. Stash, you got any qualms with this list for game direction?
It's fine. It's fine. Yeah.
I mean, I'm not surprised by it. It's just kind of like I always feel weird when you read the description and then you're like, well, then why do we have a bunch of sequels on here?
Yeah, I mean, look, I'll be honest with you. I don't agree with a good majority of the categories, how they're presented, the games that are in them. And I'm not going to make this segment about all the things that are fundamentally wrong about this, because honestly, this is good. This is just, it's good for the industry.
Yeah,
right?
for sure.
And I'm
And
happy
these are all great games
for these folks.
And we could have a more general conversation. We have this conversation every year on the podcast. We'll have a conversation on what we like and dislike about the Game Awards at a future date for sure. Today's just kind of reacting to what was nominated, and then we'll mention, or discuss our plans for the betting special. Which I think we don't have
game direction. There's 2 games for sure that I think belong here, and the other 3 could be very much interchangeable. But yeah, Expedition and Split Fiction, they belong there. And
absolutely
the 3 sequels, because Ghost of Yote is a sequel. I don't care. It's got a different name. It doesn't have a number. It's still a sequel. Yeah, I'm not really seeing how that's best game direction, but okay.
Yeah. I don't know how it's innovative, when it's just
whatever this voting board wants that plays all these video games.
Sometimes they don't. The media that votes don't understand the definition of the category.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'm very curious to see what one of their voting cards looks like. And it's like, did you read the definition of the category, or do you just pick your favorite games?
It's why certain sequels, like for example, like Tears of the Kingdom would make sense in a category like this because it reinvents Breath of the Wild through completely different gameplay mechanics.
Mhm.
Like it wildly changes the way you play through the building in the fusion system. So
Sure.
to me, that's an example of a sequel that
Mhm.
deserves best game direction because it innovated on the game design. But not that these games aren't deserving. I just think that Bonanza and Blueprints were games that
More
kind of
deserving.
innovated.
More deserving.
Yeah.
Next will be a best narrative. This is just all about the story, right? Outstanding storytelling, narrative, and game development. Claire Obscure, Death Stranding 2, Ghost of Yotei, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, and Silent Hill F getting up in here. And how you guys feeling on these nominees? I mean, it's all about story. GameBird, you pick on story over there.
Yeah, this is a hard one for me to say because there's a lot of people who are against the Game Awards. They think it should be all fan driven and not media driven. I disagree with that because I think in order to have like a really valid opinion over who wins, you should have at least played most of, if not all games that are up for nomination. I haven't played Death Stranding 2, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, or Ghost of Yotei yet. These are all games that I plan to play at some point, but I haven't played them yet. I've played Claire Obscure and Silent Hill, Silent Hilf, and I love both of them.
Yes,
I think they're both fantastic. There is a game that's not on this list that has an unbelievable story that I think is highly deserving. It's a JRPG called Trails in the Sky First Chapter. Starts off a little campy. Oh wow, that's funny.
Literally, as you said it, Karkun dropped the super
Wow.
chat.
I love it. Destiny right there, dude. Yeah, no, Trails in the Sky starts off a little bit campy, but the story gets really, really deep. Major twists and turns, very powerful storytelling with great character development. And I'm so excited that a second remake is coming out next year. This is a series that I think if more people got their hands on and start to explore, because there's so many, there's like, I don't know, 12 games now in the series. This is a series that should rival Final Fantasy without a doubt. And I think for the most part, the storytelling in this series better than Final Fantasy. So I think that game got snubbed. But again, that's more of a personal thing because I haven't played more than half of the titles here. So what do I know?
Yeah, I have no problem with the nominees for this one. All of these are very heavy story-driven games. They're all fantastic in their own right. I think it's easy to argue for your favorite story and whatever your favorite game was to make it in. But I think it's hard to deny that the stories in all of these games are just top-notch. Like that's what they're known for. They're almost known for it way more than their gameplay. So, yeah. Stash, any thoughts?
That's fine.
Oh, cool. Yeah. All right. That's art direction. This is for outstanding creative and or technical achievement in artistic design and animation. So you see Claire Obscure up again, Death Stranding 2, Ghost of Yotei, Hades 2, and Hollow Knight. Why I ended up choosing Expedition 33 on this is like, I don't understand like how you could be up for best art direction if your game is literally the same art direction as the game that came before it. You didn't do anything new. You're just doing something we already... So like these 4 games, they're all art directions, styles, and technical achievements from years past. There's nothing new here. There's nothing creative. This is all not bashing the games. Nothing inventive here. And this is for outstanding creative or technical achievement. Okay, even if you want to go on the technical achievement front, look, the most technically advanced game here is probably Death Stranding 2. And even then, if you look at it compared to 1, it's not that big of a leap. Same with Ghost of Yotei. So like, to me, it's like you're just repeating what worked in the past, which again, nothing wrong with that. But when I'm thinking about best art direction for the year, I'm thinking of games that did something we hadn't seen before or did something new in a creative way. And those 4 games didn't do that. Sure, Expedition 33 kind of won by default for me here because It's the only new game on the list, but its art style is very much like very similar to games we already know. I do think it's technically impressive what they pulled off with such a small team. So I give them a point for that for sure. Because hey, they made a AAA styled Western RPG with like 30 people. That's impressive. It's impressive. It's a long game, in-depth story, and the art's pretty gorgeous. Are they heavily reliant on the fact it's Unreal Engine 5? And there's a lot of assets in Unreal Engine 5 that just work? Sure. But that doesn't matter. It's really impressive from a technical perspective to pull this off with 30 people. But the rest of them, I'm like, these don't even really belong here. I can think of so many other games that should be in here for art direction over sequels to art we already know about. That's my thoughts, though. Anyone else want to chime in?
I'm actually very happy with I'm opposite. I'm very happy with this selection. This one, I don't think for me the sequel one doesn't really apply here. I think art direction, obviously Clair Obscur is a very unique and brand new world that's, you know, quite the sight to look at. I think both Hades 2 and Hollow Knight Silksong are stunning. I mean, Hollow Knight, you know, we had that private demo event at PAX with Nintendo. My wife, who doesn't play games, was literally drawn to the game. Literally walked over and sat on the couch and was like, "Whoa, what game is this?" That says a lot about an art direction, regardless of the fact that it's a sequel. Ghost of Yotei, the game is stunning. Tsushima, I think, is one of the most beautiful games I've ever played on the PS4. When PS5 came out, I thought the vision and the beauty of Tsushima rivaled anything we saw the first year on PS5. The game was that beautiful. Death Stranding, I think, makes sense for different reasons. I look at Hideo Kojima, kind of like Miyazaki of From Software, just a very creative visual director who comes up with weird creature design and character design and very, like, I don't know, just a visionary for these unique entities and scenarios. I think there's enough weird crap in Death Stranding to give it this artistic style that's really unlike anything else you see. So I think all these games have earned their place. I guess if I was being nitpicky on this one, for me, I'd say like Hollow Knight and Hades kind of have a similar art style, so it would have been neat to see maybe one of those swapped out for something that's a little bit more visually unique. Maybe a pixel game. Maybe we should get a stunning pixel game in the mix, so we're covering all bases. But I'm actually pretty happy with this selection personally.
Okay. Stash?
Yeah. You know, for me, yeah, when it comes to best art direction, I'm looking for something new. Something that makes you, like, kind of stops you in your tracks and you're like, oh, I need to see what this game's about. This isn't something I've seen before. I need to look into it. And I had a game like that this year. And that was By Sweet Carol. The art direction and animation is absolutely insane. Yeah, it looks like a Disney movie from the 80s. And it's absolutely stunning. It should be here. It should replace either Death Stranding 2 or Ghost of Yotei. Because yes, Ghost of Yotei is beautiful, sure. So is Assassin's Creed Shadows. If you play that and play it on PS5, it's absolutely stunning. You know what I mean? Like, I want to see stuff that hasn't been done before. I think Hollow Knight has a very unique style. Hades 2 does, and so does Claire. These other two, they're not really unique, but they're beautiful. But it's not new. And so By Sweet Carol should easily replace one of these. The whole game's hand-drawn animation. Like, you don't even have animation studios doing that anymore. It's like a lost art. It's all computerized now.
Yep.
So, yeah, again, that just goes to show, though, you know, I was talking with the creator on Twitter, and he was really, you know, hoping he'd get best art direction in the Game Awards. And I said, well, you know, Chris, I think it comes down to whether or not they've played it. And I don't think the people who who vote play a lot of video games. Like they don't play enough to cover the gamut. They play enough to know what the big name titles are, but they're not out there trying to find. They're not there scouting, basically.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they're not scouting for the next big game. They don't know this stuff. So it's unfortunate.
Yeah. Okay. We'll get to best score in music. Again, guys, obviously these are all just subjective opinions. Obviously, everyone can have their own. This is obviously for outstanding music, inclusive of score, original song, or licensed soundtrack. So just in general, music fitting the vibes of the game. We see Christopher Larkin with Hollow Knight, Darren Korb with Hades 2, Lorian Testard with Clear Obscure Expedition 33, Toma Atowa, I know I butchered that one, for Ghost of Yote, and then Woodkid and Ludwig Forsell for Death Stranding 2 on the beach. Honestly, I don't care that much about the music, and I say this because I think all of these games have amazing soundtracks, but so do like 30 other games. This is the one category that I think I would really struggle to narrow down to 5. Like, it's so tough. There's so much, like so many great soundtracks that I have no problem with these ones. Obviously, you know, you can say, well, it's a lot of repeat of games. Well, that's what happens. Games that are really popular that people actually played, yeah, that gets repeated in the Game Awards a lot, of course. So we could talk about our personal favorites, like our personal favorite soundtrack. Like, you know, I as an example, if Donkey Kong Bonanza was not up for Game of the Year, I would be mad it's not up for best score in music. But because it's up for Game of the Year, I know Breaking Free is going to get put in with the orchestra. So I'm good for that being here because I get to hear the music at the show with an orchestra and a live singer probably. So they did that for those who remember Jump Up Superstar. They did that back in 2017 when Odyssey was up for Game of the Year. One of the only times Nintendo had 2 games for Game of the Year.
There's a major snub in this category. That's deeply upsetting for me. Major snub. I'll get to it in a moment. I think ThunderStash knows what I'm thinking of. I'll get to it in a moment. I do want to comment. Claire Obscure, the music's unbelievable. It's so good that when the vinyl went up for pre-order, I bought it. I pre-ordered instantly. The music is so good in that game. Hades 2, killer soundtrack. Guys, Supergiant, just put on a playlist of Supergiant games soundtracks. They're all like 10 out of 10s. They're unbelievable. Totally deserving. Silk Song, great music. Again, I can't speak for Yote or Death Stranding, so I don't know if I feel that they're, you know, the next best of the year. But there is a game that I feel has the best soundtrack of the entire year. And it's a no-brainer for this category. And it's the winner for this category as well. And not singing on this list is a travesty. And guys, the game I'm talking about is Mario Kart World. Get out.
Thank you. Yes.
Get
out.
What
did everybody say? What did everyone say when it came out? That I would buy this soundtrack in a second if they released it. And why isn't it on Nintendo
hundreds
Music?
Of tracks reimagined as jazz, rock and roll,
That's
all
why,
sorts of.
Because it's most of the music is reimagined and not new. That's why it's not new. I'm not saying the soundtrack's not amazing. I'm just saying that, like, technically, it's not licensed music and it's not new music. It's just remixes of music that's already existed.
Yeah, but they who cares? Who
License
cares?
and
I think
Nintendo.
they need to reassess what qualifies then.
Yeah, I agree. No, for
Well,
real.
to be fair, anything can qualify for any category. Just look at some of the games that get nominated. But
and that's what's fundamentally
as
wrong with
someone who
this.
loves the Mario Kart World soundtrack, I would not put it up for this at all. I don't even think it deserves to be in the conversation. I vehemently disagree with you, GameBird. Sorry, it doesn't give me any new music. It's all just taking music I already love and making it better. That means it's just hitting on nostalgia. It's not actually.
But what if you've never heard those tracks before? What if Mario Kart World's your first Mario Kart ever, and it's your first time?
Do you think for these reviewers this is their first Mario Kart ever?
Doesn't matter. It's why it doesn't matter, dude. Get out.
The whole point you brought
Stash,
up.
back me up.
The vote.
I'm with you. I'm
By the way,
100% with you on that.
What I love
That's
about
the
this
game I was going to say.
what I love about this disagreement is they do add like podcast people to the panel sometimes. And I'm like, dude, if our podcast ever gets big enough that we get invited, the hardcore debates we're going to have over what our ticket is that we submit is going to be insane.
Oh, dude, if I was ever on a panel to vote for something that's I say in quotes important like this,
I got a feeling Mario Kart World will make the list because I would get overwritten by everyone.
I know I can be pretty opinionative sometimes, and I know I'd be doing the Miyamoto flipping the tea table and shit, you know?
Oh man. Anyways, yeah, these are great soundtracks. Sash, you have anything else that you want to add? Any other maybe another sleeper game that maybe you think should be on the list?
Yeah, there's a lot of games that I played that had really good soundtracks. There's the competition is just really, it's heavy out there. But by Sweet Carol's main score, once again, those were the two categories that I thought that game could have been nominated for. And I talked about thoroughly in my review. And anyone who's played the game, it seems like very much agrees they had the same takeaway. But, again, people are only playing mainstream stuff. So, that's how it is. They only play games that are certain scores, like I said.
Well, we also talked about, we even had, KiwiTalkz saying that he only plays 85 and above. But the reason is because there's so many games. There's so many games, and there's a finite amount forever. But there's a finite amount of time to like we've talked about it before, Stash. But you totally understand why people will filter by reviews though, because they don't.
No, I understand why. No, I totally understand why.
I'm not faulting anyone who does it, such as Kiwi that does it that way. But it does mean you miss out on some gems that you might have enjoyed if you weren't caring about the review score.
Well,
I don't get
here's the thing. Here's the thing that makes it difficult is that a 7 for someone might be a 10 for someone else.
Well, yeah, it's all subjective.
It's all subjective. It's like when there's a trilogy and your favorite movie is the first one, but someone else's is the third one. Yeah,
so this is best audio design. Obviously, this gets into the design of the in-game audio, your sound effects, your sound design, your sound stage, all that stuff. See, Battlefield 6, Clair Obscur, Death Stranding, Ghost of Yotei, and Silent Hill F. Personally, I ended up choosing F because I got to be honest with you, horror games don't work unless you have amazing sound design, period.
Yeah, and it's really good in that game, too.
I think these other games could have had poor sound design and still been fantastic. If Silent Hill F had bad sound design, no one would even want to play. I think it's that fundamental to the gameplay experience in that game.
I've only played I've played Clair Obscur. Clair Obscur has good sound design. I think Silent Hill F has better sound design, personally. I haven't played the others, so I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, they all have amazing sound designs. I mean, look, Battlefield 6, it's all about realistic military stuff. And yeah, it sounds really good. Clair Obscur, great. Obviously, no one really doubts that. We all know, whether you play Death Stranding 2 or not, it's going to have amazing sound design. It's just the way Kojima games are.
You know what game had killer sound design? Not relevant to this list because it can't be nominated. It's old. Dead Space.
If they remaster it again,
all the creaking sounds of the ship and stuff like that, and the lights flickering.
That's what I'm saying. That's more like a thriller sound. Kind of, the thriller horror style games. The sound design makes those games. Really does. It literally drives the whole atmosphere of the entire game. It's great. That's why I went with Silent Hill F. But is that the one that's actually going to win? I don't know. We'll have that debate at a later time when we submit our betting special. I think we'll probably move on because otherwise we'll be here all day going through each of these. Obviously, best performance. This is all about voice acting. If you did some mocap as well, of course. Not all of these people do mocap for their own characters, but sometimes they do. You see multiple nominations for Clair Obscur, Expedition 33. 3 nominations. And Ben Starr, Charlie Cox, and Jennifer English. And then you obviously see Ghost of Yotei with Erica. Silent Hill F with Kanatsu, and then Troy Baker, of course, doing Indiana Jones. This is also a tough vote for me, because everyone knew in my heart it's Troy Baker, and I hate voting for the guy that's just known as like one of the best voice actors ever. But dude, I didn't think it was possible that anyone could make me think Harrison Ford reversed age 30 years and voice acted a game until he played Indiana Jones. And I was like, oh boy, if I didn't know any different, I would think they AI'd and made Harrison Ford's voice sound younger than it is. Holy shit, is it really good? He got the mannerisms in the voice down. Like, dude, I mean, I know he's a true professional and he's been in a lot of big games, right? He has. Like, he's one of the most well-known voice actors out there, probably one of the most expensive to hire as well. But dude, there's a reason, man. His talent even surprised me in that game. He's just, but so are these other people. These other people are really good. Obviously, like Charlie Cox, everyone knows is like an actual actor, right? You know, he plays Daredevil. But yeah. Any quick thoughts? Or any shout outs you want to shout out? That
mine is very easily Troy Baker.
Troy Baker.
Everyone else did a great job. Pat on the back. Great job. You got nominated. But you know, if you played Indiana Jones, if you're familiar with the movies and you've played the game, what he did is like
he's the only one on
like
this
Nate
list.
Explained, it's absolutely incredible.
Yeah, like he's the only one on this list that had to recreate an iconic voice. Everyone else,
the thing is, everyone else is just, exactly. Yeah. And I think that's harder to do, especially when it's someone as beloved as Harrison Ford, as Indiana Jones. You had a lot of people
butchered. Oh,
that's the thing, man. Yeah, like the pressure to deliver on a character that everybody loves is extremely high versus we don't even know you. This is your first game. You know, as long as it sounds good, I'm good. But with this, everyone's judging the crap out of you to see if you're going to sound like Indiana Jones.
Yeah.
And then to actually deliver the way he did.
Harrison Ford's too old. You can't bring back young Indy in a game. Yeah. Blah, blah, blah. Oh, okay. And now you can have incredible. More in the game. Yeah.
I mean, I said this in my review. I talked about the voice acting. But even that, like the story in the game was better.
These people need to write
the last two movies.
Yeah, whoever wrote this needs to be writing the movies. It's so much.
This game goes perfectly in line with Raiders, Temple of Doom, Last Crusade, and The Great Circle. They all go together. Like
there was like no plot holes between that and the original three movies. Like it was
so interesting.
Up. There were like things that happen in the game, guys, that line up with things from the movies that you did not expect. It's so good. Like honestly, I'm just happy to see Indiana Jones get nominated for anything. So it was the December game, you know, so it was after last year's period. I'm just happy to see it get brought up at all because I think that game did incredible. We all know it's coming to Switch 2 as well. So for anyone on Nintendo that hasn't experienced this, but you're like, you know, old school Indiana Jones fans, this is a must play. I'm telling you right now. It is okay, it's really hard for me to say it's better than the original three movies, but it's up there. It's up there. And you'll understand the deeper and deeper you get in. Like it's like the people who wrote the story for this game understood Indiana Jones better than the last couple of movies understood Indiana Jones.
Well, they do. They understand it better than Disney.
Yeah. Which happens, by the way.
Which is not exactly saying a lot.
And also, I will say, there is a little more creative liberty to have with Indiana Jones going back to his prime days versus Harrison Ford in his 70s. I'll give a little leeway there. It's a little hard to really make
a same about Star Wars.
Yeah, it's really hard.
There's a lot of butchering done.
Yeah, it's hard when you're bringing back beloved characters with actors and actresses that are obviously way too old to be playing them, so they're less interesting. And I know they tried at one point. I think what was it, Shia LaBeouf, who was supposed to replace him eventually, but that obviously fell through. Yeah.
Yep.
People didn't like that idea. Well, of course you can't replace. He's Harrison Ford. There's only one Indy. You can do a spin-off series, but it ain't going to be Indiana Jones.
They used to have the young Indiana Jones movies. I had a couple when I was growing up.
Yep. They had the young indie movies. Innovation and accessibility. This is obviously recognizing, software and hardware that is pushing the medium forward by adding in features and technology, content to help games be played and enjoyed by a wider audience. This is obviously an interesting category because for me, I'm not handicapped in any possible way, so a lot of the accessibility options really just don't matter for me. So it's a hard category to vote for. And it's hard to know because I usually am not looking, like when I play these games, like when I played Shadows, I wasn't looking at the accessibility options because like it wasn't something that I was thinking about because there's nothing about the game that I feel like I need to change to be able for me to be able to play it. So, but there is Shadows on there, and I will note because there was a lot of crapping on Ubisoft earlier. They have been actually pretty good with accessibility options over the years. I want to give them at least a little credit for that. The team in charge of making sure the control options, shifting the color of the game for colorblind people. I want to make sure they shout out. They actually do usually a pretty good job with accessibility. Adamfall, Doom: The Dark Ages, EA Sports FC 26, and South of Midnight. Don't know if we need to talk much. Do any of us really mess with accessibilities? Yeah. So it's really hard. Like we're like this category, if we ever got like on the board, would be one of the hardest ones we'd have. Like I have a feeling we'd probably reach out to our community and ask your guys' opinions that watch us, because some of you guys care about all these accessibility options where it's like we're not as knowledgeable and we might lean on like user polls or whatever. But yeah, because I feel like this is one category none of us can really know that much about. Games for impact. Obviously, this is all about like pro-social messaging and just like usually positive messaging, but sometimes negative. I think a game won in the past that had like it was all about the death of their kid in the afterlife. And this is usually one of the more emotional moments. They almost always have the person who wins this go on stage because it is a very emotional award. So we see Consume Me, Despelote, Lost Records, Bloom and Rage, South of Midnight, and Wanderstop. Yeah. I mean, I won't explain why I chose what I chose because this will be part of the discussion at a later date. But again, the problem with this category is this isn't why I play games. So I'm not looking for games that have like this pro-social meaning or message. So to me, I'd be one of the worst people to judge for this category. Doesn't mean I don't care. It's just not why I play. So it's very like I could get a lot of meaning, a lot of thought provoking from something like the Tears of the Kingdom. Or actually, let's go with the one that came out recently, Age of Imprisonment. I think there's a lot of thought provoking and messaging in there that can actually help with life. But other people aren't going to see the story that way. And so I feel like there's a lot of personalness with this where it's not why I play, but I can get this feeling from a multitude of different games. It doesn't have to be a game directly trying to target it. So, yeah. Anyone else have thoughts they want to add?
No.
Yeah. I don't think any of us like this is why we play games, but it is neat. I got nothing wrong with the category existing. Best ongoing. So here you go, your never-ending games. It's funny we have this, but not a best remaster / remake category. I think it's kind of interesting that those are so prevalent that we definitely should have that category, and we don't. That said, best ongoing. I mean, come on, Final Fantasy 14, Fortnite, Helldivers 2, Marvel Rivals, No Man's Sky. I mean, just draw games out of a hat.
I call this the Final Fantasy 14 category every year because it's won so many of these.
Yeah.
With all of its expansions. I legit because me and my buddy, we used to compete because we go every year. We do our little papers and stuff, and we check off our picks and stuff, and then we actually bring them. Thank you, baby. We actually bring them to the Game Awards, and we'll cross them off as we're winning. But I always write on mine the Final Fantasy 14 category.
Dude, I gotta go to the Game Awards with you and your buddies sometime. I want to participate.
Yeah,
in this.
dude.
Then we sweet talk Paul Gale to get us in the after party.
I know. I hope I could beat Paul Gale this year.
Yeah, you go. I think
I had
goes
no
with it.
idea he goes. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I don't have a lot of thoughts on this because I feel like you can grab any of these never-ending games and put it on here, and they probably deserve to be there. So yeah. And I'll explain my vote later when we get to if that's the game I even go with. I don't know if it will because I got to think about what one's going to win, not one I think should win. Best community support. I always thought this one was interesting too because it's very similar to the last one. Like, wouldn't the best ongoing game have the best community support? So I kind of feel like these should be combined. Anyways, it's for recognizing the game for outstanding community support, transparency, and responsiveness, including social media activity and game updates and patches, which, the ones that do that the best are ongoing games because they have an ongoing audience. So it's like, I feel like this should just be, maybe, it feels weird. I'm just going to say, it feels weird because the categories feel similar. It also feels weird to see Baldur's Gate 3 on here. I'm not saying there's any problem with their messaging or how they interact with people, but like the game doesn't get updates anymore. Larian's done with this game. I don't know why is it here. It's not a never-ending game. I feel like, you know what I feel like? Everyone who voted for this category was like, yeah, we all agree on Fortnite, Helldivers 2, Final Fantasy, and No Man's Sky. We just can't figure out how to get another one on here. We can't figure out another game that deserves to be here. Hey guys, remember Baldur's Gate 3? Remember Baldur's Gate 3? Remember Baldur's Gate 3? Remember Baldur's Gate? Yeah, that one game of the year a couple years ago. You know what? We need to remind people this game exists. Let's put it in this category.
I'm sure the community is still going strong for it, to be fair, with Baldur's
Oh, it
Gate.
is.
I mean, they were just at PAX. They had a huge booth at PAX.
Yeah,
I'm
they do
sure
it
like
every
the community is going hard still for this.
Sure.
So that's
It is.
probably the reason. But yeah, obviously it's not getting
Like
at
new
least
stuff.
from Larian, it's not getting new stuff, but I'm sure there's like community mods and stuff like that are, pouring in.
But that would just be the community supporting itself.
Yeah. I mean, how I read this thing, it's probably more of what game studio actually listens to their customers and actually helps and supports them. If they reach out because they're having an issue in the game, are they actually responding to that type of thing?
Yeah, I don't
It's
think
supporting
I
your
don't think
community.
that's how-
No, that's how I read the.
I know that's how you
that's how I
read,
read
it.
the title.
I don't think that's how they vote
Yeah,
for it.
no,
because
it's not. But
I don't think anyone at like IGN is like, let me email Square Enix and find out, hey, I fucking hate this thing in Final Fantasy 14. Can you fix it? I know,
right. But you know what I'm saying? The way I read the
I know
the title of the category, it's just
their descriptions are
it's
sometimes
more of a title.
It's like too vague.
Yeah,
like it doesn't give enough information, and then yet it's a lot. It's like a lot of words with little information. Yeah. All right. Moving on. Best independent game. This is a big category. It's the big ones where the indies get to shine. You're not going to just see the big name AAAs. I think we all know what's probably going to win this category. I'm assuming we're all going to pick the same game to probably win this category for the betting special. But I'm happy to see some of the games we see on here. So where Blueprints finally gets its recognition. Or Bollock's Pit. Surprisingly, really good game. Absalom gets its recognition. No one's surprised Hollow Knight's here. Everyone knew it would be up for this award. And Hades 2. Those are not surprises. And Claire Expedition, which kind of settles some of the debates some people had. Is it an independent game? Is it not? It is an independent game. It is. Factually. Is that going to be remain true in the future? With future games from them? I don't know. Right now, yeah, they're an indie studio. So I think it's quite obvious which one's going to win. I don't have a problem with this list. I think we can come up with a lot of indie games to put on this list.
There's so many amazing indie games that come out every year. And I mean, if anyone here tonight could vouch for them, I know it's ThunderStash. He plays so many and reviews so many. He does a really good job at sharing games that just don't make it into the limelight, really don't get much coverage. That being said, I do think this is a fantastic list of indies. You know, honestly, if I could take off 2 games off this list, and it's painful to even say that because they're both amazing, it would be Hollow Knight and Hades 2 because they're sequels. I'm really happy that Claire Obscure Expedition 33 is here. Like you said, Prime, people have, argue on what it means to be an indie game, but this is an indie game through and through, and I feel like people should just let this let them have their flowers. They, small team, beautiful experience. Like, let the team have their flowers. It's wild what they created. Blueprints, amazing. I haven't played Ball Pit. I hear it's addicting and so much fun.
Very addicting.
Absalom is no joke one of my favorite games that I've played this year. The game is amazing. And me and Stash are both huge fans of the beat 'em up genre. This is the most innovative modern beat 'em up I have ever played so far. It incorporates roguelike mechanics, skill trees, branching paths with different bosses depending on which path you choose. Really, really special game. So happy to see it represented here. This is just a great list. Yeah. And of course, like I said, there's other games that came out this year that deserve to be on this list. But I have no complaints with what we got.
All right. You have anything you want to add in? Any game you want to make sure gets shouted out for this category, Stash?
No.
All right.
Nope. I share the same sentiment as GameBird.
Best debut indie game. I find this category funny because there's only 4 nominations when there's 5 for every other category but Game of the Year. But we couldn't like the people voting couldn't think of more than 4. Like,
well,
that's with this list.
One got removed. Remember?
Oh, that's right. That's right. I forgot about that. Thank you for reminding me. Yeah, those who don't know, we should bring that tweet up.
Was it Mega Bonk?
Yeah, I think it's Mega Bonk. I literally was just reading this the other day. Is it this one? Let's see. Yeah, here it is. Let's bring this up. So this category is the one that had a smidge of controversy. And when I say controversy, someone being a total Chad on how they read this category. Okay, because you can read it any way that you want. But the way that he read the category is fascinating. So, Mega Bonk. I'm withdrawing from the Game Awards. It's an honor and a dream for Mega Bonk to be nominated for the Game Awards. But unfortunately, I don't think it qualifies for the category debut indie game. I've made games in the past under different studio names. So, Mega Bonk is not my debut game. I really appreciate the nomination, support, and votes. But it doesn't feel right in this category. You should vote for another one of the amazing debut titles. They were all amazing games. Thanks again. Mega Bonk update coming soon. For starters, 2 things I think are brilliant about this. One, the way he views it, it's not about debut for the company. It's about personal debut. So he's released games under other company names before. So to him, he doesn't feel like he deserves this. 2, in him doing this, look at the attention this has gotten. This is probably great for his game. People are going to buy his game because of this. Legit. He probably just sold, an extra few 100,000, maybe 1 million copies by just being man enough, being willing to disagree with being included in a category because you just feel like it's an insult to your peers. I think that is, damn. You don't see this.
Well, hold on. Unless we find out that he got paid off by one of the other nominees.
Yep. Lots of competition for best debut indie game. We got to, getting paid off. But no, I do think that it's pretty cool that they did that. They didn't have to. Again, there were people that responded to him and said, "Hey man, I don't think you should have did that because this is a new studio you made. It's the studio's first game. It's a recognition for the whole studio." That's a fair argument, but he might be a one-man team. So to him, it's like, it don't matter that I'm running under a different name. I've made games before. So let's keep it a buck. Give these other studios their flowers. Really like it. So thanks for reminding me, Stash, that happened. I totally spaced out because last time I was on this page, it was there. When I voted, it was there.
I think they just updated it like a day ago.
Yeah, and credit to the Game Awards for obviously honoring the request, removing it, not leaving it up. Because people might have, if they left it up because of what he did, people might have mass voted it anyways. Just because of what he did. And it's like, okay, well, take it off there. And plus, the media decides a lot. And would the media listen to his plea? Who the hell knows? But yeah, so obviously Blueprints, Clair Obscur, Desperate Dispatch, and it was Mega Monk. I don't really disagree with this. They can, there's other debut indie games out there, of course. Yeah, I'm just glad there's a couple of awards for indie games in general. It's nice to get a break. Even though I know this year, guys, Expedition 33 is probably going to clear both categories and is one of the most talked about games in a while, but it deserves it. And it's not like this every year. So I know some people feel like it's a little unfair because it maybe doesn't seem as indie as other indie studios, but this is the whole argument over what's an indie game and what's not is just a little tiring. Best mobile game. I don't think we got to spend a lot of time on this. We got Destiny Rising, Persona 5, Phantom X, Sonic Rumble, Pretty Derby, and Wuthering Waves. I gave it to Wuthering Waves because it's the only one I played, and it actually is pretty solid. But
I don't care.
Yeah, I think we just move on.
Sorry, guys.
I don't care about this category. Do you guys?
I
don't do VR.
I haven't played any of these.
Yeah, I picked these based on which image had the most hands in it. That was literally the deciding factor. No joke.
Nice.
I did this live. People can vouch for it.
Very nice.
Because I haven't played.
I actually played. I played that.
You did the Midnight Walk?
Yeah, on PSVR 2. I played it.
Nice. Is it good? I'm sure it's good.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's awesome. It could have been in the art style category.
Yeah, I'm not big into VR and AR. There's a couple of reasons. One, I tend to get a headache if I'm doing it for more than 20 minutes. The only game that doesn't do that for me for some reason is Beat Saber. I can play that for hours.
I like VR. I like VR too, but I only have the first quest, and so
a little limited.
I've played what I feel is everything worth playing on the Quest 1. A lot of the great stuff that comes out now is you at least have to have a Quest 2.
Yeah.
So I'm way behind on VR, but I don't know. Maybe I'll upgrade one day.
I don't have a lot of words on the VR stuff other than I'm just not that into VR stuff. But I'm glad the category's there. Best action game. For the best game in the action genre, focused primarily on combat. I always found the word action hilarious because you can describe any game with combat has action.
This is where category lines start to get blurred, I feel like.
Yeah, and I don't understand
where
why
I get annoyed. And then we have categories sorry, I don't mean to rant, but then we get categories every year like best esports coach. Because that's why people are watching the Game Awards. I hope my favorite coach wins.
There should be a separate night for the esports awards, and they should make a bigger deal out of it and have a live esports tournament going on at the same time. Dude, there's ways to do this and hit on that crowd so well, but
yeah, or best streamer. It's
they never do it. Yeah, a streamer you could throw that in with the esports.
It feels like a slap in the face, especially with all the layoffs and how scary the industry is right now. It's sometimes they'll go over some of the categories really fast in the pre-show, best fighting game, best puzzle game, all that stuff, really fast. But then during the main show, they'll do best esports coach. I'm just what? Anyways, sorry.
He's paid money for that slot. Leave it be. Anyways, best action game. I don't know. I don't really have any disagreements based on how they define it because anything that has combat. Yeah, I'm cool with this category. I don't think we have much to discuss here. At least until we get to the point where we're going to be making our picks for the thing. Then there's discussion to be had. But best action adventure. This is obviously a pretty popular category with some of us. We like to play lot of action adventure games around here. And so, combines combat with traversal and puzzle solving. So you see DS2, Ghost of Yote, Silk Song, Indiana Jones. Look at that, I gave it my vote there. And Split Fiction. So I got an issue with any of it, to be honest.
Yeah,
I don't feel like
agree.
they're
And
massive snub. Is what I guess what I'm trying to say.
Indy should win this. Nothing says adventure like Indiana Jones. Come on.
If it can't win this category, it could never win anything.
Yeah.
This
For
is
real.
it. This is the cat. Anyways, the debate over what we're going to pick for the award, that doesn't mean by the way, him saying this doesn't mean when we're voting to win, because we guys don't understand about the betting special is it is literally about winning. It is not about what we want to win. So you have to look at this list and go, man, what do we think IGN, Kind of Funny Games, GameSpot, and the rest, like, what do we think they're going to pick universally? Because the fan vote counts for so little that it only matters if there's a tie. And I don't think there's ever been a tie.
Well, there was at the one time when United it, but then that was because they forgot to mention.
Oh, no,
they
I'm talking about our betting special. I'm talking about a tie at
Yeah.
the Game Awards. But
Yeah.
We put ties in the betting special. Yeah, that was
funny.
That was funny.
Yeah, they literally forgot to announce a winner.
Okay, now I have major problems right here.
Yeah.
Major
so
issues.
let's go over what this is. The best RPG for our audio listeners. We're on the best RPG category. They describe this as the best game design with rich player character customization and progression, including massively multiplayer experiences. So they're just trying to say you can include MMOs, which is fine, because those are RPGs, MMO RPGs. It's literally in the name. That said,
this is so lame.
One, I don't like the definition. I don't think rich character customization is required to be an RPG. I think that's
definitely not. That's a made up shit.
Definition of an RPG I've ever fucking heard of. Rich character customization? No, you don't have to create a character. Yes, it's nice when
This
it's
is
there.
so.
Anyway,
They should split this into, like, if they're gonna do it like this, they should split this into best Western RPG and best JRPG, or best RPG and best JRPG.
it'll never happen.
This is goofy as hell.
Yeah. I mean, you look at the list. Obviously, that we have Avowed, Clair Obscure, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, Monster Hunter Wilds, and The Outer Worlds 2. When did Avowed originally come out?
Not too long ago. It was like 4 months ago.
February? It was February,
5
right?
months
Yeah.
ago.
Yeah, February. It's interesting. Obviously, one company has 2 games on here. I think that's interesting. I don't
There's
know.
a glaring omission from this list that's like I find disturbing.
I'm gonna be honest. I really only think 2 of these games should be here, personally. But I'll let you. Okay, Gamer, you're obviously scathing right now. What
Yes, because
grinding your gears?
like the second highest rated RPG of the entire year is not on this list. Trails in the Sky first chapter. It has a 91 on OpenCritic. It's a phenomenal, and it's an RPG through and through. Period.
Because they didn't play
Again, this is a series I said should be rivaling Final Fantasy. The fact that Avowed and The Outer Worlds are on here, not only obviously these games are RPGs, and this is why I think there should be a separate category.
Yeah.
And even Monster Hunter, I understand there's leveling, or not leveling, but there's the gear and the grinding for upgrading your gear.
I've never viewed Monster Hunter as an RPG for some reason.
Yes.
I don't really know what I would categorize it as, but I've never actually thought about it as an RPG.
At the very least, they should have RPG and action RPG. And then you could put Avowed in action RPG and Outer Worlds in action RPG and Monster Hunter. But yeah, it's just crazy to me that in a year where we got a 91 JRPG, that's phenomenal.
Because it's not Final Fantasy.
It's not even on this list.
Well, to be fair, Xenoblade makes the list once in a while. That's just because of Nintendo, though.
Right. Yeah, it's just such an odd omission. I find that it feels offensive to me.
I see you're
Right.
upset. Stash,
Yeah.
how you feeling on this category?
I am with GameBird on that. That should have been here.
Yeah.
Trails should have been there. You know, it's the way they define it is odd.
Yeah.
It's not how I would define it, but again,
Yeah.
this is why for whoever wins, I'm very much happy for you. But I don't put stock in this, just like the awards they've done for movies for years.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Sure. I
It's
don't
the same
care.
bullshit. I don't
Personally,
care. Yeah, and some of the movies that we all probably love the most would never be up for an award.
There are some comedy movies that are now considered like all timers that never won a single award and lost out to like other comedy movies that nobody talks about anymore. Gives a shit. It's like clearly you got it wrong.
Yeah,
like very clearly.
Yeah, so
I would actually even put Digimon Time Stranger over a couple of these games on this list. If I'm being completely
that
honest.
game was awesome. I would put Dragon Quest 1 and 2 HD remake in here too.
Dude. Oh, I'll give you
literally the first console RPGs ever released. Great way to highlight them.
Dude, before we move on, I always have a problem with these major categories. The way they define them is always really bothering me. But before we move on, to bring up the point that I was talking about, Jim Carrey has never won an Oscar and he's never even been nominated for an Academy Award. And yet he's going to go down as one of the most remembered comedic actors of all time.
Yeah, these are the things I'm talking about. This stuff happens all the time with awards.
And that's what happens with the awards as well. They're so like just gets overlooked and forgotten. So yeah, you can pick any number of games. I think Trails should have been in here easily. There's no reason that game's missing at all. I don't care that it's a JRPG. It's an RPG. Get it up in here. Deserves to be
My
here
chat
over.
said Fantasy Life also.
Fantasy
Could have
Life
been in there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think Fantasy Life, Trails, or Dragon Quest could have easily replaced Avowed.
Outer Worlds.
Outer Worlds 2.
And Monster Hunter.
You know what? Monster Hunter Wilds is on the fence as well because that's not peak Monster Hunter. Okay, the one that released on PS4 is still peak Monster Hunter, which is why I want it to come to Switch 2. I don't want this one. I want the other one on Switch 2.
And I want to be clear, guys. All these games are good. Like, if you bought Avowed, you probably had a good time with it. If you bought Outer Worlds 2, you probably had a good time with it. Monster Hunter Wilds, you probably had a good time with it. Like, we're talking about the awards, right? So this is like the best of the best. So no, there's not going to be a game listed in here that's like just legitimately an absolutely horrendous, terrible game. Like, that's just not. So they're all good. We just think there's other games that deserve to be in here over others, which is fine. I think a lot of fans feel that way too. A lot of people that watch Game Awards, there's always disagreement over who's nominated. I care more about how the show actually goes. The nominations are cool, and I actually value the awards. I think it's really neat that just seeing how some of the developers react when they get the award lets me know that it's important we have them. I think it's important for the industry itself that we have these awards. But me personally, I care more about like the announcements, the pacing, and fixing the fact that you rush through some awards and don't others.
Mm-hmm.
And it's very confusing. Like some of the biggest categories people care about, it'll just be like rapid fired, like 7 in a row. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, what the fuck? That's weird. Next category, best fighting game. You guys know my favorite category, right? Absolute favorite here. 2K or 2XKO, Capcom Fighting Collection 2, Fatal Fury, City of the Wolves, Mortal Kombat Legacy Collection, and Virtua Fighter 4 Revo World Stage. What they say is it's the best game design around head-to-head combat. Okay, I guess that's a fair enough definition. I think we all know what fighting games are, and they didn't get anything wrong. These are all fighting games. I will just note, even though I personally don't care about this category, guys, for those who don't know, I'm not that into fighting games like at all. Didn't play any of these games. Have no desire to play them. I will note, I think it's weird in 2025 that things are being nominated that are just collections of old games. I think that is very weird. Because you're just telling me old games are better than new games. Okay, that's fine and maybe even true. But that's not the point. You're nominating games that came out sometimes decades ago because they're in a collection. I think that's weird. I think that shouldn't be allowed. They're not even remakes or remasters. They're just, I don't think it should be allowed.
I mean, if the collection has a new game in it, then yeah. But
well, they don't.
No. I'm not. I don't know enough about them to know if they did or not. But if they had a new game in it and it was just adding
to
on
me,
to
this is
a
where
collection onto it.
This is where there's enough collections releasing every year that you should have a
Almost have a
category for
category.
best collection.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
I
what
mean, I think that's a fair point, Prime. You guys all know I've got a long history with the Mortal Kombat series. I love it. I don't think it's fair to, when you have a standalone game and then you put a collection of like every retro as one of the nominees as every
Here's
retro
all the
Mortal
Capcom
Kombat
fighting
game
games like ever have a good
made.
day. Here's all the Mortal Kombat games ever have a good day.
I love Castlevania. I would think it would be cheap if for one of the action game slots they put a Castlevania collection.
The collection
Like, well, that doesn't seem fair.
Yeah, there was no collections in any other category until this one. It's like, okay, you either don't know about 5 fighting games at all, like you just aren't even aware. Couldn't even Google search to try to fill out your ballot. And 2, you just really like the collections more. And I think that's probably what's showing through here. That's why I think one of the collections will probably end up winning. But I think the voting panel clearly likes the collections. They shouldn't qualify. I think collections should qualify in any category except a category for collections. Just like when we see remasters pop up, I'm like, God, that should just be its own thing, its own category. Like it just feels so weird. Like you're basing the quality of a game that's already been around. Like Ocarina of Time remaster comes out, and let's say it reviews at a 98 again. Should it win Game of the Year? Like, no, I don't think it should. It's not new. But it's not my award show. Anyone have any comments on this besides me? Because Paul Gale would be a good person to have on for this category. But
I've played all of them except for 2XKO. I don't know what that is even. But
why I got my
I played
vote.
the other 4. I didn't love Fatal Fury. I wanted to. I've grown up playing Fatal Fury. I have Fatal Fury on my Neo Geo arcade. I have all of them. Virtua Fighter, same. Grown up playing it. MK, obviously. I have a history with all these games from like the early 90s. The latest history I have with these games is Virtua Fighter because it came out after some of the games in Capcom Fighting.
Yeah.
So for me, I would go MK or Capcom Fighting.
There. All right. Go to the next category here. Best family game. I don't know why they don't just call it the best Nintendo game because that's pretty much what wins every year. But there are some interesting ones in here. So it says for the best game appropriate for family play, irrespective of genre or platform. I have no problem with the statement that irrespective of genre or platform, it's just ones that are best to play with a family. What I find interesting about this category is I've always felt like the only thing when you talk about appropriate for a family has to be a party game of some type or a game that commonly involves passing a controller around, like say Wii Sports. If it is just, we can play it together because of online multiplayer, like Sonic Racing Crossworlds. Okay. Well, that's your family live together. Children, parents. This is what I'm thinking about. We can go online. Play Sonic Crossworlds together. Now Mario Kart, I get it. I get that one a little bit. That's a lot more pushing playing together in the same space than Sonic does. And I might even say you guys could think Sonic Crossworlds is a better game. That's not the conversation here. It's about for the category. Split Fiction. No idea what it's doing here as a family game, personally. I've played it. There's way too many adult themes that kids ain't gonna give us two shits about. But I get it because you're saying it's couch co-op. I think that's the idea here. Mm-hmm. Okay, well then this is about family. Then it should just be party games if that's why it's here. We should just have a bunch of party games. Lego Party is, by the way, fantastic. I don't know if any of you guys played Lego Party. It's better than Mario Party by a lot. Oh, it's so good. It's so good. Anyways, obviously I voted for Bonanza because again, it's always going to be in the Nintendo game category. I also don't think Bonanza is a family game. But it's up for Game of the Year, right? So it's got to win its own category, right? Why are you up for Game of the Year if you can't win your own category? When you're only in one, that's got to be the one you get.
I think Mario Kart World is an exceptional family game because I could sit on my couch and pass out 3 additional controllers to the wife and kids, hop into some knockout tours, some Grand Prix, and have fun with the whole family.
Hell yeah.
So
yeah, earlier this year, Michaela went to Oregon. It was like shortly after. It was maybe a week after Switch 2 came out. And she brought her Switch 2 and camera. I set up my camera and we played Mario Kart. And her family was talking shit to me. I was talking shit to her family. This is awesome. Like this is what it's about, you know? Because after you're playing for a while, you forget that you're not even in the same room. Like it just very much feels like we're all hanging out together. And that's exactly what Nintendo was trying to create.
Yeah.
So that could easily win too.
Oh yeah. There's arguments for all the games. Eric, you always seem to have an issue with this category. We'll see what I said.
Yeah, no, I mean Legends in the chat said family games doesn't mean multiplayer games, guys. But to a certain extent it does. Because it's games you're playing with your family, which means
remember
you're not playing by yourself.
And you look at the definition, they said appropriate for family play. That's families playing together. Like, you know, family game night. When people think that's what people are thinking about. Like when your family gets together or your kids, what are you playing? Mario Kart's a very popular one. Almost every family gathering I've been at, that's always in the conversation.
Means anyone can play, but not by their definition.
By their definition, it's about family play, not appropriate to play for any age.
Yeah. So if it's appropriate for anyone, this should be the best E-rated game.
I guess.
I mean, that's
sure. I mean, it's fair if that's. What,
it's E for everyone. It's the best E-rated game,
suppose. Yeah, but no, the way they define it is family play, which to me, as someone who has a family, means playing with my family. Doesn't mean playing by myself, beating a game, then asking my son if he wants to play DK Bonanza, having him. And I know there's like that multiplayer and. Get out of here with that. It's fine. I know some people like it, just like they liked it controlling the second Wii controller and collecting bits in Mario Galaxy.
Yeah,
I get it. You know, hand it to your little sister and just not care. Yeah, little brother or whatever. But yeah, to me, that's not really. Like I always think more of like party games, or at least games that allow 4 or more players at the same time.
Right.
Can be local.
You might
can be online.
You might as well nominate Ubisoft for Monopoly.
Why not?
Why not?
You know what's funny
too? Family Feud.
Yeah,
Ubisoft as well.
Those games are being played, by the way, by families on Switches and Xboxes. I've been to family gatherings, and I'll be like, "Dude, are we playing Family Feud on the Nintendo Switch? That's what we're doing for our game night."
Might as well put.
Let's fucking go, baby! I've been playing this game for years. I know I have everyone memorized. Oh, you're not allowed to play then. Fuck.
Have they ever put a Jackbox party on this?
Oh, that's a good question. I don't know if they have.
I doubt it. Maybe when it was on Spike TV
Dude, I want the OG. You don't know Jack to come back. Trivia wise, I love that dude. By the way, I don't know if it's such appropriate for families. It would say some pretty insulting things. But
no, not today.
We all played it. Even a kid, like parents didn't care about the crazy shit that guy would say.
Someone's getting offended and walking out of the room.
Yeah, today, world, yeah, dude. You bust out. You don't know Jack today and make your family play it, dude. Someone's gonna crash out.
Even Wii Fit would offend people today because he used to give like your BMI and stuff like that, and it would tell people like, "Oh, you're fat."
Oh yeah, and it'll tell you you're fat. It'll also, it doesn't give you gender options. You have to be male or female. That'll suddenly be a big thing. It's so like, dude, like the old stuff. A lot of it came back today. Like it would be blasted. Social media just did not exist back then. Maybe for good reason. Best simmer strategy. This is one of my favorite categories. This one's always rushed through, and it pisses me off because it's one of my favorite things. Example: I am, while still playing Age of Imprisonment, I've been making time to also play Anno 117 Pax Romana because I love RTSs and it's very good. So this is like
Ubisoft sent that to you?
Yeah. I told them
that one.
yeah, I emailed them and I said, well, yeah, I'm not going to review it, but I do really want to play it. They're like, yeah, just do it. Just play it then. We don't care. I'm like, all right. Because I actually, this is my kind of game. I knew Stash was not gonna do anything with it, but it's literally.
When I saw it, Mike, I bet. Yeah, I thought you were gonna get it.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite genres. I was already wanted it before, just playing the demo they had earlier. I was like, oh, I'm gonna buy it, and then they offered it to me. I was like, well, shit, fuck yeah, because I'll be playing this game for years. Anyways, that being said, this is literally my category. It's not just about RTSs, of course. It's any sim or strategy game. So you're going to see Final Fantasy Tactics up in here, Jurassic World, Civ 7, Tempest, The Altars, 2 Point Museum. I made some people mad the other day. I said I don't think Final Fantasy Tactics should count, but I'm also wildly consistent about this. It's not technically a new game, and I've been consistent about that for every category. So I don't think it should count, but I know it's popular. I know why it's here. It's also extremely good. It's like I get it.
Yeah.
2 Point Museum is really good. I don't know if anyone else played it. It's pretty fantastic. I think it deserves to be here. The only one on here I didn't really try was The Altars. So that one I don't know much about with that one. But I see GameBird shaking his head over there. What are you disappointed that's not here?
It's not what's not here. This is another category that's I find very annoying because this first off, there should be two different categories here. There should be best strategy / tactics game, which makes sense. And then a separate category should be best sim. Because I don't think it's fair to put a game like Final Fantasy Tactics next to like Power Wash Simulator. I know Power Wash isn't on here, or The Sims. I understand that that sim games are strategy, but I feel like there's a big enough distinction between the two, and tactics makes more sense alongside strategy. But that's just me.
Yeah, I think the reason they use the word sim is a lot of the games in the RTS category are called simulators, like city building simulators. Sure. They're not like what we think of the word simulator today. Like it was a very popular term used like decades ago for RTSs because you're simulating building armies. You're simulating, so it was like, it's I kind of, that's why it never really bothered me the name, because I'm like, well, I'm thinking about it the way the category, like I'm an RTS player. We've been using that forever. That terminology. And when you look in there, it says, it's either real-time or turn-based simulation or strategy. I guess you could have turn-based simulation without it being that kind of game. Yeah, I see where your complaint's coming. Yeah, okay. Not specific enough in the definition. I think it would help.
I agree. They need to separate that. Listen to this.
Yeah, there should be a category for just like simulators, but like when we say simulators, we mean like the Power Wash, the grocery store.
Yeah, flight simulator stuff.
Yeah. Prison simulator, drug dealer simulator.
I do. I would
Like,
it exists.
Wait, Stash. Is Drug Dealer Simulator a real game?
Swear to God, I was offered a code for it. I was offered a code for both. And it's hilarious. So like I just looked it up, right?
It's totally a thing.
Steam database. There's 1,674 simulation games on there.
Yeah.
They've been released since 2019, but
Yep.
cumulative, there's 6,734 simulation games. So
By
you
the
could very
way,
easily have a simulation category because there's been hundreds that have released this year.
and maybe you should have took up the Drug Dealer. It's 90% rated by the users.
And I just can't. I'm not going to play that because I'm busy with other games.
Also,
And
these kind of
I'm also not going to review that on my channel.
Yeah, it's gonna be like a never-ending game, anyways.
You know, what I mean,
Hey,
yeah, I don't play the never-ending games, and I will not review that on my
There are
channel.
YouTubers out there that play nothing but simulators and review them. So, that is a thing out there. They exist because they're popular. Like it is what it is. And I actually used to laugh at it until I was in bed and I was watching a show on like Apple TV on my phone, and Yulia was on the Xbox and she was playing the supermarket simulator I was talking about before. And after her playing it for a couple hours while I'm sitting here watching my show, I would keep going, "Oh, hon, you should probably go do this. Oh, maybe you should try this." I would actually. Then I started real. Oh my god, I kind of want to play this game. I get the appeal now. Oh shit! I used to laugh at these kind of games. I get why people want to play now. I get it. This is clicking with me. It's vibing with me. I'm not saying I'm gonna suddenly just go play all the simulator games, but I'm like, I understand the appeal now. This makes sense to me. Okay. I'm not going to because it's a never-ending game, and I got enough of those in my life, like World of Warcraft. Anno 117, I just started, literally never-ending. Age of Empires 4. But I get it. Yeah, there should be a separate category.
They had a supermarket sweep game because that's one of the best shows ever.
Oh yeah.
Dude, imagine if like there was one where like you have to mash the buttons to like move your cart really fast, and like you steer your cart, and obviously you got to grab the right items off the shelf. Try to find one with the tag on the back.
Stash, I'm like tripping that. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say, I've always wanted this game to exist, and maybe it does, and I just don't know about it. Like a good one. I've always wanted like a Hell's Kitchen style game. Not Hell's Kitchen. Sorry. Not Hell's Kitchen. Sorry. That other show where he goes to the restaurants and they're all like fucked up, and then he renovates it.
Oh yeah.
I always,
talking about Bar Rescue.
No, it was even bigger than.
No, it's
even bigger. Yeah, why can't I remember the name of it?
Kitchen Nightmares? Is it Kitchen Nightmares?
Yeah, Kitchen Nightmares. Yeah. I've always wanted a game like that where it's like, hey, you go into these places and you're like, dude, you suck. Dude, you suck. Look at this drama over here. Dude, you're the issue. No, you're the issue. And then I renovate it overnight, and you just wash your hands and walk away, and you just make 1% off whatever their profits are, and you just like keep going, baby. But I don't think that game exists. It should. All you simulator fans out there, this game should exist.
Stash, I was gonna say it's funny you just mentioned Supermarket Sweep. My wife, it's one of her comfort shows, and like not that long ago, she started watching it. It's like when she's laying down for bed, she'll stream it.
Yeah, I saw it was streaming somewhere, and my cousin Jim too, he was watching it because like we all grew up watching this.
Yeah.
It was a very normal thing to watch Supermarket Sweep, and one of the streaming services got like all the episodes, and they're so good. Like they're probably better.
He's been watching it like nightly.
It's so good. It's such a great show.
That's funny.
All right. Next category.
Love it.
Sports and racing. I think it's pretty self-explanatory. The best traditional and non-traditional sports and racing game.
Yep.
Okay. I mean, I don't really know what else to say. The nominations are the nominations are. I'm not sure that I would have these same ones in here for this, but cool. I don't know what to say. I'm the one, like, this is my category. I play lots of sports games. That's why this would not be my list. What am I going to do? Spend all day bitching about a category no one else cares about? Best multiplayer. I don't know. I got to make sure people actually want to listen and keep watching. Can't just talk about what I want. Best multiplayer. For outstanding online multiplayer gameplay and design, including co-op and massively multiplayer experiences, irrespective of game genre or platform.
This is dumb.
Yeah, this like
This is
something
really
about
dumb.
this, dude, something about this category just feels so off, and I don't know what
I think
it
it's
is.
so. Look at the beginning of the description for outstanding online multiplayer gameplay and design. Like that's. I don't think that's a necessary. I mean, obviously, that's something that you take into consideration when you're thinking about best multiplayer game, but there could be a local co-op only multiplayer game that is outstanding and beats everything.
Good, yeah,
Interesting.
yeah. It just feels off. That said,
It's weird.
Arc Raiders, Battlefield 6, Elden Ring, Night Rain, Peak, and Split Fiction are the ones they put up. All pretty solid games. Elden Ring, Night Rain, it's not as good as it should be.
Yeah.
I think it's the
I
best
go
way
with
to
Split Fiction.
Yeah,
I would
happy-
pick Split Fiction personally on this.
and I feel like they also have a history of doing well at the awards, the studio. So it's like this.
I think it's weird that I mean, I would put Absalom on this list, as well as Mario Kart World.
Yeah.
To be honest,
Yeah.
it's
I don't know how Mario Kart World. I don't know how Elden Ring's on here before Mario Kart World. Even when you go look at the review scores, and these are the people that do the reviews, there's like a massive gap. It's like it's just brand. It's Elden Ring, so we got to put it in. Weird. Best adaptation. I think this is kind of neat to talk about once in a while. This is just about creative work that faithfully and authentically adapts video games to other entertainment, usually shows, movies, etc. The reason this category is lame this year is I don't really feel like there was a truly great thing that came out, but there's about to be a bunch of them. Mario movie, Fallout Season 2, a new season of oh my god, with the clown car and the fucking metal something
Twisted
it's
Metal.
called. Twisted Metal.
Twisted
Yeah,
Metal.
the new season of that's coming, and that show's really good. So like we have a bunch of like really good shit coming. Zelda movie. But like this year just didn't. Nothing on this felt good to me. I don't know about you guys. I saw all of these, and none of them I felt were like fantastic.
I haven't seen a single one of these, so I have no opinion.
I only watched Last of Us.
Yeah,
Season 1 was
And that-
better than season 2.
no, season 1 was way better than season 2.
So
Not even.
that's where I'm
my
at.
youngest really liked the Minecraft movie, so
Mm. I think the Minecraft movie was fine for its demographic. That was my big thing with that movie. Is I actually don't think it's like a terrible movie. It's just I don't think it's great, but it's not meant to appeal to me.
I'll say this because I've seen I've seen little bits of Minecraft as my son streams it in the living room, and I was very surprised at from the scenes that I saw. I thought Jason Momoa stole the show. I thought he was like pretty good in it. I think Jack Black was kind of, for me, I love Jack Black, but I felt like from the scenes that I saw, it felt like just do Jack Black, but like at a 10 the whole time. Like no, just act like yourself, but like at a 10 always.
Yep.
So I felt like he was just doing like extreme Jack Blackisms. You know?
Yes, what children love.
Yeah, what children love.
That's why they went nuts in the theater.
Yeah, I believe it. Yeah.
All right. Let's see here. Let's get to most anticipated game. I like this category. It's one of the few that I actually usually are like, you know what? This is described well. It's very obvious what it is. You know, recognizing an announced game that has demonstrably illustrated potential to push the gaming medium forward. I don't really care what that last part of it. Again, every one of their definitions, of course, has to have some sort of stupid language. Like, has to push the medium forward, or it could just be something I'm stupidly excited for. Anyways, the games that are nominated up here are 007 First Light, Grand Theft Auto 6, Wolverine, Resident Evil Requiem, and The Witcher 4. I would venture to say these are all pretty hotly anticipated. Don't really have any specific problems with this list. I mean, there's other games we could list that we, are stupidly excited for next year. But I mean, the big names to be expected. I think we all know what one's winning for like the third year in a row or whatever.
Yeah,
yeah. It's like we all know what it's going to be. Clearly, it's Marvel's
007.
It's clearly Marvel's Wolverine. It wins every year. All right. Then content creator of the year. They need to rename this to streamer. Dude, as a content creator, it's offensive. They need to rename this to streamer of the year, number 1.
This is so
they
lame.
only ever nominate live streamers, nobody else. So stop calling it content creator of the year. Content creators aren't just streamers. And it even says in the definition, a streamer or content creator. It's literally saying they're not the same thing. Anyways, it's about who made an important and positive impact on the community in 2025. I'm going to be honest.
This is so dumb.
It's one of the dumbest things ever. One, let's stop talking about like positive impact on the community. It's so subjective. Let's just eliminate that entirely. It should just be who added the most to the gaming conversation this year, and leave it at that if you're going to have this award at all. That's it. I think it needs to be more complicated than that.
Can you imagine if this category was in the Academy Awards?
What, best fan of the year or some shit?
Yeah. Best movie critic of the year.
But there are movie critic awards.
I know, but it's not part of the Oscars. Just like content creator, leave this to like some sort of Twitch awards or YouTube awards.
Well, remember, they're not trying to be the Oscars because, Joseph Ferris said, fuck the Oscars live on the show. They're clearly not trying to be the Oscars.
Are all these content creators right here?
Yeah.
I'm not too familiar with too many big content creators, but are they all strictly video games? Or do they cover all sorts of content? Because if these aren't all like they're just purely video games, then anyone who doesn't fall into that category does not belong on this list.
Okay, so I'll explain who they are. All right, so this guy, just to break it down, he basically just commentates esports. Kai Cenat is definitely plays video games, plays a lot of them. Kai Cenat is not just a video game. He is a multifaceted content creator.
He's off the list recently.
He shouldn't be on the list. He's not primarily gaming, but he does play games. Okay. And he's huge.
Well, so do
He's one of the largest live streamers in the world. He owns like tons of records. Moist Critical. He is one that actually does primarily play game. That's why you know him, because that's what he does primarily. Yes, he does comment on make content on other stuff. He's known for his gaming. Professional gamer, pro teams, the content he makes, his live streams, there's a lot of gaming. That's why, again, most gamers will know who he is. Sakura Miku is someone who does just video game live streams. Obviously, fake animated character, but VTubing, as they call it. And the Burnt Peanut, he's also live streams games, literally as the animated peanut thing. The funny thing is, when I read the category, because going off their definition, the part of the definition I don't like, the important and positive impact on the community, is I don't think any of these people have done that this year. Like, you go watch a Burnt Peanut live stream, dude. His audience is literally, you can see in the chat, just tons of children, and he's just saying edgy, inappropriate bullshit that kids find to be cool. And it doesn't go so far as to if your parent overhears it, they're going to scream, but goes far enough that, you know, your kid's being heavily influenced to be a dumbass right now. And you should probably do something about that. It is not a positive impact. Okay. It's an impact, not in the positive direction. And I'm not going to say that these other content creators haven't had positive directions with their stuff, but yeah, it's a shitty category. And it sucks because, like, we are content creators. Like, this is our category. And look how they treat this category. It makes us not care. And that sucks. Because I would be cool to maybe even do this, like have this be part of take the esports night and have like content creator stuff be part of that. Do a couple different content creators, like do a streamer award, do a best like shorts TikTok creator award, you know, like have a couple categories there, do your esports, throw it in one night. I think that'd be fine, but not what they do.
That category is there to bring in a different market.
Yeah.
That's exactly why it's there, and that's why none of them, apparently they don't make sense based on the category, but it's solely to bring in all of those subscribers and followers to the Game Awards.
Yeah, obviously. Esports, I don't really have to spend a lot of time on this. I know a lot of us don't talk about or play a lot of esports games. But yeah, they have all the esports categories, which will be part of our betting special, of course. But we don't have to really go over and do too much discussion on it. They get the player's voice, which has it begun yet? No, it hasn't begun yet. So this is the award that some people care about the most, because this is literally just fan vote. Tournament style, they narrowed down the vote, and then there's a game of the year based on player voice. So some people think this is the most important one because there's no media influence here. It's just straight up, here's a massive list of games. Go vote for ones you think should be among the best. And it just narrows down through a couple of rounds. All right. That's good on that. The only thing to talk about here, I think we'll just skip over to the super chatted questions in next. What I wanted to just talk briefly here about is the betting special. And I want to talk about it briefly because I've been so damn busy lately. I don't know if I'm going to get this conversation in privately. So, what episode do we think is the best episode to do it on? Remember, it is on December 11th is the Game Awards, so it has to be done before then. Now, I brought up earlier, I think December 10th in our private chat, because I was like, it's the day before the awards. So it's like there's like the immediate payoff for the audience. Like you tune in to watch us and watch what we're gonna say and what we're gonna vote for. And then you get an immediate payoff right away the next day. So there's something to say about that. There's also something to say that, I don't know, maybe one of us four, and I don't know about this dumbass. He keeps walking away like he's taking a shit 20 times. Like, seriously. No, I know what he's doing. He took my dog to go out to the bathroom right now. He's actually being a friend. But yeah, like, if one of us couldn't be at that one, well, then that's not a good one to do. So what are you guys' thoughts? Like, what episode should we do it on?
I think the closest to the Game Awards, the best, to be honest. Stash, what do you think?
Like I mentioned, I'm out of town that day.
Yep.
The 10th. I'll be in LA, down the street from the Game Awards.
Are you going, Stash?
No, I fly home on the day of the Game Awards.
Oh, what are you doing in LA?
Bandai Namco has me coming out there to play a game that isn't out yet, to do a preview of that.
Ooh, very cool.
I
Sorry if
know,
that was confidential.
Yeah, I actually asked them about the Game
You're
Awards.
one of them now, Stash.
It should be fun. I actually told him, I mentioned about the Game Awards, and I thought about maybe staying out longer. Michaela thought about coming out. Ultimately, we are like, it sounded like a good opportunity, but we're like super, super busy. You guys know I have a ton of embargoes. I have a bunch right around then. And I'd asked to fly back. I think set me up with a flight that is early Wednesday, so I could be, or not Wednesday, but early Thursday, so I could be back in time to stream the Game Awards with you guys, or with Nate and Eric. You'll be at the awards, right?
I'll be there. Yeah.
Yeah, we could text them for on the ground intel.
Yeah, please do.
So I thought about going. I asked them if they had like any company tickets, but they don't have any. So yeah. So anyways, my point is that I will be like in a hotel room on Wednesday night. You never know, obviously, how service is going to be. And I do have to be up early on Thursday to fly back. I think my flight's at like 7:30 a.m., which means obviously I have to be up early. But again, I'm like, I think 1 mile down the road from where the Game Awards are at. That's where my hotel is. So that's very close to the airport. So I don't have to be up like crazy early. But then again, the airport might be really busy because of the Game Awards.
Dude. Yeah.
Actually, right?
LAX, yeah. Traveling to LAX is hell.
Oh my God.
In the morning.
Yeah. So, at any rate, if I have to go to bed early, I have to go to bed early. If I have to tune out early, I have to. So I'm good doing it on that day. I just might have to go to bed early.
Okay. Well, cool. Yeah, we just make it the first topic.
Don't want to miss the flight.
Yeah, we're just making the first topic. Not a big deal. Or we're just doing a shorter show, and that's like the only topic. That'll be all right.
Cool.
Make it happen.
That's dude, that is rad though, that you get to do that with Bandai. Is that your first? Is that your first time? I know you got to do the Switch event, but that was more of like a raffle for general consumers. Is this your first time being invited to like a company event like that?
Yeah.
That's so cool, man. That's exciting
thanks,
stuff.
dude.
I'm happy for you.
Appreciate it. Yeah, I am really excited. So yeah, it should be cool.
There it is. All right. Let's get to the super chatting questions. Remember, guys, we are still live at the moment, so you can super chat your questions in right now if you want to ask us anything here. Let's go ahead and get to Cartgun here. He said, I only want Samus to be a badass. That's my Metroid. Wouldn't that be your Samus? Anyways, yeah. That's all anyone, like, I don't know if it's all we care about, but I think it's a foregone conclusion. She's a badass. Have you seen the way Miles McKenzie reacted to seeing her? Even he knew she's a badass.
Yeah, I just hope this time Metroid can crawl.
I refuse to watch it. I haven't watched the Miles McKenzie stuff.
Good.
I just can't. I can't when everyone's acting the same like that.
Like animals.
Not me.
Yeah, I know. When I say everyone, I mean it like loosely. Like when a certain, group or base is acting just absolutely unhinged, I completely unplug from that. I don't want to see it. I'm good.
I mean, I don't know. Are you sure you don't want to? Because you know who Miles McKenzie is, and he's kind of marketing for Metroid. According to the
I agree with that. And I think that part of it is pretty fascinating to think about, especially if, now we don't know, but if that was the plan, brilliant, legendary move if that was the plan, to literally plant that in the demo, knowing that this base of people, which they're pretty easy to predict how they're going to act, how they're going to react. So like, if you're going to do it with a group of people, do it with the media, the press, reviewers, they're all going to kind of act the same and have the same headlines, and they did. So it's like, if you did do this on purpose, brilliant, dude. Like, mad props for that.
Dude, I knew what was going to happen the moment they showed him laying there with glasses on his face. He didn't even talk yet. I'm like, it's coming. It's just so predictable. It's so predictable. I know the whole internet's about to be aflame, and I haven't even heard him talk yet. Steak over there gifted a member earlier. Thank you so much, Steak. Appreciate it, man. Demonic Brawler I am the real life version of an overweight Miles McKenzie. Only I don't wear glasses and I'm actually funny. Stop hating on my boy. Dude, Stash hasn't seen him yet, but I think in a small way, we're all of us are a little bit Miles McKenzie.
Well, that's why I couldn't reply when you had tagged me on Twitter. I read it. I'm just thinking like, I'm not gonna watch it because I'm gonna be playing the game. I'm gonna be reviewing it, and I'm just not here to buy into all the noise that this group is creating. But I will say that without seeing it, this is just not something that's going to bother me. This
He
feels very
reminded me.
sensationalized, as
It is.
always.
He reminded me of a character I love from a series I love. Otacon from the Metal Gear Solid series.
Oh yeah, yeah. Dude.
MGS1. I was getting mad Otacon vibes from like MGS1 and MGS2. So I mean, if Otacon made playing through Metal Gear Solid absolutely unbearable for you, yeah, maybe this guy won't be your thing. If it didn't absolutely ruin MGS, you're probably going to be fine with this character.
All right. TARDIS. I'm looking forward to Prime 4. Never played before. I think Miles is funny. Having a companion can be fun. First time player. Prime 4 looks very fun. Exactly.
There you go.
Just literally proving exactly why they're doing what they're doing. I've already seen it working with many people online that are now interested in this game that never were before. Intentional plan to go both ways, baby.
Love it.
Karkun. People were looking for reasons to not buy the game. Yeah.
Sure.
Absolutely. Especially the way that things are going this year with some content creators and stuff. Definitely searching for anything to get mad about. Of course, Brawler had to keep the tradition alive. Bring back NFL hits, blitz, NBA jam, NHL hits, all the hits, tits, jams, and bits.
Yep.
All right.
I like that.
There we go. Demonic Brawler then says Sony did this with God of War, Horizon, and The Last of Us, but let Nintendo make a tutorial character with corny jokes. It's the end of the world.
It's true.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's only
so
wrong
weird.
if it's only wrong if Nintendo does it.
Yeah, it's very bizarre.
Well,
Well, it's a. Oh, go ahead.
the point a lot of people made, which I do want to just say that I understand and I respect your opinion on this. And you can feel that way. I don't feel that way, but I respect that you do. And that's that, Metroid is about the isolation. Okay. And I get that. My thing is that before the whole world jumps to conclusion, play the game. Okay. Just play the game. Find out. Because again, not having played the game yet, outside of the demo, again, my mind is that this character is going to be in the game for a short amount of time. They could be in the game to the end, okay? But if the game's 20 hours and they have 30 or 40 minutes of screen time, what percentage of that, right? 4%? It's like, you're going to let a character ruin a game for you that's in it for 4%. What does that say for the rest of your life? Honestly, like, what does it say for everything else in life?
How
Are
much
you
do
just a chronic complainer?
You just hate everything, no matter
That's what I'm
what?
saying now. Do you just complain about everything and you focus on the negative? Or are you able to enjoy the positive and look past some of the things that you don't like? Like,
Oh, yeah,
that's
I mean,
life.
you
Bro.
actually
That's
team.
life. It's just wild to me that so many
Great.
people had the same take. And then also wild to me that, I mean, it's wild and it isn't, because I'm not surprised at all with the media, which is why I try to make it very clear that I don't want anything to do with that because of the way that you act. Dude, this is like, I just think the discourse is awful. is why I stay far away from it. I mean, come on. Do you guys think any of this makes sense?
No.
This is just to get clicks, man. It's sensationalism. That's what they do. It sells.
Let's see here. Oh, this was from Demonic Brawler as well. I want to know what game could reach the WTF levels of surprise to get a Switch 2 port like Kiwi Talkz hinted at, if it isn't GTA 6. Yeah, I mean, that's the big question. Obviously, he was not going to give us a remote. I even tried to ask him Western or Eastern. He wouldn't even give me that.
Yep.
But he literally will not reveal anything on it because, doesn't have permission to do so. But it's obviously something that's going to be exciting. So when I see him get excited, because he's a self-stated, he only really plays games rated 85 or higher. I'm betting he plays a lot of AAA games. He interviews a lot of AAA developers. So I would venture to guess it's probably at least a AAA game that most people are not expecting to come to Switch 2 next year. So then you can go look at the AAA game lineup that it's already announced. You can see it's one of those games. What if it's like a Witcher 4 or a because that would be one that some people might not expect. Could be maybe the new Fable that was supposed to come out this year but got pushed to next year. Maybe
on my list, but I expect
so.
that.
I'm trying to think of like games that like people would be shocked are running, but I'm like, dude, what are we shocked by anymore, man?
Well, I'll tell you. What did I ask him? That he said he can't answer. PlayStation IP. Something that would shock people would be like God of War.
Yeah. Even if it's like the older ones and not even like the newer version.
Or The Last of Us. The Last of Us is bigger than just PlayStation now. It's a part of everyone now. It's a show. It's a massive hit.
Yeah. I also think Horizon is one you gotta consider because we didn't get the Horizon Lego game. And it's the right audience for Horizon to sell well.
Yep. For sure. Like I would look at some of those bigger PlayStation IPs.
There would be a new 3D Zelda coming out for like 3 years. Like dropping Horizon right now on Switch 2 in 2026. That sounds brilliant to me.
I platinum both games. That's like how much I enjoyed both games. Very good. Nintendo would love it. Uncharted, it's another one. There's some games. I don't know if Uncharted would hit as hard. I think to really shock people, because even Horizon wouldn't shock people, because we got the Horizon Lego. It would have to be something, big. Like people expect Expedition to come to Switch 2 at some point. They should. It'd have to be something crazy, like a God of War, Last of Us.
Yeah, I mean, one that I think would be shocking, maybe not as shocking as God of War or Last of Us, but I think would just find such a perfect home on Nintendo would be Ratchet and Clank.
Ratchet, yep. I knew you were going to say that. I agree with you too.
It would be perfect. Get Rift Apart on Switch 2, dude. That'd be
Are we missing the obvious? Astrobot.
Well, yes, Astrobot would be a big one.
That'd be huge.
Any of like the weird throwback stuff too. Like, dude, you know what actually be shocking if they did more like I guess what now would be a deep cut, but not really for any of us, but like the Jack and Daxter series or Sly Cooper series, like bring some of that era of Sony IP. That would be sick. And again, those games would do well.
Dude, if the floodgates get open to get Sony games, that would be a shock. Especially after reportedly Sony's starting to view Nintendo as competition again. If they're like, yeah, but we like money. We're going to put our games on Nintendo anyways.
I just don't know if Astrobot would be the one, because it is a walking, talking, playable ad for PlayStation. And I don't know how well that's going to go over with their business relationship.
I don't think
I
it
don't know
matters.
if you want to do that.
I don't think it matters. I also think that as happy as like, you know, the team Asobi with the sales of the game, is Sony happy that they could only sell 1.5 million of their Mario? Don't know. But you know what audience would eat that game alive? Nintendo's audience. They eat it up because it's just a great game. Regardless of the PlayStation references. It's literally just a great game. So people would eat that up. And yeah. Could it convince, like, you know, people to go buy Sony products? Maybe, I guess. Okay. Well, is Sony gonna convince people to go buy Nintendo products by helping us make the Zelda movie? I mean, companies do shit. They work together. They don't work together. It's competition. People aren't gonna leave that love Mario aren't gonna leave Mario behind because they played Astrobot on the same system they played Mario on. They're gonna be like, oh, I can play them both right here. Cool.
It'd be like releasing Wii Sports on PlayStation 3 back in the day.
Yeah.
Use the PlayStation Move controller.
Yep. At that point, does it matter?
I mean, it didn't happen.
I know, but even if they did at that point, like at that point in the Wii's life, would it even matter? No, at that point, whatever. But anyways, next question we got here about Kirby Air Riders. Good to get that question in because launches right now, live for digital. Pick up your physical copy or get it sent to your house soon. Horati said, just want to say in advance, glad Nintendo proposed to Sakurai to return to the Cult Classic and make it better for a new generation. That is nice. This is a classic example of a game that's probably not going to sell very well. And this just exists as a passion project. And Nintendo's wanting it to exist. I think also it might have to go, like, I know it was like Nintendo proposed the idea, but I think they proposed it because they pay attention to Sakurai very closely. They want him to be happy and not just slamming his head against the wall, making smash all the time. And they wanted to present a project to him that he would be excited for. And maybe they remembered that he had regrets with the original. Maybe it wasn't the complete vision. So they brought it up. And of course, he's like, hell yeah, let's do it. So who knows? But I am glad it exists. All right. Venatus. Oh, wait, we did that one, I think.
We did.
Yep. I'm going to go next here. J Views. I believe GTA, was that 4? Remaster. Could come to Switch 2 to test the waters in 2026. Considering what they're doing for Red Dead. Sure. I think the reason it won't be 5, like a lot of people have been like, why wouldn't it be 5? I'm like, well, because they're releasing 6. And so a lot of the audience that when you first get it are there to play like online are going to start vanishing. And it's going to be like a ghost town release on Switch too. So I kind of feel like at this point, if you're going to release a newer one, you got to go with like the actual new one. Just because so much of GTA 5 is focused on online. There's an entire single player campaign and everything, but the reason that people aren't even talking about it to this day, the reason it sold 200 million is the online mode. Let's see here.
Yeah, I think you just release it and it will sell.
Yeah, exactly. Free Metroid Hat. Do we think Red Dead Redemption 2 will have multiplayer on Switch 2? I mean, it has to, right? I mean, it doesn't have to, but I feel like it has to. I don't know why it won.
So why not?
Yeah, that should be fine running on Switch 2. Just a random Aussie dollar. Appreciate the support, guys. But not just against the same Mr. P. You skipped my question. Yeah, I know. It got featured twice. That's how bad I skipped it, huh? Stake 1024. Get the GameBird Classic membership.
Thank you.
Keeping it in the fam, apparently.
Legend.
Let's go, baby.
Right, you know what? Hmon said Bloodborne on Switch too. It's like that would be a game that would make a really big splash.
Especially if
when
it was
make
like
people-
60 frames.
If it
Yeah.
were, dude, people would lose it.
Yeah.
But the PS5 version would get it. Like
Yeah.
they would release it at the same time.
What if they didn't release it at the same time?
Or if they didn't, it would be all hell.
Dude, all
That'd be
hell would
nuts.
be fucking. They'd be like
60 frames
"Traitor,
only on Switch 2.
bullshit. We better find out there's been a private deal where From Software bought the IP back. What?
Yeah. That would be-
Bloodborne 2, Switch 2
The
exclusive.
PlayStation never getting a new version of that game when there's so many new versions of every fucking game they put out. People
Yeah.
would be so pissed if Nintendo got the new version and the PlayStation fans never did. Or even if we do get a day and date, like you originally suggested, they'd still be pissed that you had to wait until Nintendo gets the game for us to finally get
That'd
a
be
new.
amazing. It's like a social experiment. Just view it from like the outside because it's like I got both consoles. I don't care. You know,
Right. It's just
Just
cool.
view
Is
it
it
from-
cool to have this game at all? Isn't this nice? Like, why are we bitching?
so funny. Yeah. That would be
because of
very
the
amusing
console-
social
because
experiment.
of the only reason that you can be mad is console war. That's why we're bitching. This is factually good. Great. We've all wanted it, but because someone else also has it, well, fuck them.
Yeah.
It's like, what the fuck? Nothing bad happened. I'm confused. Steak also gets a member over on ThunderStash's channel, making the rounds. Always appreciate the universal support. The Butter Brother, who remembers using a pencil to rewind cassettes? Oh, dude.
Yeah.
That was the speed
No
trick,
doubt.
dude. When someone showed me that, I was like, what the fuck? Dude, I've been sitting there like fucking twisting with my finger. What the fuck? Why did no one teach me this?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
It was like life changing.
You're right.
I didn't mind I used to stop like playing my music cassette tape sometimes 'cause I didn't want to fucking manually rewind it when the rewind wasn't working. And then as soon as someone showed me the pencil trick, I'm like, oh, fuck yeah, dude. This is like 5 seconds. Did you guys ever do it? It's like so fast and hard you just ripped it off from the other side that you had to go try to put it back on?
Yeah. Oh yeah. For sure.
Sometimes the repair would work, sometimes not so much.
Yeah.
Should be simple. It sounds like it should be simple. It looks simple. Dude, you like get like one little fucking piece of dust in the wrong spot or a scratch in the wrong place, your whole fucking tape's ruined.
Yeah.
It's so dumb.
I know.
But yeah, shit happens. I have lots of stories like that, dude. The stories when we brought up VCRs earlier on the show, dude, I got so many VCR tales.
Mm-hmm.
Pre-Metroid app. I love Metroid Zero Mission, even though it's short. You replay it all the time. Hell yeah.
Great
It's a
game.
good one. Good one. Wink Demand. We need to get Reggie here on the podcast. I agree.
That'd be wild.
But
That would be
obviously,
awesome.
we have to be a much bigger podcast. I don't even know that, like, the Nintendo podcast, which is the biggest in the Nintendo space, I don't even think they're big enough to get someone like Reggie. I mean, look, I'll be honest. I don't think he's Spawn Wave has never pulled him. So until that podcast can pull him, none of us have a shot. Let's just be honest. Like, they're like the biggest gaming podcast in the world. If they can't pull him,
Unless we know a guy who knows a guy who knows a guy whose uncle works at Nintendo.
yeah. Unless you have like a personal friend,
Yeah.
that you can call in a favor. But
Maybe Paul can help.
maybe we do have a personal friend who does know him. He seemingly knows everyone.
Get right.
I called in a favor on Paul one time ever. And he said it was the one time and the only time that the favor didn't work. I'm like, of course, it's when I asked for it. It's when I asked for it. I'm the asshole. Should have never asked for a favor. Fuck, I'm a bad friend.
Yep.
Eric, 1982. The fact that Trails that scored significantly higher than Avowed and Outer Worlds shows an anti-Japan bias by Jeff and the Game Awards panel. I think a lot of it's the Game Awards panel.
Yeah.
Because you look at who's on the panel, and there definitely are some like people on there that do expand out and play other games. Like Kind of Funny's on the panel, the voting panel, and like I know they do play a pretty wide variety of games, but I'm not quite sure how they combine it all together for their final vote. And they're just one out of the many, right? And so I think a lot of the outlets involved, they don't play a really wide spread of games. They play a very small, select, greatest hits, get the most views kind of games. And so something like Trails wasn't going to get voted on because most of those outlets hadn't even heard of it, let alone played it. And maybe the people at some of the big outlets, like when IGN, because they review everything, like, well, IGN will have played it, yeah, but will IGN, the people involved in making the ballot, have played it? Because all of IGN is not involved in making their ballots. So,
You know what's crazy though? The Trails games have been around since 2004.
Yeah.
How the fuck have you not heard of it? You
And
just
they're-
tune out for 21 years?
you just
Dude,
don't
there's
play
so many of
JRPGs.
them.
You just don't play JRPGs. But they're not even heard of it. You know what I mean? Like that's, yeah. If you never play JRPGs and you only play Western RPGs, okay, that happens. Not everyone's into JRPGs. Even though there's a lot of blend right now, besides art style, like a lot of blending gameplay now between the two.
I think people that are only playing Western RPGs wouldn't even know if they were playing a JRPG.
I think I agree with that. To me, I
Yeah.
hate to say that, but I think I agree with that.
Every week, Stash comes up with a new way to like potentially insult a bunch of people we don't know, and I just got to go over here and just nope, we ain't going there, Nate. No opinion, no comment.
You don't have to. I said it for you. I think it's factual. I'd be willing to put money down on it if I could guarantee Vegas wouldn't cheat and they'd have to tell me the truth. I'd probably bet the house on it.
Oh, the can of worms I'm unopening over here. All right. This super chat just came in from Michael Parker 2678. Since it's been confirmed that a time travel event element will be in Metroid Prime 4, what are the chances that we'll encounter Mother Brain asking for a friend? I mean, it's always
More than
possible.
50.
More than 50, you think? I'm going to go 35% chance. Eric, got a percent?
69 just for the memes.
There it is.
Damn,
Beautiful.
even higher than me.
Beautiful. He doesn't know jack shit about what we're talking
No,
about.
no, I do
He
not.
doesn't play Metroid.
That's a solid guess, dude.
Oh, you know what? I do have a question for you, though. Well, we haven't got Stash's comment on this yet, but question for you, Eric.
Yeah.
You're the audience they're going after with these Miles McKenzie. Did it work?
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't.
You haven't seen it yet?
No.
All right, you need to go watch it.
Yeah.
Let me know. Let me know.
Yeah.
If it, dude, I'm telling you, if it convinces you to buy Metroid Prime 4, I'm a believer.
Yeah.
You know, I've been wanting Eric to play Metroid, guys, for like 30 years, and he hasn't done it. I'm like, nothing's going to make him do it. No appeal, no interest. I'm telling you, it's Miles McKenzie.
Yeah.
That's the hook. It's going to get him. Yep. Telling you guys, as soon as he looks into it and actually watches, I'm going to find out, cha-ching, there's 2 pre-orders in 2 weeks, not 1. I'm telling you. They made that character for Eric.
Yeah, now everybody's gonna hate me.
All right, Stash, your thoughts on that on the super chat?
Mother Brain, I'm gonna go 86% chance.
Okay. All right. Well, that's gonna do it. I don't think there's any more right now. Nope, we're good. All right. Well, first off, shout out to our guest from the past, Kiwi Talkz. Really appreciate him being on. You can check him out in the link down in the description. I'm assuming he had a good time and will probably be back on again at some point in the future. Maybe after he interviews some Japanese people. Perhaps. Maybe. That's what he wants to do, anyways. All right.
I'm excited for that.
Yeah, I am, because like especially like coming interviews on the English side for that just never happens.
Exactly.
All right, let's go with GameBird. Tell the people what you got going on, where they can find you.
You guys know where to find me. I'm here on YouTube at GameBird Classic. Also on Twitter at _Birdmaster. Bunch of stuff going on right now. I've got a skit fully written that I just got to shoot and edit. Shouldn't be too hard to edit either. I'm not going as bonkers as the intro. Have a new show that I'm working on in the background, Super Game and Tell. Just need to get the logistics down of guests for that one, because it is a guest related show. And then I have a review. I should be done with the game by tomorrow. But I actually have a number of reviews I'm working on. The first game is going to be for Gigasword. So look forward to that. I've been doing notes. I've drafted up most of my script. I think I'm nearing the very, very end of the game. So hopefully by tomorrow, I'll be finished and ready to record for that. I just got a review code. I was going to tell Stash, because Stash kind of got me the hookup for Neon Inferno. So I got a code for that today. Super stoked to jump into that one and give it a shot. And then I picked out a couple just to build up. I talked to Stash a little bit about it because I have had a hard time reaching out to devs, getting some responses back. And I know my channel's small, but kind of like building up a portfolio of some indie reviews. So I went onto the eShop. There's a great sale. I'm not sure if it ended today or tomorrow. And I grabbed a couple more games that I want to review. Demon School, which is a new one. And then Bloom. Yes, it looks awesome. And then one that I missed from a year ago that I really want to check out, called Bloomtown, which is a pixel RPG indie game. So look forward. I'm gonna try and knock out some reviews, and the bigger projects are gonna kind of happen around those reviews.
Ooh, I just read the description for that.
That's it from the Birdman
for Bloomtown. I'm not gonna look into it at all. I'm gonna wait for your review, but just based on what I just saw, it looks. I'm interested.
Yeah. All right, Eric.
Yeah. I really want to say to GameBird, too bad you cannot see my mouse cursor on the screen, because I was really going to put like the mouse behind you and say there was a mouse behind you.
He was.
But it scared him so much. Yeah, right. No, but you can find me here and on our Clips channel. That's pretty much it. Which we may have a surprise for you next week. Nate and I are talking about something. So.
Yes. All right. ThunderStash.
Okay. So if you haven't, check out my most recent reviews on the channel. Kingdoms of the Dump. This game is insane.
Yes,
it is so cool. Dude, I love this game. And I'm just really happy too, because look, this game, it's coming to console. Like, I can only say so much in my review, but based on the conversation that I had, this is going to be coming to Nintendo Switch. And that was a part of the reason also why I wanted to review this game, is that, I want to find these games that I know are going to be coming to Switch at a later time. This is one of them. And again, like, fans of Earthbound, Chrono Trigger, Final Fantasy with the Mode 7, Overworld, a little bit of Secret of Mana. This game is absolutely legit. So check that out. Just posted my review for Neon Inferno as well a day or two ago. I have a review that's going live tomorrow morning. Still under embargo, so I can't say anything yet. I have another review that'll should be going live the next day on Friday. Also under embargo, but these are two really cool games. I wish I could honestly say more. I hate saying they're under embargo. It's very annoying for me. But yeah, dude, I'm looking at my list. There's a lot coming up that I'm going to be covering. And like the one you mentioned, GameBird, the Demon School, like that's been on my radar.
Demon School, yeah.
For a very long time. Like when it was first shown at the Indie Direct, that was on my list of games. That was one of the games I was like, yeah, you know what? Bet that's going to be really good. No one's talking about this, but it looks good. So I'll be interested in that. Oh yeah, and then tomorrow, big deal. My analog 3D comes in. My 4K Nintendo 64.
Yes, dude.
Finally, yes.
Yes, and I've watched some videos on it. There is the ability to massively overclock the N64 on the analog 3D to where games are running. Nintendo 64 games are running at 60 FPS that previously were not. And I'm like, holy shit, this is going to be epic, dude. So I'm excited because I've seen some channels like test out games, and some of them test out a good variety, but some of them are like not interested in touching the overclocking. Some are. And for me, I'm like, yeah, dude, like this is a big reason I wanted to get this, is to overclock. And the ones who are overclocking aren't really testing games that I would want to see. And so I'm like, okay, cool. Like I still have a good opportunity because I didn't get it early. I sent several emails, never got a response. But here we are. I'm looking at these videos. I'm like, I could still make a good video on this and get some good coverage, since they're not really covering games that I think people are interested in. Let me just say that. One other thing, I got to get this. I got an email today for a game that I've never heard of, which right there, if the game is really interesting and I haven't heard of it, I don't know about you guys. Maybe this is weird. This is probably like the competitiveness in me, but I'll get like a little irritated at first. Like, am I losing it? Because things are getting past me now. You know what I mean? Like, how did I miss this game? It kind of makes me mad. Like, why wasn't this on my radar? Am I out of touch? What's wrong? But I started reading the description for this game, and like I do get a lot of emails for indie games, right? And only so many I'm interested in or have time for. But I'm reading this one, guys, and I'm like, I feel like this game was made for me. Like, I almost want to tell you the description. Like, I think I can do that without, I just can't give the title, but I think I can read the description. And you guys know me, so you'll probably understand why I think this is cool. Okay. All right, right here. Let's see. Set in an alternate 1987 in the quiet desert town of Miami, Arizona, which is a town here. Okay. Game title, can't say it, follows John, a teenager who wakes to find his neighbor kidnapped by a satanic cult that has inadvertently unleashed an ancient evil upon his hometown. First off, they start the email by telling me if I really like Stranger Things, which I was there for Stranger Things right when it went live on Netflix, when nobody really knew about it, because I thought it looked like a more adult Goonies, right? And so I was really excited for it. So I've loved Stranger Things from the beginning. So I'm like, yeah, you got me there. So I start reading the story. But then there's a part here. First off, this is an RPG as well. I'll say that. Do you guys know which Rocky's my favorite?
The
like,
movies?
hands down. Yeah. Do you know which one is my favorite?
Mm-mm.
So you guys know those are like I have framed Rocky posters in the house. I love Rocky. Adore it. Rocky 4 is easily my favorite. It's also the one that came out in 1985. Year I was born. Drago, of course. So I'm reading this, and it says that the game also features. Oh, this might give it away. Dude, I don't know if I could say this. Someone can look this up. I would leave it at that. But I read this, I'm like, holy shit, what? Like, I'm literally reading this, like,
I still don't know what
like,
it
how
is.
did you make this game? Like, it is so crazy. So, yeah, this is another one with another embargo coming up on the 30th. And so, yeah, it's going to be really busy. And I have a wedding this weekend too, Friday and Saturday. So I'm going to get my analog pride, obviously, tomorrow, as long as on track, stays on track. They usually go off track a lot. And like my deliveries are pretty consistently delayed. So I'm a little worried. But, man, with all the games and a wedding, and I'm just like, I know I'm going to get my analog, and I have these 2 embargoes, and I'm not going to be able to touch this thing until Sunday, probably. Michaela's like, "Are you going to bring it to the hotel?" I'm like, "Oh man, I can't be bringing the analog 3D to hook up on a hotel TV. That's not where you want to experience it first." Could you imagine the input lag depending on the TV? Like, being real, right? Like, if you're getting a nice console like this, you don't want to test it out on a hotel TV.
Yeah.
That's set to vivid mode or whatever. So that's what I'm doing, guys. It's very busy.
Sounds like it.
Sorry, this is freaking fantastic. Rocky the movie? No, the stone's out in the garden.
Oh, you know what? I meant to share this picture. Michaela sent this to me. This is really funny. I thought it was really funny. Okay, here it is. Hold on. I don't know where she got this from. She must have seen it on social media or something. Let me open it up here. Okay. Share screen. And window. There it is. It looks like it's for an office party with that picture, right?
Yeah.
This looks like your
That's
picture
awesome.
in the intranet directory, right?
Yep.
Like this is how everyone's picture would look at Lone Depot.
Yep.
Like a
Yep.
shot like this.
Yep.
And I'm like, this is hilarious. Happy birthday to Jenny and the Nintendo Wii. Oh, look, they even got a Nintendo tablecloth.
Oh,
Yeah.
nice.
Yep.
There you go.
Dude, that's awesome. Respect for whoever did that.
Great. Great. All right, guys. Well, I'm Nintendo Prime. You know what's up. You can find me on YouTube. That's primarily where I'm at. Also over on X. Maybe be expanding to TikTok in a little bit. You can also go follow our podcast clips channel and all that stuff. Make sure you guys go over there. We'll be probably debuting something new over there next week. Once we get it all set up. And besides that, you can get the podcast everywhere the podcast is heard. Audio wise, of course. We're talking about your iTunes, we're talking about your Spotify's, all that stuff. We're all over the place.
The mages.
The mages. All right. That being said, folks, thank you so much for being here. And who knows? I might be in uncharted territory next week. I might have entered a new digit into my life. Stay tuned to find out. See you next week, everyone.